Not gonna lie, this does not look like a great graphic. So let's change it to something that actually looks good. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. As everything starts to load here on my computer, because I was expecting myself to get up earlier, I'm gonna be completely honest. Um, we have a severe risk that is really starting to ramp up here in the morning. I didn't really have a whole lot of confidence that it would happen completely in the morning, but apparently now is when it's starting to strike, so we might as well cover it to the best of our abilities here. But yeah, there's a lot of activity here in this morning. Um, we're gonna try and cover it as long as we can. As you guys know, that's how we typically do it. And so if you guys are willing to stick around with me, that'd be greatly appreciated. The enhanced risk is still here, but it's starting to shrink a bit. The wind and hail is still kind of there, but the major tornado risk apparently is with this squall line that's moving on through. So I don't know. I haven't looked at the models completely yet because, as I said, I just woke up. I was planning to wake up early this morning, but I slept in, and now I feel like I have a bunch of energy. I'm not gonna lie. So, yeah, there's that. But let's take a look at the models real quickly and see what the NAM 3 kilometer says here about this event. All right, still goes out. So it still shows that it is tornadic even after all of this. So, I mean, yeah. These lines of storms are really just like trucking on through for the most part. But this is your lingering tornado threat right here, which you can get. But yeah, this is a pretty interesting situation to say the least. I'm actually gonna move one of my radars over here to Robbins Air Force Base near Macon. And I don't think I need my other radar. Actually, you know what? I can I can put it in Jacksonville. Jacksonville or Charleston, either or. So, but let's take a look at the radar here around Tallahassee. You can see a lot of strong thunderstorms here for the most part. There's also some really strong storms moving through Albany, about to smack Tifton. Let's see if I can get a better radar here for that. I can get a better radar. Excuse me. So this does look to have supercells along the QLCS squall line. So would not be surprised if there were tornado warnings. Excuse me, along this. Jeez. So, but we need to continue to watch this as much as possible. Just one thing to note here: this severe thunderstorm warning, which is for Cook, Irwin, Berrien, Turner, Lanier, Colquitt, Tift, Ben Hill, and Worth counties, which is, by the way, until 11:15 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This warning warns for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar sized hail. So I was talking about how yesterday some of these areas can get up to hurricane force winds, and even that, there's this, and there's even been some reports of damage as well near the actual town of Colquitt. There was a partial roof collapse due to the high winds. There was also multiple trees and power lines down around the town of Blakely. So just these areas really need to start watching out as we continue to move on forward here with time. But this is definitely something we need to continue to watch out for. But Yep, this storm right here in the southern end heading towards Moultrie looks like it's trying to develop a little bit of rotation. If it can jet out its rear flank downdraft a little bit better, then you could potentially get some sort of tornadic situation here. But there's a new mesoscale discussion from the SPC that's been issued. I really need to push this, put this over here, and get IEM bot. IEM bot. Thank you much. Concerning severe potential, watch probability 80%. Well-established squall line with embedded areas of rotation persists this morning across southern Georgia and northern Florida. New watch will likely be needed downstream of Tornado Watch 106. So it's probably going to be another tornado watch. It's probably going to be another tornado watch, most likely. But you can see the storm has had a history of producing tornado warnings. If I go back to Tallahassee, I believe it'll show a lot more. No, it won't. I will have to get more data for that, but yeah, let's talk about impacts here later along the line, because this is a very dangerous line of storms. So just looking on through here, obviously one thing that I see here is it's going to impact some interstates, and Interstate 75. You guys within the next, I'd say 5 to 10 minutes, are going to start seeing the beginning effects of that line of storms. So if you guys live over there, you guys really need to monitor it to the best of your abilities. But yeah, this is pretty interesting storm here for the most part. They changed radar modes. That's interesting. So sometimes when a storm gets closer to the radar, they National Weather Service can actually change the radar to a specific style. So, for instance, with this mode, they've just basically made it so that the radar, instead of it taking frames like every 1 or 2, every 4 or 5 minutes, it's changed it to like 1 or 2 minutes every single time it takes a scan. But the only cost with all that is that you can't see higher than specific areas. So, really interesting to say the least. Severe weather done for Santa Rosa County. Let's take a look. It's in a book. The Reading Rainbow. I mean, it. I would have to say, not entirely, because you still got number one. You still got thunderstorms happening right now. But number two, according to this model right here, you're supposed to get another line of storms here, within the next couple of hours. So I would say you guys are not done yet. I want to take a look at the HRRR here, see what it says. HRRR says you aren't done yet. So, yeah, I think I think you're not done yet completely for this event. So one thing I do notice as a consistency value here from both these models is that the main area that will be impacted regards to tornadic conditions is southern Alabama, and then, well, like central to southern Alabama, and then very heart of southern Georgia and into Florida, as well as into Mississippi, southern Mississippi. So within these areas, we can expect more, rotations within the line that can create some brief spin-ups. So we're really gonna have to watch out for this. Yeah, a lot of gusty winds for the most part, but still pretty cool. Becca, what's up? Yesterday we had this giant, this tornadic storm up in Wichita Falls that just cycled all the way through, up and down, and jeez, large hail with that one. But today, you know, we haven't covered a tornado warning yet, but something tells me that's about to change with this storm here near Moultrie. So, if you guys are new to the live stream, please be sure to subscribe and leave a like. That will help me out greatly. Leaving the like actually gets this onto people's recommended feeds. So, hi from Live Oak. Well, I'll continue to cover this as long as I can, even as this hits to Live Oak. So, if you want to stick around maybe a little bit later, you know, that would be greatly appreciated. But, you know, you guys can see these giant storms, this giant line, and how it's moving on through to the east. But yeah, a big thing right here that I'm watching out for is the Interstate 75 area. If anyone lives along those, that general vicinity, 100% could see some very strong gusty winds. As I said, this warning box here actually now has been increased for the amount of hail. So golf ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's insane. That's an insane severe thunderstorm. Because golf balls can, you know, break windshields and windows. So, I would highly recommend that if you're in places like Lenox, El Dorado, Tifton, as well as Sparks and Adel, heading into Nashville and Alapaha and Enigma, I would highly recommend you get indoors. Highly recommend you get indoors. This thing is producing some very large hail. Very large hail. There's even been reports of golf ball sized hail with this storm too back in Newton. So that's all the more reason. But I don't see anything here on the velocities yet. It still has general rotation, but it's trying to organize itself. Once it juts out its rear flank downdraft a bit more, then you could potentially get something here. But this is a lot of some strong gusty winds for the most part. So you got 60 to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Albany. Yeah. I mean, these storms are just really powerful this morning. You got a lot of forcing driving the storm. Yeah, and you can see this kind of bow echo, if you will. And so at the tip of the bow, into whichever direction it's going, that's where your strongest winds can be. But you also can have these little supercells that develop within the line. So the chance for tornadoes cannot be ruled out 100%, especially with this area of rotation here. No tornado possible on the severe thunderstorm warning, I will say that much. But we'll have to continue to watch it. I don't see any other areas of rotation. I'm looking up and down the line, but it just doesn't seem like there's anything organized. So it's mainly just this cell over here near Moultrie. But there is quite a bit of hail that's going to be heading off. It's heading over the I-75 area right now towards Fitzgerald and Irwinville. So, Slammer Boy, there's not any rotation east of Albany. I just looked. That's why I said there's no other rotations anywhere. Parents on vacation in Charleston, South Carolina. How are they looking for the afternoon? Well, they are in the slight risk, which is a 2 out of 5 chance for severe weather. So, let me get some timings here for you all real quickly. Any chance you could show one of the places that gives you what radar you're using? StreamFrame covers it. Does it? Oh, are you talking about like the name of the radar? I I could just say which ones I'm going. Well, depends upon which ones. But yeah. So people in Charleston or around that Charleston area, I'd say around 2 o'clock ish, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock is when you guys can really start to see your thunderstorms. Even some very strong gusty winds. And then after that, another wave of storms could move on through. Not as strong as the first, but it would be around like 7 o'clock ish. And then that seems to be practically your risk here for the most part. But Live Oak, so your line of storms could begin to develop. I'm pretty sure your Eastern Daylight Time. So your storms could begin to develop around your area at around 4 o'clock. You can see how these storms just kind of pop up and then go along with the line. And then more storms will begin to form, and that'll continue to be there for your area all the way until past midnight. So really going to want to watch out for this as time moves along. But a lot of gusty winds here for the most part. Oh, if you're talking about like what type of radar I'm using, there's the site right here at the top right of my screen. I'm not sure if you can see that, but it's the different sites that I'm using. So black screen, not what I wanted. It's like a blackboard. What about Atlanta, Georgia? Well, the good news here for Atlanta, Georgia is that they're not in the main risk here today. They're right on the border of the marginal and the slight, but that's like, a 1 out of 5 or a 2 out of 5 on the severe scale. And so it's not really looking all too favorable for you all. Most of the strong storms, in my opinion, actually are going to stay within this orange box or maybe go a little bit further north of that. So...
Vasily Galenko Jr. Super Chat $5.22. Can you see if upstate South Carolina will get strong storms?
Vasily with the $5.22 super chat. Thank you, my friend. And it doesn't seem as if upstate South Carolina is going to get as much as we thought before, mainly because the squall line that translated from Louisiana last night that developed has now pushed on through and has kind of absorbed most of the energy that was supposed to go up to the northern parts. But still, really something we gotta watch out for your area because there is, depending upon where you live in upstate South Carolina, a very small chance for tornadoes. But regardless, you have a small chance for wind and hail as well. So we'll watch out for it. But thank you much for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it. I really do. How about Birmingham? So Birmingham's right on the border here of getting the severe stuff because there's actually supposed to be another line of storms that could develop later on tonight. And the placement of those storms is really called into question here. And, as much as I would love to, try and figure out a bit further as to, where these storms could be, I'm just going to play safe and say that Birmingham is not exactly out of the risk yet, but that also, you also could potentially see just nothing for the most part, maybe some cloudy skies. So... how's Rome, Georgia? Rome, Georgia is out of the risk as of right now. You got a lot of scattered storms for the most part, but nothing too severe, in my opinion. Let's see. And you can even see Atlanta over here. You've got a lot of these scattered storms that are moving away from Atlanta. So here's Atlanta. And all these yellows are like this kind of slight to moderate rain. Someone just rang my doorbell. Fun. How does the weather look for Dawsonville, Georgia? I got you. Hold up. Give me 2 seconds. You are north of Atlanta. So for you guys, you got a lot of scattered storms. The main risk is a lot further south of you. So I'd honestly say that you guys should be good for most of the day. You'll get a lot of scattered storms just like this that you just got. But definitely you're going to want to watch out for the chance for severe weather as time moves along later on tonight. But I think you guys should be relatively good for the day. Faith. Will it come to Cincinnati? No, but there might be something in Cincinnati next week. Might be. I'm actually curious. Speaking of which, we got the strong severe storms right here. Let's go actually back to Moody Air Force Base to get a better look at these storms real quickly. There is still general rotation here on this storm. There is still a chance. Actually, rapid satellite analysis, which is just a satellite as well as a model that updates itself, actually says that there is a little bit of a chance for something tornadic to come off of this. So we'll continue to watch it as best as we can. But I want to take a look at something else real quickly. I want to see something. I don't think we can see it yet. What if we go to the 6Z? Will I be able to see it? Nope, can't see it yet. So we need to wait another 15 minutes, I'd say, before we can say stuff about Tuesday. Let us see. If you guys haven't already, please be sure to join my Discord server. We are really close to getting to 600 members. Let's actually see how many have the member role. Hold up. Yeah, we're really close to 600 members. It's almost up there. It's in the high 500s. So if you guys want to join my Discord server, or if you want to enhance your weather skills and stuff like that, Twist of Fate right there is the place to go. So feel free to join. Just make sure that you react to the rules and stuff like that. Just hit the check mark by agreeing to the terms of service, and you should be good. We talk about weather all the time. Well, for the most part, a bunch of different stuff. So, new tornado watch. All right, okay. New tornado watch just got issued here for southeastern parts of Georgia. So Savannah is now in the tornado watch. And here I'll actually bring up the tweet here. Look at this, guys. So Brunswick, Darien, St. Mary's, Douglas, Savannah is in this as well. So tornado watch has been issued for southeastern parts of Georgia, which is pretty crazy for the most part. We're really watching this as this storm progresses, but yeah, new tornado watch has been issued, guys. One thing I am going to mention here is that with the tornado, the tornado analog, or the right within here, is a few tornadoes possible. It's not a couple of strong tornadoes, it's a few tornadoes possible. So that tells me that it's going to be a lot more of a damaging wind risk, and that, you know, there could potentially be something along the way. If you guys see anything, by the way, or have any sort of things that you want to show me, like any sort of um, damage or stuff like that, or just footage of you in rain and stuff like that in these rain showers, or if you find anything on Twitter and stuff like that, feel free to at me on Twitter. Just like what Tyler did yesterday. At Nathan Snyder, possible tornado, whatever stuff like that, to where you can just be able to help me show you all what's going on, because seeing is believing. Let's be honest here. We're really going to want to watch these storms, and if we can get any sort of visual evidence here, then it'll be a whole lot better for us. So let's close that. I'm actually curious. Hold up. Do I have Georgia's traffic cams? It's Louisiana. So where is this at specifically? This is south of Tifton. I'm gonna want to look from like Adel, or Sparks. So let's see if we can actually find it. Let's see. That's looking south. No. Oh wow! Look at that. It's not exactly the best camera in the world, but we'll be able to see something from that. What about south of Tifton? Might as well save this to my live camera collection. There we go. So we have some sort of camera here. Northbound at Cordell, Georgia. But yeah, we have some strong storms that are moving on through for sure. So yeah, Lennox and El Dorado still have some storms that are pushing on through here. And we're definitely going to want to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. I want to see something real quick. There we go. Made things a little bit better. You're in North Carolina, so luckily for North Carolina, you guys aren't actually in the main risk. That's the good news. Unless if you're in like Wilmington, then you guys have a shot. Then you guys have a shot. Am I a meteorologist? I'm trying to become one. Gotta get my degree first. Yeah, no, sometimes I actually feel bad about butchering people's, city names. Then again, I also have to realize, I live in southern Pennsylvania, and so I do not know any local geography in any of these areas, or even their names. So, isn't it supposed to pick up around noon? That's when your scattered storms will begin to develop, and the chance for tornadoes is still possible. But can't exactly say for sure. If you guys are new to the live stream, please be sure to subscribe and leave a like. I do analysis like this whenever severe weather gets bad, although it's looking like it's mainly localized to this giant gust front here that's causing some really strong gusty winds. So I guess the best thing for us to, do is to make sure that the people in this giant severe thunderstorm warning, like, hold up, real quickly, before I continue my self-promotion, I'm going to actually figure out how large the severe thunderstorm warning is. It is over 50 miles wide in width. So from north to south, that's how large this severe thunderstorm warning spans. So within that span of 50 miles, there is the chance for some severe wind gusts to be in upwards of 70 miles per hour, which is pretty crazy, if I do say so myself. So, still that tornado watch. Let's actually go see that tornado watch, the new one, I should say. So 105 has been canceled, but that has been replaced with 107, which is out in front of the original tornado, or the tornado watch that was now the oldest. Probabilities are 50% chance for 2 or more tornadoes, and then 20% chance of 1 strong tornado, so it's still that. But still some very strong gusty winds that are pushing on through. Let's actually real quickly put this on the new updated graphic. So we'll cancel the other tornado watch here. The scroll text here at the bottom. Five. There it is. Found it. Delete that portion and add the new portion here. That's my Discord server, not the tornado watch. There we go. Okay. Gotta make sure everything stays updated, Here, you guys can see what I'm doing. There we go. This is what I basically put my thing on. And then this goes to a specific source on my Streamlabs, into which it translates to that scroll text there. So in a second, you'll be able to see it change. Now if we backspace, hit a space, and then we add 5 periods. We'll do file, save, and you'll see it update here in a second. With that new tornado watch. So there you go. That's exactly what I do whenever I put up a new watch or something like that for the scroll text. I just put it on a text document and then boom, update my graphic. Let's go to Moody Air Force Base again, because this storm over here near Lennox is still creating a lot of strong hail. It actually might be trying to, and this is actually kind of interesting because this is something that would happen with severe storms, is that this thing might actually become hail wrapped instead of rain wrapped. And if that's the case, that can you imagine if this thing actually translated, it started intensifying? You'd have your hail that's wrapping itself around the tornadic rotation, and that's pretty crazy for the most part. But as of right now, it does seem to be kind of gusting out a bit more. If it juts out its rear flank downdraft, that's when we need to start being concerned. But as of right now, it's really consolidated. When's the tornado risk supposed to start? It actually started earlier today, prior to me streaming. But I was asleep on my bed. I was tired from last night and the night before. But yeah, this is yeah, if you think of it this way, here's the rotation in itself near Lennox, that it's pretty unorganized. But here's the hail, and you can see how the hail is arching itself around the rotation. And so that's what I was talking about with it becoming hail wrapped, more than just rain wrapped. But new scan just came in, and really interesting forward flank downdraft, I'll say, for this. I'm gonna take a 3D of this storm. I'm gonna take a 3D scan. Yeah, tornado warning last night in Baton Rouge. It was weird because of how calm it was. I mean, yeah, there was definitely a couple storms that really marched on through. But that's the type of risk you guys are gonna get. So yeah, there is an inflow notch on this. I'm looking at a specific amount of precipitation here with my 3D scan. So I'm looking at heavy rain right now, and let's see if I can fix the lighting here. There we go. I think I fixed the lighting here for you all. So you can clearly see this cave right within here. Clearly see this cave. And right within that cave is where the storm would start taking in energy, start taking in inflow that the thunderstorms typically need to survive. So right within there is where the energy would go. And that is a telltale sail, a tall tale sail, oh geez, tall, not even gonna attempt anymore. Tall tale sign of this being a strong supercell, and it could have the chance of becoming tornadic, but it doesn't exactly look the best at the moment, which is the good news here. All looks very much so surface based, and even if it is not surface based, you know, it does. The weaker rotation does go up to 20,000 feet up in the sky. You can see these blues right here, which indicate the rotation. And so this is where you would look for your rotation right within here, but it's relatively weak for the most part. So where I'm getting this radar from is Moody Air Force Base. The program that I'm using is GR2 Analyst. 21-day free trial, but after your 21-day free trial, it shuts off. So you don't have to worry about putting your like credit card information or whatever, and it'll like bill you. But until you actually get a key, which is only $250, just one-time purchase. You can use it on as many things as you want to. But until you get that key, you can't use it again. But I highly recommend it. You can do 3D scans, which this is the only program that you can do that. Even if we go on to Radar Omega, it says that you can do 3D, but really it just takes the higher amounts of precipitation and makes it higher than other ones. So, like, you'll see what I mean here. I'm gonna do a 3D of this, which, by the way, I gotta say, whenever I do hurricane analysis, live hurricane analysis when it makes landfall onto the coast, this is gonna look super cool here with Radar Omega. But you can kind of see what I mean as to how it takes the higher amounts of DBZ or reflectivity and just makes it higher than the other ones. So, but whenever we see a hurricane and how there's like the eye and then the other amounts of precipitation, you'll be able to see how it'll actually have this full hurricane look to it, and that'll be pretty cool. So, but yeah, if you don't think that GR2 Analyst is for you, which, by the way, this is only on computer, there is a second option, or actually two other options that you can get, called Radar Omega and then Radar Scope. Both of them, I believe, cost about the same. Either it's $9 or $10 for both, but it's still good, responses to not having GR2 Analyst, in my honest opinion. But if you guys are new to the stream or channel, please be sure to leave a like and subscribe. I would greatly appreciate that. Leaving a like actually helps me get onto more people's recommended feeds so that we can get this word out a lot more efficiently. Because I'm pretty sure not a lot of people know that this stuff is happening here in southern Georgia. But that would be greatly appreciated. I also do live analysis like this. I did it last night for the giant storm that was over in Wichita Falls. So, I don't discriminate. It's not just one area. I can do multiple. And so, it just honestly depends upon how bad the weather is. Like, for instance, there's a tornado watch right now. So, obviously, I'm going to be covering. Sure, there was tornado watches last night, but, if I think that it's not going to do as much as it is while I'm going to be sleeping, then I'm going to take the time to not, I'm going to take the time to recover. But if I'm ever awake and there's a tornado watch, I'm most likely going to cover it. Most likely. We have a bunch of flash flood warnings that are ongoing right now. 2 to 4 inches have already fallen in some of these areas. And, with that, there could be some very much so widespread flooding areas. Turn around and don't drown, all right? That's the saying that we say a lot here, or us weather people say a lot. So, the reason why we say that is because when you drive and you see a flooded roadway, sometimes it can appear a lot shallower than it actually is, which is the reason why you hear over the news a lot of people getting trapped in flooded roadways, is because it's not as shallow as you think it is. It's actually deeper. The water actually gives a different perception to it. So it's one of those things to where you really need to not drive into flooded roadways. Try and find another way around it. You can afford, even if you think you can't afford, if you're in a hurry or something like that, you can afford to, go around flooded roadways. Let's see. What's up, Michael? What you need? What do you need? I'm gonna go back to the cell here that's pushing on through near Nashville. Nearly had a heart attack when you saw the Nashville radar storm, but it's Nashville, Georgia. Yeah. Yeah. One thing I gotta say is that this storm right here, north of Nashville, looks like it's starting to produce some larger amounts of hail. We don't have a lot of reports from this storm. I mean, we haven't had a report since Moultrie, which, by the way, Moultrie has had some tree damage as well. There's been reports of around 6 diameter pine tree limbs that were broken off of trees. So, you know, these storms are doing damage, but still something to keep in mind as this continues to move on through. I agree, Mercy. I agree 100%. Or at least I agree for the beginning. Because I still think there could be some significant moisture return that could occur within those areas. But we're gonna have to wait for the NAM. The NAM is still registering right now, and it's almost done so that it can register all of Tuesday. So we'll have to see. How do I get the GFS model? The GFS model in itself, you can get on multiple websites. There's free websites here that I even use called Pivotal Weather. I highly recommend Pivotal Weather. For tropical systems, if you want to use it, Tropical Tidbits is a good one. This actually goes and you can look at different models for tropical weather and stuff like that as well, which you'll see me use for my tropical analysis and stuff like that when I get there. But obviously right now we're in the middle of severe weather analysis, so we can't exactly, you know, say all too much. Let us see. So Florida Panhandle's in the clear. Depending upon where you live in the Panhandle, my friend. Depending upon where you live in the Panhandle. Now, if you, let's see if I can get my Google Maps out here. If you live in Gainesville, Florida, you're not out of the risk. You guys could see your risk later on tonight. But if you're like in Orlando or Tampa, you guys are out of the risk most likely. Daytona Beach is half and half, just by me looking at it. I'm gonna say no for Daytona Beach. I'm gonna actually say yeah, they're out of the risk for Daytona Beach. But if you're in like Gainesville, then no, you're not out of the risk. There is a new severe thunderstorm warning over here for these storms that just are about to push on through Oakdale in Florida. So that's actually pretty interesting. Let's take a look at that. I actually wonder... I'm actually going to go over to this radar over here in Elgin Air Force Base. Can I check Talladega, Alabama? Yeah, sure. Give me a second. I'm going to load up this radar first and see what we got here with this severe thunderstorm warning, and then we'll move on to that. Panama City. Ah, okay. So you guys are getting a lot of scattered thunderstorms at the moment, but I think your guys' risk is not over for the most part. I mean, Pensacola's getting a lot of scattered storms for the most part, and I could fully anticipate later on tonight. Here, let me show you what some of the models actually say before we get on to the severe thunderstorm warning. I know I'm jumping all over the place, but I'm trying to get as much information out. So let us duplicate. Let us go to Pivotal Weather here. Let us... actually, we don't need to go to the Pivotal Weather. We can go to... Actually, no. Go over here, and then we're going to want to go to the U.S. regions. Southeast. precipitation and composite reflectivity. Would it be easier if I actually just did Florida as a state? Yeah, it's probably easier. Okay, so here's Florida. And right around here is Panama City. Here's the current, you can see the thunderstorms north of you that currently is just, lingering here. But then as time moves along, later on tonight, more storms. Oh, that's a short run. That's fun. Later on tonight, more storms are expected to move on through your general vicinity. And you can see how they start to form right around the 3 o'clock Central Daylight Time, 4 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time areas. And that'll continue to move on through. Then you'll have another line of storms that'll push on through tonight as well. That line here that's at the overnight hours is probably not going to be as strong as what you get at around 3 or 4, but still something to watch out for as well. New tornado warning here. Tornado warning for Jackson and Washington counties in Florida. That'll be in effect until 10:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If we take a look at the reflectivity, you can clearly see the classic hook characteristic here with the inflow coming in unimpeded. So if you guys live in areas like Round Lake or Alford, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's get some timings out here for you all. People in Alford are going to be impacted at about 20 to 25 minutes, so you guys have a little bit more time as this continues to move on through. But, if you live in between State Route 77 near Wausau, however you pronounce that, I'm sorry if I butcher it. So I'll say anywhere in between Vernon and Oakdale or even Marina, you guys really need to watch this. And if you're near like Round Lake or Alford, as I mentioned, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building. Let's take a look at the velocities here. You do see this classic rotation here. So here is the radar that we're going to be looking at it from. So the greens are the winds moving towards the radar. The reds are the ones moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. This is actually a pretty tight couplet for the most part. I'll turn on storm relative velocities here, and you can see it a bit better. Your greens moving towards the radar, your reds moving away. So right here is where the rotation would be. Looking at a spectrum width, there is a little bit of a drop, and spectrum width actually tells you turbulence in the atmosphere. So there is a bit of turbulence here, which could indicate that a tornado could be trying to form, but still something that we're going to have to monitor as time progresses. This does look like it really started to intensify over the last few scans, so we're really going to have to watch out for these areas. A new tornado warning has been issued. This is also a bit more towards the north and west of that. So a new tornado warning here for Okaloosa County in Florida. That'll be in effect until 10:15 p.m. a.m. Central Daylight Time. If we take a look here at the velocities, you can see the greens are the ones moving towards the radar. The reds are the ones moving away. Right about here is where the rotation is, where the brighter reds and the brighter greens touch. Right here is where the rotation could be. So if you live anywhere along United States Route 90, anywhere near Mossy Head, anywhere north of I-10, you guys really need to watch this storm. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Looking at the reflectivity, you can clearly see the classic hook characteristic with the inflow coming in unimpeded. So you have your rear flank downdraft and your forward flank downdraft right here. This is a classic supercell that is moving on through here. So eventually this will move on to the Mossy Head areas. And actually, let's see if I can get a shapefile real quickly for you all. This might lag my computer a little bit, but this might help you out with where these storms are actually going out to. So high risk, high reward. Where is Florida? There it is. Open. what I'm doing right now is I'm adding more roads than just state roads and U.S. roads as well as interstates. So not responding. Boom, we got it. We got the roads. All right, so if you live in anywhere along County Road 393 or anywhere along Laird Road, you guys need to go ahead and get into your safe space now. As I said, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. That's right. There isn't any basements down there, is there? Because hurricanes and stuff like that. So that makes a lot of sense. So get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. That is a good point, Lauren. That is a very good point. So you really need to monitor this storm with the utmost care. Let's go back to this storm over here that just went to the south of Wasu. And I can't exactly say if this thing is on the ground or not. I don't think it is. It's relatively weak right now, but you could still see the classic hook characteristics here with the storm. Just by looking at, there's a lot of helicity here, which means that there's a lot of veering in the atmosphere, which is favorable for tornadic development. So this is definitely something we gotta watch out for as time moves along. What radar am I using? If you already have a radar thing, I'm using Elgin Air Force Base. If you're wondering about my radar program, I'm using GR2 Analyst, which 21-day free trial, but then it shuts off if you don't have a key after that. So it's $250 if you want to purchase the key, though. But I highly recommend this because you can customize it however way you want and stuff like that. Both the rotations seem to be relatively weak as it pushes on through for the most part, but at the same time, this is really something we're going to have to watch out for because they could easily cycle on through. So let's try and get the word out here for most people. Yep, someone did say Talladega, and I didn't tell them what's poppin'. Talladega, you guys are a bit more out of the risk, in my honest opinion. So, you know, please be safe for the most part. But still, it's you guys are more or less out of the risk right now. So that's the good news. But you guys could get some scattered storms that form later on today, which could be tornadic. So please watch out for that. The storm over here that just passed on through Wasu, the actual tornadic part, the mesocyclone, actually kind of died a bit. So that is the good news. But there is the chance for it to recycle further along, which it may be trying to do so. But still, you have that supercellular structure right here that's pushing off. So Round Lake and Alford, or anyone along Pine Pond Road, as well as Gilbert's Mill Road, you guys need to still stay in your safe space. Quail Hollow Boulevard as well, I'd say you might want to watch that out as well. Is there a tornado in Mossy Head? Well, there's a storm that's heading near Mossy Head that has a tornado warning on it. It has a bit of tornadic rotation, but I can't exactly say if this thing does have a tornado on the ground right now. I actually would say it doesn't because it looks very disorganized right now. But this is heading off into your general vicinity, and I would not be surprised if they issued a tornado warning for your area. So just please, I would highly recommend you stay in your safe space. And if you know anyone who's here in Mossy Head, please tell them to stay in your safe space. Just for reference as to where this thing is, this is about to pass over Laird Road. So it's really close to your area, but really need to watch out for this storm as this pushes on through. So if you know anyone who lives in these areas in Mossy Head, I would tell them to get into their safe space. You can't get underground because, you know, it's Florida. So get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I'm not saying that there's going to be a tornado on the ground, but regardless, there is the chance for it to be on the ground. And so I'd rather have you be safe than safe. My goodness, safe rather than sorry. Guys, let's try and share this live stream up to some people. Share it on social media, like the video so that I can get onto more people's recommended feeds, because that's how YouTube's algorithm works. If the more the people actually like the live stream, the higher the chance I can get put onto more people's recommended pages. So let's just try and get the word out here to more people. Yeah, there's been an inflow notch in this storm for quite some time. It seems to be a lot more of a gusty wind threat with this, though. By the way, this severe thunderstorm warning is pretty crazy. 70-mile-per-hour wind gust, quarter-sized hail. Oh, yeah. It's a strong storm that's moving on through, and we've actually had some more reports from that as well. But yeah, the severe storm here in Georgia has continuously shown some signs of some tornadic rotation a bit. Not exactly too tornadic. I'm not sure if there's a tornado possible on this. There isn't. But 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail, which it has had a history of doing, is possible. How much of this mess will you see in Panama City, Florida? You'll probably see that a bit later on. Later on tonight, honestly, at around, well, this afternoon at around 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock Eastern. Well, not 3 o'clock Eastern, 3 o'clock Central, 4 o'clock Eastern, sometime around that. So when you guys can see something. This also is starting to show a bit of tornadic rotation here as well, near Oakdale, Cypress, and Grand Ridge. So this area over here that's about to cross over I-10 could potentially see something. All right, see you, Becca. Thanks for coming out. Appreciate it. But yeah, there's multiple areas of rotation here along these storms. You know, and a lot of people were wondering, well, when is the event's going to start? You know, you guys remember yesterday into how early we live streamed, just to make sure that we got everything. Although, I got to admit, a little bit too early on my end. There was someone else, actually. Funny story. There was someone else on YouTube who actually live streamed like started their live stream 45 minutes prior to me doing it. And he's actually got a lot more subscribers than I do. But the thing about YouTube is that we all want to get our own information out, even though it's practically the same information. So it's kind of one of those petty type things. So I was being a little petty and I live streamed a little bit earlier than I should have, but we still got the event anyways. We still covered it to the best of our abilities, and we still had a giant storm over in Wichita Falls and those areas that produce multiple tornadoes. So, but some crazy storms that are moving on through southern Florida, and we really need to watch out for all of them. There's even a storm up here near Caryville that's also looking pretty interesting. Not sure if it could go tornadic, because right now it looks pretty weird. But if it does, we're going to have to continue to watch out for that. The tornado warnings, both of them have been canceled, I think. It's moved out of the warning, so therefore it's been allowed to expire. So the tornado, the actual rotation itself is now heading over near Mossy Head. There isn't a tornado warning at the moment for it, but there is a bit of rotation here still, so we're going to keep watching that. And then the other tornado warning here that was heading towards Round Lake has now been canceled due to how weak it is. But I'm fully anticipating that there could be a tornado warning here soon with this storm near Oakdale, because it just looks a whole lot better organized than some of these other areas. Any severe weather for St. Louis next week? Yes, Jason. I think on Wednesday or Thursday you guys can start seeing stuff. So, speaking of which, actually, does the NAM go all the way through? Yes, it does. 12Z. Thank you much. Okay, so the NAM on Tuesday says Kansas, southern Kansas. It also says central Texas. That actually looks a whole lot better in Texas. And, yeah, central Texas. So, it's still going to be a severe weather outbreak. Can't exactly say it's a tornado outbreak. But it's very widespread. Very widespread, the risk is here. There's also some storms along here on the border of Mexico and the United States. So there is that chance for storms as well. Let's go a bit further north. That's on Monday. Can't exactly trust that a bunch. Northeastern Kansas. There is a tornado risk for northeastern Kansas as well. Large hail. Decent chance for tornadoes. Some gusty winds. Can't say the storm relative helicity is all too good, the lower levels. But it does look like it favors cells that could last for quite some time. So we'll keep an eye on that. The tornadic event that's going to be happening. Well, not tornadic. The severe weather event that could be happening from Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And this is in Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, into Missouri, and other areas. So, I'll have more information about this event here tomorrow morning. I do have an upload schedule of around 10 o'clock is when I upload my video, per se. I couldn't upload my video this morning because obviously I'm live streaming. And I could have live streamed earlier, but I slept in, so oof. But, you know, regardless, still something we're going to want to watch for the most part. Is this thing really trying to... Maybe. I can't exactly say what it's doing. I'm going to be completely honest with you, because I see this bulge of stronger gusty winds, and it reminds me of, you know, like an inflow notch. What the inflow would look like, but it doesn't look tornadic, so I can't exactly say it does. It's going to be tornadic. And this is near Westville and Caryville. Mossy Head, the storm actually just went over your area. It's a lot weaker than it was, so if you're in Mossy Head, I'd highly recommend staying in your safe space, but it's about to pass over you, so... Well, it's actually passing over you right now. So within the next 5 minutes, I'd say you guys can get out. You're still going to get a lot of storms, and you guys are in a flash flood warning. Which, that will not go away. So, I'd continue to monitor this as best as possible. Any severe weather for St. Louis next month? Can't say for sure, honestly. Can't say for sure, honestly. Does this severe thunderstorm warning have a tornado possible on it? No, it does not. I'm kind of surprised it doesn't, because of how this storm actually looks. But you can clearly see the inflow winds on this storm. This is creating some very large hail with the storm as well. Very large hail. The maximum expected hail size here actually says that some hail sizes could be up to 2 inches, which is really large. But I would say people around Cypress and Sink Creek are most likely seeing hail and upwards of it, like an inch or maybe an inch and a half. I would say so, at least. If you guys are new to live stream, please be sure to subscribe because I do stuff like this whenever the severe weather events happen. So please be sure to subscribe and stick around. I also do videos every morning updating people on the weather going on in the United States. Or at least for the most part every morning. Are the storms heading north? No, they're heading east. So the areas that, you know, have gotten a lot of severe storms prior are most likely going to still get those severe storms. One thing that's actually pretty interesting is that Charleston, someone mentioned Charleston earlier. And Charleston might actually get some storms that'll pass on through in about an hour or so. And so this is really something that you guys are really going to have to watch as time progresses. Here's Charleston. Here's the line of storms here that are getting closer and closer to the border of Georgia and South Carolina. But it doesn't look all too severe at the moment, which is the good news. But we're still going to want to watch out for this as much as possible. Let's go back over here. I'm still concerned about the storm, but I can also see how the rear flank downdraft is kind of gusted out a bit, which seems to be a there seems to be something in common with the rear flank downdraft gusting out. Let's not pre-rate, guys. Let's not pre-rate. But there's still a bit of rotation here. You can clearly see it. Your greens are moving towards the radar. Your reds are the ones moving away. But there's a bit of this like arcing material here in the rear flank downdraft. So it's really something to where the storm is trying to become tornadic, but it's having a very tough time. Should you and your family take shelter in a severe storm warning? You should be in a shelter. Not exactly, you know, like a tornado shelter, although that would help. Just extra preparations. But so it looks like it is now starting to wrap around its rear flank downdraft. Jeez, what in the world is this severe thunderstorm warning format? Oh, it's because it's crossing over the time zone. That makes a lot of sense. What time are you getting severe weather? Remind me where you are, Dean. Excuse me. Yeah, I was about to say, what is this format? But then I realized it's crossing over the time zone. So new severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson, Calhoun, Gadsden, Decatur, and Seminole counties. That'll be in effect until noon Eastern Daylight Time, 11 a.m. Central Daylight Time. So 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail is possible with this. So if you guys live in those areas, you really need to monitor that as close as possible. And I even think there could be a little bit of tornadic rotation here. But it's not really all too organized at the moment, so we can't exactly say for sure. There's actually 2 areas that could be tornadic. There's one right here, and then there's a hook right here as well. So These storms may be trying to fire up. Birmingham. Okay, so Birmingham, you guys have a chance. Not a huge chance, but still a chance of getting something. Let's actually see. Oh, that's Southern Alabama. Imagine. They don't have anything for Northern Alabama? What is this? Alright, well, let's take a look at the Deep South then. So, for you all, it looks like you guys could get some scattered storms later on tonight, but nothing too significant. So it looks like you guys are starting to get closer and closer out of the risk rather than in it. So will Alabama get any more severe storms today? Depending upon where you are in Alabama. Yeah, in my opinion, you could. There'd be Southern Alabama, and what in the world is that stuff in Northern Alabama? What in the world? Curiosity killed the cat, my friends, and I'm going to go check. Oh. That's very linear. So I can't say for sure if there's going to be anything there. But there is the chance for some storms up in northern Alabama. And the NAM says there's going to be storms that actually hit Birmingham, but you're getting closer and closer out of the risk for the most part. The NAM still says that you guys could get some thunderstorms. So, because like here's the NAM model. This is the other one that we use. The other one we were using the HRRR. And so there is, you know, the chance for some thunderstorms to impact Birmingham in particular later on tonight. This would be like towards the late afternoon to the early evening hours. But something we're going to have to watch out for. Why is this taking forever to download? I have no clue. I'm going to go over to Elgin Air Force Base here and take a look at some of these other storms. So it does look like it is trying. It's a bit more of a gusty wind threat now. It looks like the actual storm has now became really rain wrapped. So the storm is really kind of seeded away. Which is the good news here. Which is indeed the good news. But it looks like these storms really started to fire off completely. So we'll have to watch out for it as this continues to move on through. What chances do you think we will see in EF5 this season? I mean, there's always a chance to see EF5s when there's a significant risk for tornadoes. But I can't exactly predict tornadic strength whenever they, like, specifically where and how strong they're going to be. I can only just give you all a general idea of what they could do. No, it's not what I wanted. Stop. Let's actually close that out. There we go. I stretched my, I touched my touch thing here on my headphones, and it started playing more music. So there's this storm over here that's near Milton and Crestview. That could go severe warning soon, and I actually want to look at it to see if it's tornadic real quickly. Mobile, Alabama, or Mobile. Is it Mobile or Mobile, chat? Never knew. Never knew. How's it look for Live Oak, Florida? As of right now, you guys are good. Let's go over. Let's put this in Tallahassee. Actually, we don't need the radar up there, and we don't need it up there in northern Georgia or central Georgia. We can keep it down south. Ugh. Mobile. See, I knew it. I don't know, I'm from England. Thanks for the clarification, chat. See, whenever I butcher names, feel free to butcher me back. But see, as I said, I live in Pennsylvania, so it's kind of hard for me to understand, you know, slash pronounce people's town names and stuff like that. But so yeah, Lake City or in Live Oak, that general vicinity doesn't seem to be getting a lot of storms quite yet, but they're still anticipating storms later on tonight. Jeez, I can't speak right now. Time to take a sip of water. But yeah, still these strong storms that are moving on through, and they look like they're starting to get stronger with height. So we're really gonna have to watch out for that. I want to take a look at the satellite imagery real quickly. But on these storms. And we're going to take a look at the infrared satellite. So by seeing the darker colors, you're seeing these thunderstorms. The tops of the thunderstorms get colder and colder, and which, as most of you know, once you go higher and higher up in the sky, it gets colder and colder. So, you know, with us seeing these red temperatures here, this actually is indicating that, or these red colors, this is actually indicating the temperatures of the atmosphere, which we can then correlate to how tall these thunderstorms are. So by seeing this, we've got some supercells here that are beginning to develop along this line, and this is the risk that we're really going to have to watch out for as this pushes on through. And this is the area I was focused on when I created my video yesterday. I said this area right here is the area we're going to have to watch out for. But still, look at Pearson. Give me a second. Give me a second. Pearson, Georgia.
Which client super chat £2? Sir, I live in Pearson, Georgia. Can you look there?
Oh. Well, yeah, sure. Thank you for the £2 super chat. You guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning at the moment, actually. So the main part of the severe storms seem to be a bit further off towards your north, which is the good news here. But let me take a storm motion, storm relative velocity here. And yeah, you guys are supposed to be getting some very strong gusty winds. I'd have to say probably in upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour, I would say. But it's a bit more stronger off towards your north. But there's still the chance for you guys to get some very strong storms within the next 5 to 10 minutes. So I'd go inside, in my honest opinion. Do we get tornadoes in Pennsylvania? Not a lot. I rarely chase up here because there's rarely anything up here. So, looks like upstate South Carolina is going to be fine. Can you potentially confirm this? Yeah, I'd say for the most part it's going to be. I would say for the most part. But yeah, this is the line of storms that are moving on through, and you can see how this is actually moved like this, and here's Pearson right here. So more or less, these the stronger part of the storm actually went a bit further north, and so you guys might actually get a little bit less as severe winds as that cell that just went off to the north and east. So I actually am really curious real quickly. By the way, if you guys are new, please be sure to leave a like and subscribe. That really helps out my channel a lot. Leaving a like actually gets this live stream onto more people's recommended pages, so that would be greatly appreciated. And then subscribing is just, subscribing. If you want to stay up to date with my channel, that would be greatly appreciated. But, yeah. If you guys would like to support me, that would be great as well. So it's right mover within that part of the storm, but what about here? I'm trying to take an account for storm motion here. Yep, so storm motion actually makes it go east-northeast. So I'll keep that in mind with those set of storms that are moving on through in Georgia right now. Last big tornado outbreak was May of 1985. Yeah. I mean, there hasn't been anything here in Pennsylvania, a whole lot. But yeah, Pearson looks like they're not going to get as strong of severe conditions, so that's the good news there. But yes, Witch Client, thank you for the £2 super chat. I really do appreciate it. I'm going to go back down to these other cells over here. You can go to Elgin Air Force Base. Okay, so that storm that just formed over here near Chattanooga, as Felicity said, actually looks kind of decent. Now, the only issue, let me go over to Tallahassee's radar and look at it a bit closer. The only issue is that it's got another storm that's trying to surge in with it. So the actual supercell in itself is kind of fighting all of these other different thunderstorms that are beginning to form, and it might be hampering its progress into trying to become tornadic, which is the good thing as of right now. Which is indeed the good thing as of right now. So, is North Dakota going to have a severe weather season in 2021? Towards like the June, July months, maybe even August. Well, August as well. August, September. That's typically the time of year in which you guys get your severe weather events. But, yeah. If you guys also like weather, like a bunch of weather content, stuff like that, and if you have a Discord channel, or if you want to create one, join my server. We have almost 600 members, and we talk about weather and stuff like that. I talk about a weather on there whenever I can, and I just try, I give my honest thoughts on the severe weather events in there a whole lot. So if you want to see the stuff that you don't see on videos, live streams, and stuff like that, feel free to join. Feel free to join the Discord server. The link is in the channel there. You have more of a motivational question. Should you start live streaming hurricanes that come through North Carolina, kind of like Matthew and Florence? I mean, you can. If they're stronger hurricanes, I recommend actually just evacuating. But, I mean, if you are going to ride it out, then, yeah, you can. Just make sure you have service and stuff like that. I actually am going to be chasing tropical systems that go up the East Coast. I can't go south into, the Gulf states and stuff like that, but for the most part, really, really crazy for the most part of what I got planned. I even got my own weather jacket that I created. So, pretty cool, pretty cool. Jefferson, Georgia. Give me a second. That is over there. So Jefferson, Georgia actually seems to be out of the risk. It's more or less going to be happening south of you. But good question, though. Good question. I want to go back over to the severe storm in Georgia real quickly. And you notice how they canceled the severe thunderstorm warning down here. I'm assuming it's just the supercell that has had the history of 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So Pearson in itself, yeah, I guess my analysis of it saying that it's not going to exactly see the strongest severe conditions is coming into fruition here. But areas north of that, if you know anyone who lives in like Nichols Beach and Alma, then yeah, they could definitely see some activity. And it's coming from this storm right here specifically. So we'll have to watch out for that as time progresses. Should look at May 3rd. Oh my goodness. Again, all sorts of stuff happening here. Will southeastern South Carolina have any type of severe weather? They have a chance, but it's looking less and less likely. All right, here's I'm actually gonna get Radar Omega for this. So Radar Omega tells a bit better. So here's Charleston over here. Let's actually change this to white. So Charleston's over here. Here's the line of storms, and here's the border of Georgia and South Carolina. You could see some severe weather from these storms right here. I'm seeing a little bit of a bowing motion here, which means you can get some strong gusty winds. Nothing really too tornadic in my honest opinion, but still something there that we're going to have to watch out for. Is Macon going to get hit by anything bad today? You could have some lingering thunderstorms that pass on through in Macon. Let's actually take a look and see what the NAM says. Yeah, so the NAM says that you guys can get some more thunderstorms later on towards like the 4 o'clock hours. But later on than that, probably not anything. You want an Indian forecast? Well, I mean, let's see. We're going to do this really quickly. GFS. You said you wanted an India forecast. You're getting an India forecast. What?
Mom made me to come up here and clean out your room.
Well, there's no trash here.
Well, never mind. Mom wanted me to come here, so
There's no trash here, so he can't clean out anything. But anyways, so Indian forecast. It's expected to be pretty hot here for the most part. Some temperatures could be up to 40 degrees Celsius across the board here. But it's expected to be pretty hot for quite some time, all the way until Monday, into which it'll actually get a bit cooler. And then on Tuesday, it's going to get really hot in some of these areas. So something we're really going to want to watch out for as this continues to move on through. If you're in India, stay tuned to AccuWeather, AccuWeather. They do decent forecasts for those areas. But yeah. So the Chattahoochee storm is really starting to kind of materialize a lot more. Really interesting. But, for the most part, it's got a lot of, got a lot of organization that's happening here within this area. And that is not exactly the best thing in the world. You don't want that to happen. But a lot of activity here in the western parts of Florida, southern parts of Alabama, and Georgia. Your water bottle, throw that away in the trash. Still got water in it. I also have a trash can here, but it only has like my water bottle that I used yesterday. India forecast like a Mexico forecast. Well, most of India was like pretty warm for the most part, so it's not exactly, I couldn't exactly like do a specific forecast. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday still looking bad. Yeah, for the most part. Tuesday isn't looking as bad as most people thought. In which I actually kind of thought that Wednesday was going to be worse than Tuesday. Thursday is looking pretty interesting as well. I don't have too many details on Thursday in regards to what type of risk you can get. It could be a lot more linear than most people think, but still. Really interesting to watch out for the most part. It's hearing that we are going to be seeing bad weather in Jefferson, Georgia with second round. Will it be as bad, and what are the threats? So with Jefferson, which I believe is what, northeast of Atlanta, it's kind of really hard to say for you all. You guys most likely could see another round of storms, but it's like it'll be later on tonight, or even much later on tonight than what's happening right now. So if you were to get anything, it would be around the 4 o'clock hours, maybe 5 o'clock hours. And then another line of storms that could form on through at around the 8 or 9 o'clock hours. But in regards to the intensity of these storms, if I take a sounding, it doesn't have a lot of energy. It has some veering in the winds, which means that it could be some, quick spin-ups of tornadoes and stuff like that, but I don't really see a whole lot from it, in my honest opinion. So, we'll still watch out for it. There's still a lot of areas here that is getting impacted by these storms. As I said, I'm still watching this area here near Chattahoochee. It's looking like it's trying to form tornadic rotation, but as of right now, it's not really doing a whole lot. If you guys are new to the channel, please be sure to subscribe, as well as turn on notifications, because I do 2 videos and live streams. I do live streams like this to try and, warn people about what all is happening.
Gloria Lawyer Super Chat $20.
Gloria with the $20 super chat. My goodness, thank you. My goodness, thank you, my friend. Thank you so much.
Cassie Young Super Chat $4.99. Coffee time.
Hey! Cassie! Hello, hello! That is coffee time. Go downstairs, get some coffee. Stuff like that. But my goodness, thank you two so much for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. I really do. My goodness, thank you. But let's see. What about Montgomery, Alabama? Well, Montgomery, Alabama is most likely going to get more storms later on tonight. All right. The next batch of storms that move on through most likely will impact you relatively soon, and then there's going to be another line of storms that could form at around, say, 5 o'clock in the evening. but really need to watch out for this as it continues to move on through. Let's see. So the storm that I was talking about that was over near Milton has actually moved off over towards Crestview and has now gotten a severe thunderstorm warning. Which, as it should, to be completely honest. Gusty winds and some hail. Echo tops, can't see anything with that because we're in a specific precipitation mode. So let's see what the echo tops on that. Why can't we not see echo tops? This is unfortunate. I was going to tell you all how high those thunderstorms span up, but can't exactly, unfortunately. Actually, can I go back a couple scans? Yes, I can. Alright, so echo tops, which is how high the thunderstorms actually span up, actually goes up to 49,000 feet, which is pretty tall for these storms. So, really crazy for the most part. How old am I? I just turned 19 yesterday. Not joking when I say that, too. To Romeoville. Let's see where Romeoville is. Romeoville, Alabama? No. Florida? No. Georgia? No. Where at is Romeoville? If it's in Illinois, you're not getting anything. Which is over near Chicago, but there's nothing happening over in Illinois right now. Jessup, Georgia. Give me a second. Oh, okay. So you guys are kind of north and east of the severe thunderstorm warning. We haven't been over here in a while. Yeah, Jessup's not going to get anything until like probably Wednesday or Thursday, something like that. They could get something on Tuesday, but we're still trying to figure that one out. Although the NAM has started to register, and it's starting to say that Kansas is most likely going to be the main part of that risk on Tuesday. So, all right, so Jessup, you guys most likely are going to get this strong storm here within the next 45 minutes. So I'll keep you up to date as long as I'm on here. But you still have these strong storms that's had a history of producing some wind damage as well as some large hail. Northwest part of Atkinson County's had multiple trees knocked down, so a lot of these trees being knocked down here with these storms as it continues to move on through. But yep, definitely something that you need to continue to monitor as this moves on through. And other areas as well, like Doctortown, Odom, Screven, Mershon, Gardy, Jessup for sure. If you know anyone who lives in these areas, I think now would probably be the best time to tell them to bring their stuff in and put their stuff that's outside under some sort of cover. Because this thing not only is producing some strong gusty winds that can knock out trees, but it also is producing some decent amounts of hail. And hail can do damage, so highly recommend you monitor that. Cedar Bluff, Alabama. Give me a second. What about Lake City, Florida? Lake City, Florida, let me go down to that real quickly. So Lake City is over here. And there isn't really a lot of stuff that's happening for Lake City until later on tonight. A lot later on tonight, or this afternoon into tonight. So this is something that we really are going to have to watch out for as this moves on through. But yeah, this is definitely one thing we're gonna have to watch out for. All right, so Cedar Bluff, Alabama, could get some scattered storms later on tonight. Could very well see. Could very well see it. Let's actually time it out for you. So I would fully anticipate your thunderstorms to kind of move on through your general vicinity at around 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening, right around there. And we definitely need to watch out for that as time moves along. 100%. I want to actually take a look at the parameters now within this general vicinity. Supercell composite. Let's see. I think we'll potentially see a PDS later today. If you're talking about like a PDS severe thunderstorm warning, then we could. PDS tornado? It's half and half. It really is half and half. Yes, there is a 10% chance for significant tornadoes today. And it's right within the area of where all the supercells are developing. So, I mean, if there was a supercell to develop, which there is, then yeah. But it's these cells that they're talking about here for the tornado risk. Which this thing is already starting to show signs of it becoming supercellular, and you even have rotation spanning up in the upper parts of the atmosphere. So this cell right here, that's right along the border of Georgia and Florida, this could be an area to watch out for as time moves along. Moultrie, Georgia, quickly. Real quickly. Oh. Moultrie's kind of getting a bunch of scattered thunderstorms at the moment. You guys could get a lot more thunderstorms later on tonight, so I'd say your risk is not completely over, but still has decent potential there. Actually, real quickly. Let's go on to Sharpie real quickly. You're going to see an anime profile picture. Actually, hold up. Didn't have to. We could just pull it up. Didn't have to see my anime picture on my desktop. Look at that. No, we don't need that. Pull this up. Pull this up. Boom. Now let's see what the observed sounding was for Tallahassee here. Skinny cape. Not a lot of cape. But there is some decent veering here. Some decent veering. Pretty strong shear for the most part. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. So, yeah, the shear is there. The energy isn't. Lapse rate at surface to 3 kilometer isn't. My goodness, that's pretty bad. But yeah, this is the observed sounding they took at Tallahassee. It's not all too bad at all. Not all too bad. This does tell me that it's going to be very much so low precipitation based, and that it's going to be kind of cyclic. But still. I know there's nothing wrong with being a weeb, but sometimes it gets annoying every now and then to where they can see it quite often. But yeah. Pretty interesting observed sounding there from Tallahassee. I wonder if this thing has a... No, it does not have a tornado possible with it. Quarter size sail, 60 mph wind gust still. But I don't like how Tallahassee's doing their warning boxes and stuff like that. Yeah, Moultrie's getting a lot of heavy rain at the moment. They're not exactly out of the risk yet, I'd say, per se, and they're supposed to get more storms later on. So I definitely want to continue to watch that as time progresses. So, a lot of scattered storms here, basically across I-10. I mean, geez, there are so many thunderstorms here, with multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. So, really something we're going to have to watch out for. Mind looking at Brainbridge, Georgia? Yep, I got you here. I got you. While I look that up, if you guys are new to the channel, please be sure to like the live stream, so that way I can get this live stream out to more people, get onto more people's recommended pages and stuff like that, so that the people who may not know what's going on could know what's going on. So, if you guys could do that, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, subscribe if you're new, because I do live streams like this for severe weather events that could get bad. But also, I know a lot of these people here are in the the deep south, or even into the southeast. And when tropical season occurs, I do analysis for stuff like that as well. So if you want to stick around for that, figure out where tropical storms could go and stuff like that, I'm your guy. Hopefully, there's other people that do it too on YouTube. But if you want to see my analysis with that as well, feel free to stick around. So Bainbridge is kind of north of this tornadic system here. And it looks like it's going to go south of you. But you've also got more storms that could come over into your general vicinity as well. So I wouldn't say you're out of the risk, but definitely watch out for flash flooding. All right, because there's going to be so much rain moving on through that you could have some localized flooding in your area. But yeah, Attapulgis in Georgia could potentially be seeing something relatively soon, just by how this storm looks on presentation. Actually, one cool thing that I have here with my radar program is we can see. We can do 3Ds of the storm. And take a look at this. I'm looking at a specific reflectivity, the specific amount of rain here within the storm. And heavy rain goes all the way up to 30,000 feet up in the sky. You can see right here, here's the 30,000 foot mark. You can see this line that goes on through. And the red actually goes above the line that I just drew. So the heavy rain actually goes up that high. But the one thing that I'm looking for, which
Justin
helps out...
Davis Super Chat $4.99. Any thoughts or model guidance of the severe weather event on Tuesday?
Jeez, you scared the absolute crap out of me, Justin. I'm not sure people saw that, but I jumped. Oh boy, but any thoughts on the model guidance for severe weather event on Tuesday? It's going to be localized, or the worst risk is either going to be in Kansas, South Central Kansas, or Central Kansas, or it's going to be in Central Texas. Oklahoma seems to be kind of spared from this event for the most part, but we'll have to see as time moves along. But the NAM's already starting to pick up on it a bit. And that's what I've seen from the models. So on Tuesday, that's what it's looking like. But thank you for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it. Anyways, back to the 3D. The cool thing about this is that we can actually see specific structures of the storm that actually go up into specific spots, specific heights in the sky. So if you guys remember me talking about inflow notches and how that helps tornadoes and stuff like that in supercells, you can actually see the inflow notch right within here. It's this cave right here to where all the energy can actually go into the supercell and feed it. So that's the cool thing about this program, is that you can actually see how the structure works and how the updraft keeps all of this rain in place and how it keeps it all clear down below. And so that's really one of those things that we're going to have to watch out for as this continues to move off towards the north and east. But yeah, as I said, for the person who said they lived in Bainbridge, you guys are going to be spared by this supercellular storm for the most part. But you also have some other thunderstorms that are going to be moving on through into your general vicinity. Would you be able to see shelf clouds and stuff with 3D? Yeah, we actually saw one yesterday in Louisiana. So that's pretty cool. Real quickly before I go into more forecasts and stuff like that, if you guys want to join my Discord server, link in the chat. If you guys, either want to just hang out with me whenever I don't live stream or when we're all just kind of chilling out, or if you guys want to enhance your weather skills or, see more coverage of weather more than just me doing live streams and videos, we have some smart people in there, some wicked smart people. And, we try to teach people about the weather and stuff. So, if you guys want to, join the Discord server and stuff like that, the link is in the chat. And, we'd be happy to have you. Happy to have you here. So, could the South get hit for next week's event? Probably more towards Wednesday and Thursday, but it won't be as bad as some of the other areas. Couldn't click the link. Unfortunate. Other people clicked the link. Huh. Never. No limit. Generate link. Try that again. Boom. Another link for the Discord server. But, let's go back into figuring out which areas or where. Severe weather in Jacksonville, Florida. Maybe later tonight, but not right now. Not right now. So, we'll have to monitor it. Do you think you will be doing some live storm chasing streams this year? If it gets towards my area up in the mid-Atlantic, then sure. I don't think I'll be getting a whole lot for quite some time. Let's see. How does Tuesday look still? Tuesday looks interesting. The NAM says that it's going to happen in Kansas, the worst area of tornadic potential. That's for Tuesday. But hello, Anna. Hello. Yeah, a lot of these storms here are really starting to form characteristics. Could be supercellular. What about Mobile, Alabama? Mobile, Alabama at the moment actually is just getting a lot of scattered storms. I feel like you guys can get another wave of storms that could form here soon. But I don't think it's going to be as significant as your stuff to the east. But you have a lot of rain that's kind of just here for sure. So we're really gonna want to watch out for this, for some gusty winds. But you also have some more storms that are beginning to develop here along this new outflow boundary. So. Thoughts on this afternoon? So as time progresses later on this evening, obviously it'll begin to move further east, all right? Because that's the motion of the storms right now. I'll play a loop for you all. You guys will be able to see that, these storms are moving northeast, but the risk in itself continues to move east. So areas that haven't been impacted already that are east of these events will most likely be impacted as time moves along. And the threat for tornadoes won't be as high as it was, but you'll still have a very strong gusty wind threat and some large hail that could be pushing on through here within these areas. Do you think the atmosphere in northern Alabama recovers? National Weather Service Birmingham knocked the I-20 corridor to a marginal risk. In extreme northern parts of Alabama, there could possibly be something, but I wouldn't say it would be all too significant, in my honest opinion. This storm is really starting to hook now, chat. Look at this supercell that's developed over the past 10 minutes. This is a very strong storm that is actually has a maximum expected hail size of over 3 inches. And that is some very significantly large hail. It's actually had a couple reports before of golf ball sized hail. So I wouldn't be surprised if places near Jameson, out of Pulgus, as well as other areas near these this general vicinity could be seeing some severe conditions like that. I actually want to see if I can load in place file here for Florida and Georgia. So we'll go to Georgia first because this is actually heading towards Georgia. Or a shape file, I should say. I think I said place file. New tornado warning in Georgia. That's for Bacon County. So it might be for the storm. It might be for the storm. I've got no clue. No, it's for the storm that's near Alma. So let's take a look at that real quickly. Moody Air Force Base. The only issue is that we're looking up pretty high in the sky, so we can't exactly say for sure as to how intense this rotation is. But yeah, there is indeed a bit of rotation here that is just passing on through near Alma. So a tornado warning for Bacon County has been issued until 12:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. By taking a look at the reflectivity, you can clearly see this hooking characteristic right here. And so right within here is where the rotation could be. And it has some decent rotation for the most part. It'd be right on the northern parts of the actual southern end of the hook. So like right here could be a bit of rotation right within this area. And if we take a look at the velocities, I'm going to get a storm relative velocity here to try and see if we can see it better. And we can. So our reds are moving away from the radar. The wind's moving away from the radar. The greens are the ones moving towards, and right in the middle right here is where that rotation would be. If we switch over to reflectivity, it's right within that hook for the most part. It might be a little bit further to the east of it, but still has some general rotation within itself. There also could be a little bit more rotation spanning a bit further west of that actual area, but still something we're going to have to watch out for as this continues to move on through. SBC Davis with the sponsorship. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate that. I really do. Thank you so much for the sponsorship. My goodness. I can't add you to the graphic down below because I'm obviously streaming and stuff like that. But the next time I live stream, we'll be able to add you onto the graphic there. But yeah, something that's still tornadic. It's moving on through. It just passed over State Route 32 here in Georgia, and it's expected to move over towards the State Route 15 areas. So if you live over there, you're really going to want to monitor these storms with the utmost caution as this continues to play out here today. But it looks like it's going to pass south of Baxley. It looks like it's going to pass south of Serency. It could get towards the general vicinity of Odom. So I would watch out if you're in Odom as well. And then Jessup, you guys may not be completely out of the risk as well later on here today. Maybe some strong gusty winds could be in your forecast as well. But yeah, tornado warning, as I mentioned, for Bacon County here in Georgia. That'll be in effect until they said 12:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So another 17 minutes here. I want to go back to the storm in Tallahassee because this storm looks pretty crazy. It looks really crazy, actually. I'm curious as to how much energy it has. It has 1,700 joules per kilogram cape, which is some decent energy here. So real quickly, I want to actually go over to the live meso analysis for this thing. And just out of curiosity, so there is a decent violent tornado parameter with this, if we were going off of tornadoes and stuff. So the chance is there. The chance is there for some tornadoes. We're going to go fixed layer. And it's meh. It's alright. Effective layer. It's also alright. So it's not exactly the best thing in the world, not exactly the worst thing in the world with its given conditions, but you know, you still have some really interesting things that are coming off of this storm. And it looks like what in the world just happened with this storm? It just blew up. It just blew up. Because you can see the, oh yeah, that's a lot of rain. That's a downpour and a half right there. Might even be a microburst that just pushed on through near Atapolis. Would not be surprised if that was the case. How do I think the afternoon plays out for Alabama? For southern parts of Alabama, they're still like not out of the risk. Northern parts of Alabama could get something lingering later on tonight into the evening hours. But central parts of Alabama, most likely it's going to be spared from this event. Most likely. What's the helicity values over there? 253. So, I mean, it's still alright. Definitely could get something in there. But to all the people who have subscribed, as you see above, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. We're now over 5,700 subscribers. We're getting so close to our goal, which is actually 6,000 subscribers by the end of April. So let's keep that up, guys. I really do appreciate it. I really do. I really do. What is a microburst? It's basically when the updraft of a storm completely dies and it dumps as much rain and hail as possible and makes visibility turn to almost absolute zero. So you can't even see what's happening out in front of you. So, but there is some pretty strong winds here that is within the storm. And it just actually started to really spread out. So that might have been what happened, but it could also just be a large hail core that's forming off from the supercell. But as I said, really strong hail with the storm. Very large hail, I should say. And it's impacting a very much so wide area here. So this is, no joke for places like Havana, Reno further on. Thomasville needs to also start watching this as well, because that's a somewhat populated area from what I can see, from what I can tell. And Cairo is also could be impacted by these storms. Let us see. Let's go back to the tornado warning. We can't exactly see a whole lot that's happening over there, because it is pretty far away from the radar, but is Tallahassee going to get into any dangerous weather later on today? They could. Later on today, indeed, they could. So it looks like this thing is really lagging out its rotation towards the rear of the storm. Actually, is creating a bit of a donut hole. That's more or less because the gusty winds are really just forcing itself behind the actual bow echo. You can see this is an actual bow echo, and you have the rotation towards the northern part or the rear of the storm, which is very common for these types of storms to have their rotation on the northern end. So Definitely something we're gonna have to watch out for as this continues to progress. But this is, oh my goodness. I'm gonna stretch. Pop my back. I feel a whole lot better now, my goodness. But yeah, there's still some tornadic rotation here that's moving on through near State Route 15 and State Route that is 121 in Georgia. Long line of storms here. I mean, you guys can see this right here. Massive line of storms. Very elongated line of storms here that is moving through Georgia and Florida. And at the southern end of that line, it actually has a strong supercell that's producing some very large hail. So, and even then, the line even continues a bit further on into Alabama near Mobile. You can actually see off of this radar right here. Storms continue. They're not as much of a line anymore, but there's just like, you know, more or less a line of discrete storms for the most part. So we're really gonna have to watch out for this as time progresses here today. But let's take a look over back near Ponce de Leon. And there's a lot of thunderstorms here. It's really messy for the most part. I can say that much. But definitely could be something that we're going to have to watch out for. I love how this radar is picking up some nice elevated rotation here in the Tallahassee storm. So maybe something. Tuesday's downtrending hard. Likely won't be a tornado outbreak. Probably won't be. It'll be more of a severe weather outbreak, which is what we've been pretty consistent with. But Kansas is looking really interesting. I'll say that much. Wednesday, as I said, it's probably going to be worse. Probably going to be worse. So someone asked about if Tallahassee was going to get anything. Here's the actual radar imagery of the areas near Tallahassee. You can see right here is where Tallahassee is, and look at these lines of storms. They are marching its way through. And you can see the constant trend that there's been more and more thunderstorms that have developed further south and have moved off further north. So we are expecting that same trend to occur as this moves on through later on today. But yep, we're going to have to continue to monitor this as much as possible. Let's see. I'm looking through something here on the my side screen. Can you tell there's a tornado on 3D? I could see the tornado on 3D if there was a tornado, but I could also look at some other radar products to actually help me with that. So I can use multiple things, but yes, we could hypothetically see a tornado on 3D. You actually could see it on with any tornado that has a debris ball. You could be able to see the tornado on 3D. Will around Myrtle Beach get that portion of storms near Tallahassee, or will it be out to the ocean? These lines of storms will most likely be much further south of you in Myrtle Beach, but you could experience some of these storms that are moving on through. Now, in regards to the extent of how severe they would be, doesn't look all too serious. Here's a better radar image for you. It doesn't seem to be all too serious right now, but you could get some gusty winds from these storms once they pass over into your general vicinity. But something we're going to have to watch out for. Go away. Let's go back to the tornado warning. It's actually about to expire in 7 minutes, but what is my luck, chat? Well, it just expired because it apparently, I think, moved out of the general vicinity. No, it weakened below severe limits, no longer capable of producing a tornado. So that's great. So very much so, just a lot of gusty winds. We'll see that much. We'll say that much. Do I use correlation coefficient? Yes, but I use spectrum width before I use correlation coefficient. I use all sorts of things to help come to my conclusion that if there's a tornado on the ground or not. I just popped my arm. Woo! Let's see. If you guys haven't already, please be sure to join my Discord server. As I said, we got a lot of people on there. We got a lot of smart people on there. We got some college students that are trying to become meteorologists in there. We've got some people who are still in high school, but they're trying to go to college for meteorology. They're in there as well. So in the chat, if you guys want to enhance your weather skills, if you want to talk to people who like weather as well, or if you just want to chill out and stuff like that, feel free. Feel free to join the Discord server. The link is in the chat. Let's see. New day one outlook here. And the enhanced risk has been messed with quite a bit. I'll say that much. So let's see we can find here with the specific conditions of the enhanced risk. So we don't see anything there. What if we go to College of DuPage here? Text products. Severe weather text. SPC products. There we go. So the tornado risk has been downgraded. It's no longer a 10% significant risk. It's still a 5% chance for tornadoes, which is still the amount that we would want to be on in order to stream. 5% chance for tornadoes or above is still the parameter of which we can still cover severe weather. But the 5% chance for tornadoes is there. And then also there is a 30% chance for hail here, southern Alabama, southwestern parts of Georgia, and western parts of Florida Panhandle. And then you still have that massive wind risk here, which extends all the way towards Savannah, Georgia. So we're going to have to watch out for those lines of storms that push on through. And yeah, we're going to want to really monitor that. I want to go back to the storm over here north of Tallahassee, because this thing is still producing some very large hail. I mean, the new warning here from Tallahassee, from their National Weather Service station, it was quarter-sized hail. Now it is 2-inch sized hail and larger, or 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So this supercell, which has a maximum expected hail size of over 2 inches in some areas, is still producing some widespread hail amounts. So we're really going to have to watch out for this, especially as it heads towards places like Thomasville, which has a lot more population than the areas it's going over right now. And it's a very much so widespread area of hail. You know, I'll take a measurement as to how far this extends from north to south, and it extends almost up to 15 miles. So that tells you, you know, how wide the actual hail core actually extends. And if you think of it this way, with some of these areas that are producing consistently and upwards of, say, a half-inch size hail up to an inch size hail, you know, that's not anything you're going to want to mess with, guys. So that's all the more reason why you should go indoors and you should ride the storm out. Because as this pushes on through, you know, you're going to get hail, most likely. What is the application for the radar? This is called GR2 Analyst. 21-day free trial, but then afterwards it shuts down unless if you get a key, which you'd have to purchase for $250, but it's only a one-time purchase. And I highly recommend this over anything else because you can customize it however way you want. You can customize your reflectivity, your velocities, your anything within your products. You can also add on stuff like these little circles here that tell you what the parameters are with this event and stuff like that. You know, just all sorts of stuff that you can do with this. And I think this is better than any of the other radar products out there. Like this specifically, you know, I wanted to do this anyways, but you can even take 3Ds of storms as well. No other program can do this. And that is an inflow notch. That is a hail inflow notch. So that tells me that this isn't as tornadic as much as it was, but very much so of a hail inflow notch from this storm. But I'm looking at higher reflectivity values here. I'm only picking out that specific amount, which is just heavy rain. And you can clearly see the inflow notch right within here where the storm would ingest energy and continue to sustain. And so this tells me specifically a hail inflow notch because of how large the actual inflow is. It actually suspends up to 20,000 feet up in the sky. But, you know, we're really going to have to watch out for the storm as it's historically produced some pretty large hail. The maximum expected hail size is now starting to spike over 2.5 inches now, almost to a baseball-sized hail. But that's the maximum expected. It could be a lot less than that in some of these areas, but really, you know, something that we got to continue to monitor as this continues to move on through. By the way, another reason to join the Discord server is because most other people in that server also have multiple different other radars, including GR2 analysts. So, you know, if people want help with stuff like that, if they want to enhance their weather skills, another reason for you to join the Discord server. So, but yeah, this is definitely a pretty widespread event here, I'll say that much. Very much so widespread event here. So I want to take a look at the watch here for 107. And again, you know, this we talked about this earlier, but there is still that tornado watch out in front of the line here in Georgia. Has a decent chance for just regular tornadoes, but a low chance for strong tornadoes. Has a moderate chance for wind, but a not as much of a good chance for hurricane force winds. So it's pretty iffy as of right now, but it's still showing up as having the potential for some tornadoes later on, according to the Storm Prediction Center. And I'm talking about this event, if I was being too vague. But massive line of storms. And now Savannah is going to probably start getting into the risk here. So what I want to do, as much as I don't want to do it, I'm going to have to move the radar off of Mobile and actually shift it over towards Charleston. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's the 5th radar? No, I only have 4. Of course I only have 4 radars. radar tabs up. So but yeah, very strong gusty winds with these storms. They're moving on through. Um, and it actually looks like Charleston could be impacted by the chance for some gusty winds, but still looks like it. What caused the downgrade up in central Alabama? Let's see. So let's pull that up here real quickly. So, for the most part, the downgrade was specifically because of how the main line of storms have kind of pushed on through, and they've taken most of the energy with it. So it's more or less kind of a localized risk now for severe weather. But it's not going to be like all too high for the people that are north of, say, these lines of storms. This supercell is really trying to get its act together again. This is going a full right motion here. So it's moving off to the right. And you'll see what I mean. So this supercell in itself is moving off to the right. But these other storms are moving off to the northeast. And so watch this, guys. Watch this. We call this bunkers right or bonkers right, as I like to call it. And so you can see how that storm has continuously moved off to the east, and these other storms have moved off to the north and east. So that's what happens when supercells actually root into the atmosphere, and you can see those storms go from left to right or become a right moving supercell, or bonkers right. And then you have these other storms that just go due northeast. So something really interesting to mention with these storms. But that is a supercell and a half that's trying to develop here. 2-inch size hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Still possible with this storm. Let's see. Why do some severe weather events keep their strength and some weaken after morning storms? It just really depends upon what type of environment they're in, honestly. There's not really, any sort of telltale picture, telltale sign that tells you. It's just, you gotta look for the type of environment that it's in, and if it's not in a primed environment, then you can expect it to not be as significant. But excuse me. If you guys are new to my channel, please be sure to leave a like. Leaving a like actually helps me get this stream out to more people, so that they can actually be informed as to what all is happening. We want to try and inform as many people as possible, even if it isn't exactly tornadic all the time. We still want to try and warn people. So, and there's actually another area of rotation behind that supercell. So 2 areas, supercellular activity that could be occurring here. With these storms. But yeah, we're going to want to try and get the word out. So by liking the live stream, that actually helps. And feel free to subscribe as well. I do analysis on these severe weather events that could be bad. So I did one yesterday for Texas and a little bit of Louisiana. I'm doing one today for Alabama, Florida, Georgia, and whatever areas that could also get stuff. So you guys want to stick around with me, that would be greatly appreciated. I also do tropical analysis as well further on, so like further on in the year. So if there's anything that you want to know about tropics, I'm hopefully your guy. Hopefully. Cape was the limiter on this setup today, in your opinion? I mean, you had some pretty strong shear, so if you had at least like 2,000 joules per kilogram, it would have been fine. But just with the veering in the atmosphere today, it didn't seem all too um, crazy, if you will. Round 2 is from 9 p.m. to 12 a.m. Yeah, there is some storms that are overnight, but it isn't going to be all too significant. Here, and I'll show you guys what I mean here. We'll take a look at the HRRR model, which actually does pretty well with deep south events. And so you can see 18Z, which is, well, actually, I'll say 19Z. 19Z, which is around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There's some extra storms that form up here in Tennessee, northern Mississippi. As that continues to progress, more and more of these storms could begin to form. And then there's some more storms that are on the southern edge of this risk that could form behind the line that moves on through. And this is even some more storms that can linger into Tallahassee and Lake City and stuff like that. And that could even move into Jacksonville and stuff like that. But a lot of scattered storms that can move on through in these areas. And even more scattered storms that form off at around 7 o'clock and move on through into Georgia. But the only issue with all of this is that I'm going to take a sounding here for the type of environment that this is forecast to be in. And this is like some gusty winds for the most part, but it's not super overly strong, unless if you're in like northern parts of Alabama, to which there's decent amounts of cape there. But if we go over to like central Alabama, you notice how there's not a lot of storms there for the most part. I'll take a sounding to when these storms actually form. You have decent energy, but the wind shear is pretty bad for the most part at the lower levels. Though the upper levels is a bit better, but it's pretty bad for the most part for storm development. So, you have your chance. You have your chance for storms, but it's not going to be super strong. So, I will say, there is, and a lot of people are saying it in chat, there will be a flood issue. Because take a look, some of these storms here in Georgia, and, there's even been these same exact storms pushed on through Mississippi and Alabama earlier. But some of these areas that's already been saturated with all this rain, it does not go away, guys. It stays here until after midnight tonight. So that's all the more reason why you need to really monitor these systems, to make sure you have emergency notifications on your phone, as well as if you have a weather radio, make sure you have batteries in it, or it's plugged into the wall. Is Perry, Florida going to get anything today? If so, when? Give me a second. Perry. Ooh, yeah, Perry could definitely get something. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to try and time that out for you. So Perry can see thunderstorms that could form around their general vicinity from now until later on tonight. But when I can officially see thunderstorms here, according to this model, it's around the 3 or 4 o'clock hours. So, that's right around when you guys can start getting some scattered thunderstorms. And then this will begin to form into a consolidated line overnight, but not exactly all too much of a strong line of storms. So it'll really be more or less like some scattered thunderstorms that could push on through, but some could have some severe capabilities. Will Texas get anything more today? No, in my honest opinion, you guys are good. On Tuesday, you guys could get something, but it's not looking like it here today for you all. But yeah, this cell is still trucking on through, and it's still producing a lot of hail. I'll say that much. That is a lot of hail. So Metcalf, Thomasville, Monticello, the areas along United States Route 319. You guys could be getting some larger amounts of hail within your general vicinity. So I'd continue to watch this as time moves along. I'm gonna play a loop here. This is a really satisfying loop to look at, I'm not gonna lie. This is a really satisfying loop to look at. People are talking about a possible high risk on Tuesday. What's your opinion on it? It's not going to be high. It's not going to be high. It's going to be a severe weather event, maybe outbreak. But it's not going to be as bad as, say, Wednesday or maybe even Thursday. In my honest opinion. It still has a pretty good risk for severe weather, though. I will say that much. A little bird across the way has told me that I have 600 members on my Discord server, but I don't know. Let's see. Scroll all the way down. Yeah, we do have 600 people on our Discord server. Whether they're verified or not, they're still people. So that's pretty cool. That's really cool, actually. So, well done, well done. Got a lot of activity here that we've added on to our server. Lot of people. Lot of people. All the more reason to join if you want to, because we got a lot of people that know their stuff. 100%, a lot of people that are trucking on through. But I'm curious because I want to see how much Cape is actually going to be here. So these storms out here that form in southern Alabama, they actually could be the ones that could be a bit more tornadic. And I want to take a look at it with the NAM 3 kilometer to see if it agrees. Is it linear or no? It still shows a bit of veering in the air, but it's not all too significant, not all too large. The NAM really says that there's going to be a lot of storms that form off in Alabama. So the chance is still there. But the NAM really does overdo a lot of the events here in the Deep South. I will say that much. But the chance is still here. And I'll even play the radar loop here for you all. Pretty sure that software is what weather meteorologists use, right? And you can draw and track as well. Yeah, this actually, this right here, this radar, it's called GR2 Analyst. Fun fact, this is actually something that Dr. Greg Forbes used with the Weather Channel before he retired. So, which, by the way, another fun fact, he's the guy that inspired me to do stuff like this. So, yeah, I try to cover severe weather as much as possible and stuff like that. But yeah, GR2 Analyst, 21-day free trial, but then it'll shut off as soon as the free trial expires, and you'll have to purchase a $250 key, which, in my honest opinion, it's well worth it. You only have to do it one time. Only one time. You can use it on as many things as you want to. You can use it on this computer. You can use it on a laptop that you may have. You can use it on other people's computers. You can't use it on your mobile devices. That's the only thing. But otherwise, this is pretty crazy. Pretty crazy, to say the least. But yeah, let's play the loop here real quickly from the NAM 3 kilometer. You can see how storms begin to develop here according to the NAM. And they extend all the way through in south central parts of Alabama into southern parts of Alabama, and they really just push on through again, and another line of storms take shape. But it's really hard to say for certain as to what all we can expect. I'm gonna actually try and see what the rapid refresh model. Well, not the rapid refresh. The RAP model. Rapid refresh is the HRRR. Simulated reflectivity. So there is the chance for some storms to form back behind, but it doesn't seem to be all too much of like a line. I'm taking a sounding here to see if I can see anything. Looks pretty linear for the most part. It does have some small veering, but it doesn't seem all too intense. It's probably going to be a strong gusty wind event later on tonight. The supercell is trying its hardest, my goodness. It's trying to curl again. Trying to wrap its rear flank downdraft. Let's take a 3D of this storm. Again. Remove marker. There we go. So let's take a 3D of it. Bad placement. What about right here? Perfect placement. Look at this. Pretty strong inflow notch here, but it looks like it's trying to wrap around its rear flank downdraft, but it just seems too weak at the lower levels for it to do a whole lot. You'd see it kind of like tilt a bit more, this part of the rear flank downdraft. You'd see it tilt a lot more in order for it to be a bit tornadic. But not saying that it's not tornadic, I'm just saying that it looks like it's going to be a bit more of a hail producer more than anything. Because we're looking at this inflow notch here, we're looking at it from the higher reflectivity. We're trying to look at specific amounts of rain, and we're just narrowing it to that. So I'm looking at heavy rain, and we can still see that inflow notch here. This is exactly where storms would take in energy right within this area. So it's still a strong supercell. And actually the heavy rain goes almost upwards to 40,000 feet, which is pretty crazy as well. There is a bit of rotation in the upper parts of the atmosphere. I'll actually show you guys that here. There is the rotation. It's relatively weak for the most part. But this blue right here indicates your rotation. Your green is your opposite force, your clockwise rotation. Your blue is your counterclockwise rotation here. So we want to look for counterclockwise rotation with any storms up here in the US. But it just doesn't look all too promising right now. Still some very large hail with it. I mean, you know, that's anticipated with this for the most part. It's consistently been producing some very large hail amounts. And you know, we're going to have to continue to watch this further because some of these other cells are even forming and they're starting to move off towards Tallahassee. So you can see how some of these other thunderstorms have been moving off to the north, but then these specific thunderstorms are moving off a bit more towards the east, maybe even southeast. So really something we're going to have to watch out for. And the trend has been, there's been a lot of thunderstorms that have formed to the south and moved to the north. You can see how the line is right here, and there's some of these thunderstorms here. So we're expecting that trend to continue as time moves along. Can you explain why squall lines tend to not produce tornadoes? Well, typically the reason being is because the wind shear is all moving in the same direction. Whereas if you had wind shear veering with height to where it comes out from, say, the south, So you had winds coming from the south here at the lower levels of the atmosphere, but then at the higher levels of the atmosphere, it was coming from the southwest. Then you would be seeing some spin, some veering in the atmosphere where you can get that spin. And that is typically what produces tornadoes, that general spin in the atmosphere. So there's a lot of linear activity right now, a lot of a linear mode. The further north you go, the further south you are, it's also pretty linear as well. But it doesn't seem to be all too linear as we all previously thought. But yeah, this is a very, very strong supercell that's pushing on through here in these areas. Yeah, Weatherman Plus Mark actually was in my live stream yesterday. He's a really cool dude. He's actually really nice. What about Savannah? That's actually a good question. That's actually a really good question. God bless Mark's soul. 100%. 100%. So here is Savannah, Georgia. I'll play a radar loop here for you all so you can see how these storms are moving on through. So here is Savannah right in this black circle. You can see these lines of storms that are really just extending all the way down into southern Georgia and into Florida. And there's actually a couple severe thunderstorm warnings off of these storms. A bit further south of Savannah. So the chance for some severe storms that can get up to 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts is possible. But it's really something we're going to have to watch out for. What about North Carolina near Sparta? North Carolina seems to be more or less out of the risk here today. But if you're in like places like southern South Carolina, then you might start to get more things. But it does seem that it's not all too much. Can you check May 1st? There was a 5,000 Cape trend, then a weak sig. I mean, I can. Let's check the GFS. The only issue about checking stuff far out like this is it's it's really far out. So the accuracy of the model isn't exactly going to be the best. So in Nebraska, shows fun. Doesn't look like a whole lot of stuff is happening here. Severe weather-wise. Someone asked me to check Cape, might as well. That's pretty interesting on Monday. This amount of Cape here. But there's a lot of capping inversion in place, so nothing really is supposed to happen with that. Tuesday, that looks a whole lot worse for severe weather here. I don't know. I think the chance for tornadoes could be possible there on Tuesday. And then Wednesday seems to be a bit more localized for the south. Yeah. Wind shear's not as strong. The chance for severe weather is there. Thursday, Louisiana. And then Friday, we should be along the coast and into Florida, but it doesn't look all too serious. So, I mean, there is something, but not really too crazy. Triple point action. Expected around the 3rd or the 4th or something like that. Of course, the low pressure systems are going to really want to go crazy, but yeah, that's fully anticipated. fully anticipated further the further out you go. What's going on? A lot of storms pushing on through into Georgia and Florida right now, creating some very strong gusty winds and some large hail. Can I ask if I covered the high risk in March for the South? I covered the first one. The second one I couldn't because I was away at the time. But the first one I did cover. The second one I was in my Discord server talking about it because I was in Florida. I was in Daytona Beach and I wanted to chase it, but I actually couldn't get out there. But yeah, I was in Florida at the time. So I did cover the first high risk. Second risk I did not. Yes, the models did downtrend Tuesday. So it's more localized onto Kansas and Missouri instead of Oklahoma and Texas, which is kind of funny. Yeah. Fun times for that. What site is that radar from? What I'm currently using is Tallahassee's radar, but if you're talking about the program in itself, this is GR2 Analyst. Love me some GR2 Analyst. Cost money, but it's very effective in getting information out, and I love using this thing. Echo tops in that storm that has been consistently producing almost 2-inch sized hail. It's up to 46,000 feet on these storms. So it's still pretty crazy here to say the least. Wisconsin here, glad to see the weather change for this coming week. 4 days ago, the storms were supposed to head north. Oh yeah. And it goes to show you how much the models can change within the span of a certain amount of days. Like, we all know that it's going to get a lot more accurate as you get closer and closer to the event. You can, monitor trends and stuff like that as much as you want. But until the actual event comes into range with the actual models that are the mid-range models, there isn't really a whole lot that's going to happen. So like, for instance, I'll pull up the NAM and I'll show what's happening on Tuesday with the amount of CAPE. And there's decent amounts of CAPE across the board here in Oklahoma, Kansas, stuff like that, into Texas and stuff like that. But, there isn't really a lot of veering with it. And the stuff up here in the Triple Point in Kansas is mainly going to be the issue. Could more or less be the some tornadic stuff here. According to the hodograph. But it doesn't seem to be all too strong. So, that's our dilemma right here. That is indeed our dilemma. If you guys are new to my channel, please be sure to subscribe because I do analysis like this whenever events get pretty bad. I try to at least. I also do videos every morning, except for this morning because I decided to live stream. This past morning. But yeah, I decided to live stream and do all of that. So, if you guys want to stick around for that, that'd be greatly appreciated. I also do tropical analysis whenever we get into hurricane season and stuff like that. But yeah, that's basically what I do here on this channel. So I try to just warn people about severe weather. Now I tend to live stream these type of events, pretty frequently, where there is a 5% chance for tornadoes and a tornado watch, so I'm kind of forced to live stream. But for the last 10 live streams, we've had some pretty strong tornadic activity for the most part. So, we've been pretty consistent with covering pretty bad severe weather, including last night. Last night I had multiple tornadoes with some hail and upwards of almost 4 inches near Wichita Falls. So, yeah, we try to cover practically everything. Keyword try. Want to see. Is there a mesoscale discussion here? Yes, there is. Severe weather threat for Tornado Watch 106 continues. Threat for all hazards will persist across Florida Panhandle into Georgia. Western mesoscale. Cape across the region order 400 to 600 past joules per kilogram. So that's an increase of mixed layer cape, which is actually pretty good. Radar imagery suggests instability increases. Is being realized as evidenced by an increase in thunderstorm updraft intensity and lightning activity over the last hour. Strong veering with height wind profiles across the region have resulted in effective deep layer shear in order of 60 knots. That's pretty good. Strong 0 to 1 kilometer shear values around 40 to 50 knots and significant veering with height wind profiles in the 0 to 3 kilometer layer, resulting in a 0 to 3 kilometer storm relative velocity values in order of 500 to 700, which suggests that embedded mesovortices could be possible with this MCS, which I would have to agree, honestly. But, geez. We're really going to have to watch out for it, I'll say that much. So, yep, the reason why there is still a 5% chance for tornadoes right here is because there's going to be a second line of storms that are going to form in southern parts of Alabama later on today, and that will push on through as well. That'll be the tornado risk. And so there could be something there as well. But pretty interesting to say the least. Let's actually take a look at the true color satellite imagery here. You can see a lot of these thunderstorms that are blowing up here along this line. Then there's a lot of clearing out behind here. And that's not exactly the best case scenario, because if you have a lot of that clearing, then a rise in CAPE number values or convective available potential energy could be a key contributor to some stronger thunderstorms that could form later on towards the rear of the risk. So this is definitely something we're going to have to watch out for as this progresses on forward. You can see our low pressure system that's moving on through here, the counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere here. And so low pressure here with some warm air advecting north, even though it's not exactly going to be super warm because you also have your mesoscale convection here. But there is still some a good chance for some severe storms to develop later. So pretty interesting satellite imagery we're seeing here. I'm actually gonna zoom out a bit more. Yeah, that's fine. This is fine right here. So you can see all these thunderstorms that are really starting to surge on through. Low pressure system moving up. So the risk for severe weather will continue later on. But severe weather is definitely going to be localized within this area right here. Here today. What I call the past 24 hours a tornado outbreak, there needs to be 6 tornadoes in order for it to be classified a tornado outbreak. So if there's been 6 tornadoes, then sure. But it'd have to be in a specific region. It can't just be like, oh, we had 6 tornadoes. One was in Texas, one was in Louisiana, one was in Florida. It's got to be within a specific region. It looks like the storm here that's south of Thomasville is trying to get to be tornadic. So that is something we're gonna have to watch out for. Is there still a higher chance for tornadoes than yesterday? What's the lookout for tomorrow? Not anymore. It was this morning. So this morning there was a lot of activity, tornadic activity, but not anymore. The winds aren't exactly going to be veering a whole lot, or at least according to some of the models. Not supposed to be. But yeah, and tomorrow, not really expected to do a whole lot, which means I'll probably just have to upload a video tomorrow morning. But if we take a look at the day 2 outlook, you can see it's only general thunderstorms here in Florida. So, of course, also some stuff in California, Oregon, and Nevada, but they're not going to be getting anything severe anytime soon. What type of program do I use for this? I use GR2 Analyst. This is my best friend, 100%. 21-day free trial if you decide to get it, but then after the 21-day free trial, it shuts off unless if you buy or purchase a key, which is $250. But the good thing about it is that you can use it on as many programs as you want, as long as you have the key. So I think it's personally worth it. You can customize it however way you want, including your reflectivity, your velocities, and stuff like that, which is stuff that I've already done. This color table is all customized here. You have correlation coefficient, you have normalized rotation, which tells you how strong your rotation is and stuff like that. You have all sorts of different things that can help you out. You also have, and this is something that I also wanted to do because the supercell is looking kind of meh for the most part, is a 3D. You can 3D storms, believe it or not. And indeed, we can see the structure of the supercell with heavy rain. And so I'm looking at it as heavy rain specifically and higher than that. And anything less than that just gets like thrown out. So you can see if you throw out the light rain, the moderate rain, you can actually see that there's a bit of an inflow notch here. This is where the thunderstorm takes in a lot of its energy and allows it to continue to sustain. So there is the chance for some storms here to sustain. And this is definitely supercellular, 100%. But does look like it's still trying. Looks like it's starting to gather a lot more inflow now, too, with these last few scans. You can see how it was a lot weaker before, a lot more dead. But now you can see the inflow is starting to become a bit more channeled. So if we change that to the reflectivity, I guess it's a really skinny inflow notch for the most part here. Pretty skinny inflow notch. Latest scan just came in, so this is going to help us out. Yeah, pretty skinny inflow notch here at the lower parts of the atmosphere, but April 27th going to bust? It possibly could. But Kansas and Missouri is still going to see things. A lot of people say events are going to bust before the actual event happens, and then the opposite happens. So I wouldn't say anything, especially since we're 4 days out. But okay, so this thing is went full supercellular and is looking more and more tornadic, because here's your forward flank downdraft that's starting to show characteristics of arcing, and your hook, your rear flank downdraft, is really showing some impressive signs here. So this might actually be starting to become tornadic with as large a hail as it does have. So it's trying. Here in the EU, this kind of software isn't available, you think? Yes, you are correct. So into which I would highly recommend, if you're in Germany, There's only radars in Germany that the radars that I've purchased have. But if you want a radar in Germany that can get you some stuff, then Radar Scope or Radar Omega, you guys can get some of that. But you can also get the same things from Radar Omega as well, and put that on here. So just something to keep in mind. On day 7, people were, oh my gosh, high risk, and now there's a smaller chance of a moderate. I mean, I didn't say it was going to be a high risk. I just said it was going to be a severe weather outbreak. Probably could still be that way. For radars, $50 or less, what's your choice? Either a Radar Scope or a Radar Omega. Either one of the two. Radar Omega, if you put a little bit more money into it, then you can see a lot more stuff, which is what I did. I put a lot more money into it. But either one still works. So
Zeratical Super Chat $5. Do you think it's gonna hit Valdosta?
I'm assuming that's Valdosta, Georgia. Oh, there's Valdosta. The actual storm in itself, possibly. It's got more of a northeasterly component to it now. So it's moving a bit more like this. So Valdosta easily could see some of the hail. The tornadic conditions, probably not as much. Although it's really fighting with itself to stay organized. I will say that much. But it does look like it is trying to become tornadic. In the upper parts of the atmosphere, it looks like it does have that same rotation as well. So it is trying to be tornadic. It's trying. Yeah, it is really fighting with itself to sustain. There's not really a tornadic updraft on this thing that has formed. Which is the good news for, you know, people who might be impacted by this thing, but there's just really not a whole lot of activity here that's moving on through. In regards to it being tornadic, but it still has its inflow. I mean, you can still see that. Still has its inflow. So we can't exactly say that it isn't trying. It's just doing a poor job at it. Thank you. You live in Italy, Verona. Last year there was a tornado in the vicinity and a heavy hailstorm. Jeez. Yeah, no, Europe can get all sorts of events across the board there. So there is a lot of activity that just goes around the world year round. But yeah, thanks for coming out. Especially since you live over in Europe. That's crazy. What is this storm doing over here? Come in. What in the world is all of this?
You're welcome.
See, GFS dropped the Cape completely on April 27th. Well, GFS under exaggerates kinematics anyway, so that's why I say wait for the mid-range models. That's when I can officially say things. You know, we noticed as to how the NAM, you know, uptrended the event this past Friday significantly. That was mainly because, It's a mid-range model. Getting closer and closer towards the cams. Did anything happen overnight? Not a whole lot, honestly. There's a couple tornado warnings, but if you guys are new to my live stream, please be sure to subscribe as well as turn on notifications, because I do videos like this, or live streams like this whenever severe weather does get bad. I also do videos every single morning to update everyone on what all is happening, and I will continue to do all of this even when we get up into tropical hurricane season, stuff like that. So I'll be able to inform you all about the tropics and stuff like that and what all I know. So if you want to stick around, stuff like that, that'd be greatly appreciated. Just make sure you subscribe and stuff like that. Also, leave a like in this live stream. What does a marginal risk mean? So if you can imagine a severe weather scale, you know, with 1 being the least and 5 being the worst, like 1 being not so strong and 5 being pretty strong. A marginal is a 1. So and then a slight is a 2, an enhanced is a 3, a moderate is a 4, and a high is a 5. PDS yesterday heard unconfirmed report of a wedge, so I thought it could be an emergency. Nah, it wasn't. It was a cone. It wasn't a wedge. But it was still a pretty strong tornado. I'm telling you all, I said it over and over again. I said Wichita Falls. That area could probably see stuff. Wichita Falls actually had some hail amounts in upwards of 2 inches in some spots. But even further west than that had some very large hail. And a couple of tornadoes that just cycled through the same storm. So just kind of went through over and over and over again. I have some of this root beer. You see cumulus clouds? Is that bad? Not always. Not always. You still could see some weather, some rain and stuff like that. Has this ever happened to you all, chat, to where you drink a carbohydrated drink, like right out of the bottle or can or whatever, and your eyes start to tear up? I don't know why. Excuse me, I'm about to belch. There you go. Sheesh. I think the categories should be slight, elevated, slight, enhanced, slight, elevated, moderate, enhanced, high. If there's ever a 60% chance of tornadoes, again, extreme for worst case scenario. I think high is good enough, to be completely honest with you, because even if it's like a 30% chance for tornadoes, a 40% chance tornadoes, or a 60% chance of tornadoes, it's still a high risk. You know, that's the reason why I think it's kind of petty for people to really complain about if a risk should be 45% if it was a 30, or should have been a 30% if it was a 45, or it should have been a 60% if it was either one of the two. A high risk is still a high risk, and the general public isn't really going to care about if a risk is that risk, or if it's a 30%, a 45%, or a 60%. It's still a high risk for tornadoes. You know what I mean? So they get carbohydrated. carbon infused stuff. Fizzy lifting drinks. I think it might just be me then. Alright, let's take a look back over towards Savannah and stuff like that. So, line of storms that are really starting to move on through here, here in Savannah. You can see the line of red here. Actually, south of that, there's like a severe thunderstorm warning, I should say. So, a lot of activity here. March 17th busted like May 20th. Not exactly. You can't compare the two, more or less, because, in my opinion, I think actually March 17th was still a high risk, either or, because there was a lot of tornadoes still. But in regards to the activity on a widespread scale, yeah. I feel like, personally, if there was a radar over on the border of Alabama and Mississippi further south, like east of Laurel, a lot of people wouldn't be saying it would have busted. That's just my honest opinion now. I mean, people see tornadoes near Birmingham, the same long track development, and they say that didn't bust. But then they see long track storms that don't have radar coverage and they say it busts. That's just my honest opinion on it. Now, you could make the case for it being a 30% chance for tornadoes, in which you probably would be correct. But a high risk, as I said, is still a high risk. And I also don't think it's fair to compare it to Easter. Because we all know that should have been high. Yeah, that's the thing too, is that a lot of people, including myself, say 2% tornado chance for tornadoes is small, but doesn't mean it's non-existent. So there is still the chance for tornadoes if you're in a 2% chance. It's just a very low chance for tornadoes. This thing has one of the weirdest hooks I've seen in a while. This is definitely a hailer hook, I will say that much. My goodness, look at that. That is a hailer hook. That is a hail supercell. Oh, hail. But it does look like it is tracking off closer and closer towards Quitman and Valdosta. You mean Soso, Noel? Because Jonesboro was a separate event, and that was also in Arkansas. If you're talking about Soso, then yeah, there could be a case to make off of that, but it's just... I guess there wasn't enough damage to confirm that it was. You gotta look for bolts bent as well, too, which there was a couple, but it's just... Was the building well built or not? That is the real question. And if it wasn't, then they keep it an EF4, which is what they did. But I think if there was a lot more damage around there that could have been sampled, not wishing for damage or anything, but nah, there was still the chance there. Still no tornado possible, but golf ball sized tail. So that's fun. Still has a little bit of rotation on it. It's just the hook is really lagging. So until it actually kind of separates itself from the actual storm, I fear that this is basically what we're gonna see here. What are the hodographs here? Let's see. Have we passed 18Z yet? I don't think so. No, we have not. So what if I take a sounding here? Down here. Cyber Guppy, what's up? So there is some veering. 20 knots of veering. I feel like that's not correct. Because we would be seeing a bigger displacement here. It's raining at your house? Yeah, there's a lot of activity right now. Lot of strong activity here. Oh, okay, so there is a hodo for a tornadic development now with this storm. So what are you doing, HRRR? Any tornadoes while you were gone? Couldn't find any information about one, so I'm assuming there wasn't one. Yeah, there wasn't anything. Which is the good news there. Indeed. If you guys haven't already, please be sure to join my Discord server, because we do talk about weather and stuff like that. But we also just chill out and have fun as well. And if there's any like weather enthusiasts out there who want to fine tune their skills, there's also other advanced people in here, and there's even some college meteorology students as well. So, you know, if you want to join the live stream, well, not the live stream, I'm sorry. Join my Discord server. We have over 600 people in our server now. We've been climbing very, very much so pretty expansively. If you want to join the Discord server, see me talk about weather or whatever, I'm not live streaming or talking about videos, or just want to chill out, have a good time, or even if you want to fine tune your skills with radar or, you know, forecasting events, feel free to join. But yeah, you see, Tanner and I agree. It didn't exactly bust. It's just there was no radar coverage, so we couldn't exactly say a whole lot. It's pouring down sunshine 100%. Seems legit. There's a tornado warning in Mobile, but it expired. You mean a tornado watch? If that was the case, then possibly. Here, let's see. Doesn't say a whole lot. There's a new mesoscale discussion discussing a watch probability. Increasing severe threat is anticipated over the next couple hours. Large hail damaging wind gusts would be main threat. Severe thunderstorm watch may be needed for parts of the storm. So it does seem it won't exactly be all too tornadic. It'd be most likely linear. But brief supercells are possible within that line. So yeah, it's pretty crazy to say the least. This storm right here, though, is really trying. I will say this much. It is trying. It is trying to become tornadic. This thing is like the little engine that could, except with supercells. It's been like all sorts of trials to try and get tornadic. It's been so bad for itself. It's getting into lesser amounts of helicity, which doesn't make any sense as to why it's strong right now. But it does seem to be lower level rotation. There does seem to be a lot of lower level rotation here, so can't exactly expect this to go absolutely crazy, but yeah, no, the win profiles just seem to be linear here for the later event, which means I'll probably have to end the stream. Seems how no one's going to really be in a major threat. But this storm back here behind this severe thunderstorm, this supercell right here, this thing also has a little bit of a hooking characteristic as well. So we're going to have to watch both of these storms as time moves along, because there clearly is inflow on this. There clearly is inflow. It's just, can it consolidate into a something tornadic? That's the real question. Something in Lubbock? What? What do you mean there's something in Lubbock? There isn't anything in Lubbock. I don't see anything. That just seems to be a lot of radar interference. I don't see anything in Lubbock. I think you're fine. I didn't think there was anything in Lubbock here today. But yeah, 2 different cells. New severe thunderstorm warning for the cell that includes Vadosta now has a tornado possible. Well, I mean, we've been watching it. We've been watching it for quite some time. Tornado possible on this supercell here that's moving into Quitman and now includes Valdosta. So, but large hail with some of these supercells that are surging on through here in southern Georgia and in northern Florida. Let's go back to these storms here that are south of Savannah. Anywhere along the coast from Sea Island and Brunswick and north to like Hilton Head, you guys could probably see some severe winds in upwards of 60 miles per hour. And that's exactly what the National Weather Service in Charleston has done in issuing that severe thunderstorm warning. So if you live over there, definitely need to monitor this for some very strong gusty winds. But something we really need to monitor as this continues to progress here today. Yep, so it's the tale of 2 risks here today. We got our severe risk, we got our flooding risk, massive flooding risk for the most part. So we're really going to want to monitor this as this moves on through. But yeah. Boss Hog, what's up? I am doing well for the most part. How about yourself? Yeah, this entire area, just right here, could potentially see some very strong gusty winds. So, hope you plan accordingly with the severe storms. I'm gonna go back to this storm over here. I'm actually gonna use Moody Air Force Base for this now, because it's getting closer and closer to that. And yeah, there's a bit of rotation on it still. I mean, look at this. This is some rotation, all right. There is something going on here. There is 100% something going on here. You can clearly see the reds are the winds moving away from the radar. The greens are the ones moving towards. Right in the middle is where that rotation would be. And so there clearly is something that's happening within this storm. Large hail as well. Say that much. New severe thunderstorm warning to the rear of this event. So what if we go from Elgin and move this over to Mobile? Oh, so these storms are now starting to fire off in Alabama. That's pretty interesting. That's really interesting. You got a track. See you later. Yep, no problem, Dean. No problem. While that loads, we'll talk about how large the hail is here that's affecting Baden and Quitman. And yeah, once again, over almost 2.5 inch sized hail. So there's a lot of activity that's moving on through here. Let's see. What about Macon, Georgia? So Macon is a bit further out of the risk. They're a bit further north. You could get some more thunderstorms later on today, but honestly, your risk is kind of depleted. So that's the good news there for you all. But you're still in a slight risk. It's just going to be more or less just more gusty winds. Maybe the chance for hail, but more gusty winds. Hazelhurst, Georgia. Give me a second. So try and figure out where that is. That's also a bit further north. But not as far north as Macon. I knew I remember seeing that somewhere. So Hazelhurst is kind of in the same boat here. You guys had a lot of your strong gusty winds already pass through you all. So it'll be a lot of scattered storms here for now. But later on today, and I'll show this for you all here real quickly. Where is this? Go back. So later on today here, if I can go down to the southeast here real quickly. Actually, can I get Georgia here as a state? I can. There you go. So HRRR says that the line of storms really move on through, but then you can get another line of storms that begin to form. They will fire up, and they'll start to move through into like the Macon areas at around 7 o'clock in the night, and 8 o'clock / 9 o'clock at around the Hazelhurst area. So you guys could get something. The more scattered storms will form towards the midnight hours, but these aren't expected to be tornadic. They'll be more like a gusty wind and hail threat, in my opinion. So, yeah. There's a lot of activity here in Georgia, though. Especially, I was talking about these storms down in southern Georgia. Quitman, Baden, Thomasville, some of these areas. A lot of activity. And my goodness, what in the world is happening here? The radar, I think, is losing its mind. At least I think it is. Alright, let's go back to Mobile, Alabama. Check out the severe storm. So, new severe thunderstorm warning here for Mobile, Washington, and Clark counties. That'll be in effect until 1:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Doesn't look to be all too serious right now. It looks to be trying to form, trying to turn a little bit into supercell, but it's very small as of right now. So, pretty crazy to say the least. If you guys are new to the live stream, please be sure to subscribe. I do analysis whenever weather does get pretty bad. So whenever I'm not live streaming, you can assume that your storms are not going to be all too bad. But we are going to be trying to live stream events that typically are pretty bad, and we do not discriminate. We did Texas and Oklahoma yesterday, as well as Louisiana yesterday. We also cover other risks across the United States, and we're probably going to cover some risks on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, possibly. So, if you guys want to stick around with that, That would be greatly appreciated. We also do videos every single morning updating everyone on what the weather is mostly going to be like, or if not, the worst areas of severe weather could be like. Um, and once we get into tropical season, to hurricane season, we will be doing analysis on tropical systems as well that impact the United States. So if you're excited for that, or if you want more stuff like that, then feel free to subscribe and stick around with me. That would be greatly appreciated. New scan just came in for the cell near Quitman. And it's lacking a little bit of its rotation again. It's really trying, I will say that much, but there's just a lot of activity here for the most part. A lot of just regular large hail, gusty wind activity. So I heard there was a person who lived in Valdosta. I'd highly recommend you get indoors. It probably won't be impacting Valdosta, the Valdosta proper, exactly. It'll be a bit further south, but you guys could still get hail amounts in upwards of an inch in your general vicinity. So you're already getting, the storm's ventilation. So a lot of the rain that gets pushed out from the supercell is now heading over into your general vicinity. But some very strong, a very strong supercell that could be producing hail in upwards of 2 inches could be heading a bit further south of you. So, but yeah, a lot of activity here for the most part. Let's play a loop here. You can see this supercell and how it's continued to move on through. It started over here, and now it's went up a bit about right here. And so if we take a look at it based off of this current track, it's heading just the actual inflow notch of it is heading just a bit to the south of Valdosta. And you can see the hail here too. It's constantly been producing in upwards of almost 2-inch size hail. Golf balls for the most part. But still pretty crazy for the storm and how it's continued to sustain. Really crazy, actually. If you guys want to hang out with me a bit more after my live stream, I'm not saying I'm ending the live stream per se. I'm just saying that if you want to either hang out with me and talk about weather and stuff like that, or if you want to enhance your weather skills, if you're a weather nerd like me, or if you just want to come to a place where there's a lot of weather enthusiasts, or even people who are pretty smart about the weather and learn off of them, then feel free to join my Discord server. The link is in the chat right here. So feel free to go ahead and join. We got over 600 members now in the server. That's pretty crazy. Especially since we just started this Discord server the beginning of the year, and it really started to take off in March. So if you want a place to where you can enhance your things, then yeah, it'd be greatly appreciated. No comment. quickly do that. Is it just me, or is this developing a hook? It's always had a hook. It's just whether or not this thing can wrap around and become tornadic. I mean, it looks like it's trying to. I will say that much. It looks like it is trying to. So whether or not it can produce a tornado is still up for discussion. It looks like it's starting to develop a tornadic updraft here. This is the ZDR, which shows this. But yep, a lot of activity here for sure, and a lot of hail with this. So, one thing that's really interesting is that Jacksonville issued a severe thunderstorm warning out ahead for this storm. And even though it still has quarter-sized hail on it, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts is possible with this storm. Now, according to Tallahassee, this is more or less golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, which I'm more inclined to believe. But it still has a lot of activity within this storm that's more than just being tornadic. But this is widespread hail here with the storm. And a lot of flash flood warnings too. You know, we gotta mention that real quickly, that if there are some of these areas here in Georgia and Florida and Alabama, most of these areas are going to get hit by more rain later on. And that will, you know, with how the ground is already going to be pretty saturated with all the rain that passed through earlier, it'll continue to just basically add on and add on and add on to the point where it'll basically be adding on so much rain that it can't, the ground can't actually absorb it, and so it just turns into flood. But a lot of activity here for the most part within these storms. So it looks like this thing is actually starting to turn a bit tornadic, which is kind of concerning for me. I would not be surprised if they issued a tornado warning here on the storm relatively soon, because it is starting to translate, especially in the upper levels. This thing has some good rotation in the higher levels of the storm, upper levels of the atmosphere. Let's take a 3D of the storm, shall we? Keep taking 3Ds so that we can figure out what's happening. And my goodness, what is that inflow notch? Let's try and there we go. That's a bit better, don't you think? So clearly an inflow notch right here with this storm. Clearly. I mean, look at this. This is where the storm takes all of its inflow. I'm looking at a specific amount of rain with this storm. So heavy rain and higher is what I'm looking at. And right within this nook or cranny, or this cave, if you will, this is where the storm takes all of its energy in. And this is indeed a strong supercell that is just spitting out a lot of hail and maybe even becoming tornadic. So this is definitely a storm we have to watch out for. 100%. Cheers from a sleety Moscow. Oh, wow. Well, thank you very much for tuning me in from Russia. Appreciate it. But yeah, that is a pretty well-defined storm here. How can you get the app that I use? Yeah, so GR2 Analyst, 21-day free trial, but then it costs $250 after that trial. It'll shut off automatically, so it's not like you have to enter your credit card information. It's just, you get it, 21 days free trial, and then it shuts off unless if you purchase the key for it. Which, by the way, if you do get that key, as long as you have it on you, you can put it on as many different products as you want, as long as it's not on a mobile device. So you can put it on as many computers as you want to, and it'd be completely fine. But, yeah, no, that's what I use here. This is GR2 Analyst. If you want something that's cheaper, either Radar Scope or Radar Omega will work. Either one is fine. Radar Omega has a lot, looks a lot better with its state borders and stuff like that. Radar Scope has its own qualities as well too. So, I guess it's based off of personal preference. And like it'll pull up. Yeah, here's Radar Scope for you as well. It shows you here what Radar Scope is like. So there's Radar Scope, and then here is Radar Omega. And you can see they look practically the same. They have different colors and stuff like that, but you can do all sorts of stuff you want. And you can even infuse money into these products every year or something like that to get more stuff. If you want the stuff from it. But you'd have to read into it a bit more, see what exactly you can get. But yeah. Okay, so it appears to me that the rear flank downdraft has failed. And it went back to being a hailer again. So that's the type of day we're getting here, huh? Oh boy. System sensor P2W, what's up? Hello, hello. Guys, if you're new to the channel, please be sure to subscribe, because I do analysis like this anytime the weather gets pretty bad. So if you guys want to help track this with me, or if you want to help get the word out to these people who may not know what's happening, stuff like that, by subscribing and helping help liking the video and stuff like that, so I can get on to more people's recommended pages, will help significantly. So yeah, that would be greatly appreciated. And even then, later on into the year, whenever it gets into tropical weather, I do cover that as well. It's not just severe weather. So yeah, thank you so much for coming to the live stream. I gotta say that much.
Russian Severe Videos Super Chat 200 Russian rubles.
Ooh.
Had our first thunderstorm 2 days ago. Momatis double rainbows pea-sized hail. Was real happy. Thanks for your coverage and attention. Wish our season was longer.
Well, it's kind of weird over there in Europe, to be completely honest with you. But Russian Severe Videos with the 200 ruble super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate that. I really do. Any of the support that goes to my channel is appreciated, but thank you so much for your support as well, especially since you live over in Russia. That's crazy. So thank you. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, first thunderstorm 2 days ago, and with Momatis and double rainbows and all that, sheesh, that's crazy. And I live in the northern part of the States too, so we don't get stuff like that, until it's like in June or July, maybe even August. So the fact that you guys are getting stuff before me, kind of jealous. Just a smidge. Just a smidge jealous. Let us see here. I was really hoping this would do something, but it looks like it isn't strong enough to produce anything. Maybe some rotation from time to time, but it might not do anything for now. Yeah, the rear flank downdraft really is very much so kind of failing to wrap around and become tornadic. Now, 100%, this thing is still a hailer. I mean, my goodness. Let's take a look back at the maximum expected hail size. You can see this orange over here, which indicates 2-inch size hail. So, it's still got some pretty intense hail here, for the most part. You want our weather, you can have it. Seems legit. Let's see. Hey, what do you think of cloud seeding and other technologies used to alter patterns? I will donate $5 if you answer. You don't have to donate me anything, honestly. And by the way, if I skip over anyone's, comment here in chat, there's 350 other people here, and some of them are donating. Well, not donating. I'm sorry. Some of them are chatting there in there, and it's kind of hard for me to get every single thing, but yeah, no, cloud seeding, it really depends because it doesn't impact like on a large scale. You would need a lot of things hypothetically in order to make a storm strong. So it's more or less effective for like actually Russian severe videos just said crops and stuff like that. It helps with farms and all sorts of stuff. But if you're talking about like impacting severe weather events, you'd need a lot of different things to impact it, and it's almost impossible to do so. So, like you'd have to have a widespread, sort of stuff, like widespread planes to dump a whole lot of things up into the atmosphere in order to like really shift the weather. But let's see. Is it the hail heading towards Valdosta? Kind of. It really depends. If you live near the airport, then yes. In some of these areas. Actually, I'll load a shapefile here real quickly to say which roads could be getting what. Another shapefile. And Georgia. Perfect. Yes, I want that one. And then we're going to want Tigers roads. Boom. There we go. Okay, all done here. So, like, if you live near State Route 94, that's like the furthest northern extent that you could get some things. So, like, I'm assuming this is an industrial park down here because it says stuff like, what is this? Griffin Industrial Road or something like that. So I'm assuming this is an industrial park south of Valdosta. But like the Valdosta proper, like if you're there or near Bremerton, you guys really aren't going to see a whole lot from it. But like if you're further south, like here in Gil Harbin Industrial Boulevard, this general vicinity here, you guys could potentially see some large hail. And then further down towards like Dasher and Clayettville, you guys could potentially see some things. So, a lot of activity here for the most part. A lot of hail too, I will say that much. But it doesn't seem to be anything tornadic, so that's the good news here. It's just a lot of large damaging hail. But I don't think this is any sort of, I don't think there's any tornadic rotation here. There's a lot of inflow here for the most part. You can see the blue here. That's our inflow. If we switch over to the reflectivity, there's, it shows that that's inflow. Base velocity, a lot of you guys might be looking at this thing and thinking that's rotation. But if you take a look at the upper parts of the atmosphere, it's non-existent. So there isn't really anything in regards to rotation here. It's just more or less a very large, some very large hail here. But still, hail in upwards of an inch and a half is possible with this storm. If you guys do want a place to actually join for like, you know, just to talk about weather, to enhance your skills about weather and stuff like that, there is a Discord server that I own, which I'll put the link in the chat here. But yeah, we have a bunch of oh geez, what the heck happened? We have a bunch of, I'd say, smart weather people. Other than, you know, then I don't think we have a meteorologist yet, but we have a lot of college students that want to be meteorologists, and they're actually studying for meteorology. So you can learn off of them. You can learn off of other people who are high school students who are trying to go into meteorology and stuff like that. So if you want to join that, Discord server in the chat right there. Or if you just want to hang out. If you want to hang out, just talk to me about some stuff. Talk about it right there. But for the most part, a lot of activity here in our server. What in the world is this cell doing over here near Asheville? This thing is starting to become supercellular as well, so maybe we can watch out for this to potentially hook around. If its riffling downdraft does do so. But a lot of activity with these cells here along the border of Florida and Georgia. I'm not saying that it's going to be like a tornado outbreak for Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, because it's kind of half and half. I'm saying severe weather outbreak for now, but it's just the consistency is there. There's a very strong wind shear, decent energy, pretty interesting. Kentucky, any severe weather? Not today, but on Wednesday or Thursday. I think Thursday is when you guys could get some. Can't remember though. Let's see. If you guys also live in these areas and you're safe, keyword if you're safe, I do have a Twitter account. Hold up. I do have a Twitter that you guys could send stuff towards me. I haven't been looking at it a whole lot. But let's see. Storm damage in Escambia County. Oh wow. When was this? Was this earlier today? Maybe wind damage or something like that? That's crazy. But anyways, if there's anything that someone has posted on Twitter and stuff like that, you know, just at me, just like what Tyler did here, at Nate_Snyder, and I'll be able to show it to the people who may not know what's happening, because let's be honest here, seeing is believing. And so, definitely would be appreciated if you guys were able to send me some stuff, if you guys had anything, or if you see anything. So yeah, at Nate_Snyder, if you want to follow it, you know, that'd be great too, but I'm more or less focused about sending me stuff that I could, you know, show to people here on the stream. So the storms that moved on through Savannah have actually moved off the coast now. So the line of storms, the original line of storms that has tracked all the way throughout the United States, has now gone away. But now there's the new set of storms that are over here in Alabama with a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that could produce a golf ball sized hail according to the warning box. We're really going to have to watch this as this moves on through. So the cell right here that's in Asheville is really starting to hook. So I would not be surprised if this thing starts to turn tornadic. This thing even could have a tornado warning here pretty soon. So I'm going to start warning people out ahead of this. Lovett, as well as places along State Route 333 in Georgia and State Route 53 in Florida. I'm also going to try and get some shape file here for Florida. Give me a second. Weather shape file. Florida. Open. I'm going to try and get this here. Yeah, golf balls will dent your cars. And actually, golf balls will do a lot more than just dent cars. They can break windows, too. You know. So this is definitely something that you don't want to mess around with how large those hails, that hail could be. But yeah, these storms are going to be moving through areas near County Road 146, Concord Road, as well as County Road 253, and Gopher Avenue or Garfowl Street. If you know anyone who lives over there, that's where these potentially tornadic storm could be moving on through. Both of these cells look like they could be trying to hook around. But my goodness, that actually looks pretty concerning now. That very well could be tornadic here pretty soon. And there's the new tornado warning. So, yep, right ahead of it. Was not surprised that this could be tornadic here. So, tornado warning here for Jefferson, Madison, Loudon, Brooks County, in southern parts of Georgia, northern parts of Florida, or northwestern parts of Florida. That'll be in effect until 2:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Clearly a tornadic cell right here. You can see the hook here on reflectivity, where the actual tornado would be on the northern end of the hook near the town of Lovett. So if you live over there, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. If you have a basement, get underground. If not, get into the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's get some timings out here for you all. This will be heading off eventually towards Concord Road, as I mentioned, as well as County Road 253 within the next 5 minutes. So you guys need to get underground now. Then it'll head off to 63rd Street, which I don't think that's actually quite accurate, but it might be Northeast 63rd Street, as well as Gopher Avenue and Garfowl Street, as well as State Route 53 in Florida. So if you live over there, that'll be about 10 to 15 minutes. You guys need to go ahead and get into your safe space now. Taking a look at the velocities, you can clearly see there is some velocities here. The reds are the winds moving away from the radar. The greens are the ones moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, right near the town of Lovett. So as I said, if you live in those areas that I just mentioned, you need to get underground if you have a basement, or get into the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. I'm going to take a look at the correlation coefficient here. I don't see a debris signature, but I do see a drop on the spectrum width, which could indicate that something could be trying to lower. Spectrum width is turbulence that is in the atmosphere, but a correlation coefficient also shows the density in the atmosphere. So if it is shooting up debris, it'll show up as a low correlation coefficient, but if it shows rain, it'll show up in these reds or a high correlation coefficient. So this is definitely something that we need to monitor as this pushes on through, but I do not see it on the ground as of right now. But still, something that we're going to have to want to watch out for as this moves on through. But I do not think it is on the ground as of right now. It's really hard for me to say for sure, because look at this. All right, this debris signature is right. If this was a debris signature, which, by the way, radar beam having a bit of a failure there. If I were to circle this area right here and then put it over the velocities, it's nowhere near the actual couplet right here. And just to help out, if I were to put over the normalized rotation, it's nowhere near the strongest area of rotation. So I wouldn't say it's like on the ground right now, but it's trying to force itself to be rather tornadic. So this is something that we're really going to have to watch out for. Classic hook on presentation. I mean, this is a mean supercell right here. Mean supercell. So, definitely something we're going to have to watch out for. But it looks like the inflow notch. Inflow notch is pretty prevalent here. I'll draw it out and go back to the correlation coefficient. Yep, so all that's inflow notch for the most part. So we really need to watch out for this storm as it continues to move on through. So yeah, State Route 333 in 333 in Georgia, or State Route 33 in Georgia. This will be impacting your area in about 10 to 15 minutes. So you guys really need to watch out for the storm. 100%. The other cell, dude? What do you mean? This thing doesn't have rotation at all. No rotation. A lot of radar failure here. A lot of failure here in the radar, especially as it gets closer and closer to it. Yeah, I do not see a debris signature here from the storm. But it's a lot of radar failure there for that other cell. But this is definitely a lot of rotation here, 100%. I still don't see a debris signature, which still tells me that it's not on the ground. But that's not debris, that is inflow. No debris. Still not on the ground, which is the good news. But it could be. Anytime it could be. So, Clayettville, really need to watch out. Pinetta, really need to watch out. State Road 31, State Route 31, really need to watch out as well. But there is still some rotation here. Clearly see the rear flank downdraft starting to try and really wrap around for the most part. And then your hook that forms because of it. Your forward flank downdraft. Actually, that's up top. Rear flank downdraft, which wraps around your inflow notch. This is a textbook severe cell right here. Rogue supercell in South Central Alabama. Severe ward looked like a go tornadic. It's actually not exactly rogue because those are supposed to be form into a line and produce a lot of gusty winds and hail. But I'll take a look at it after the severe storm. I gotta say, this looks like a mean supercell for the most part. Latest scan just came in, and I still don't see it on the ground. It doesn't tell me any sort of signs that says it's on the ground right now. So I can't say it's on the ground. It's still very tornadic, I'll say that much. But am I able to do a storm motion that tell out 15, 20 minutes? I can actually make it go to 1 hour. But that's why I said, Clayettville at about 15 minutes-ish. 15, 20 minutes, actually. That's when this can be impacted. Another thing to actually watch out for is that this will actually head off to the Interstate 75 area, which is really crazy to say the least. And so people obviously will be driving up and down the interstate, and if they're moving southbound, they won't be able to see the storm until it's literally right on top of them. So this is definitely something that we're going to have to watch out for as this continues to move on through. But very strong supercell here. New tornado warning in Alabama. This is a weird looking cell here. What in the world is this? Yeah, even this thing has a little bit of a hook, so crap. Holy crap. Let's move this radar over here to Elgin Air Force Base. Let's see what this tornado warning is about. So tornado warning for Covington County in Alabama. That'll be in effect until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time. By the way, don't joke about tornado emergencies. They actually are serious. We're trying to build credibility here, not ruin it. But yeah, look at this cell. This thing even is tornadic too. Has definitely some rotation. Your reds are moving away from the radar. Greens are moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. And this will be heading off into the general vicinity of United States Road 331. I'm actually going to add another place file to this. I'm going to add the Alabama one. New scan just came in, so we'll just take a look at that in a second. Alabama, yep. Import. But it actually does have a bit of rotation. And my goodness, what in the world just happened on this storm? This thing just rapidly intensified. Holy crap. This thing actually just went, this thing is pretty strong. It just, look at the previous scan, chat. It went from this all the way to this. And that is a very strong storm here that is firing off here. Very strong supercell. And so if you live along United States Route 331, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. That thing just went. That thing just went, chat. And that is some very large rotation here with this storm. Very, very large rotation here. And we're only looking up 3,000 feet up in the sky. So this is some very, very strong rotation here just to the south of Onitsha, heading towards the Kingston areas. So let's actually take storm motion here, storm motion warning. And we'll get some timings out here for some of these areas. So yeah, as I said, anyone who lives south of Onitsha, near Thorn Road, United States Route 331, you guys, as I said, need to take your proper precautions and get into your safe space now. But further along to places like County Road 89, even into State Route 52, you guys will be impacted probably within the next 15 to 20 minutes. So really have to watch out for this cell as this moves on through. New tornado warning here for Dale, Coffee, and Geneva counties. That'll be in effect until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And this is from Tallahassee in itself, so they both agree that this storm is really starting to ramp up. Let's actually take a 3D. A lot of you are asking if we should take a 3D of this storm. We might as well take a 3D of it just to see what it looks like. The inflow notch looks pretty interesting for the most part. I'm going to have to look at even higher values of rain. This looks to be really rain-wrapped in my honest opinion. But still a lot of activity with the storm, and all the more reason why you should get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building. Jeez, the spectrum width is really starting to ramp up here. Lot of turbulence here at 3,000 kilometers, not kilometers, geez, 3,000 feet up in the sky. And so this really is something that we have to watch out for as this moves on through. So we're going to jump in between these two storms. We're going to try and figure out if one's on the ground, one is not. But we're going to continue to watch out for it. Back over to this cell over that's heading towards Cleatville. A lot of some general rotation here. Very strong supercell with the rear flank downdraft wrapping around. So right about here is where the rotation would be. Right here, the velocities, you can clearly see this broad rotation, this greens that are moving towards the radar, the reds that are moving away, the reds and oranges. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So if you live near Cleatville, if you live along Interstate 75 here in Georgia, if you live north of Panetta, Pinetta, Florida, you really need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If you also know anyone who lives south of Valdosta, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions as well, because this needs to be monitored at all costs. I don't think it's on the ground right now according to this radar here. Doesn't look like it. Let's see if we can go over to Moody Air Force Base and see. And it's still some very broad rotation here, but it doesn't look like anything too significant is happening within the storm. But we got to continue to get the word out, guys. Make sure you share this live stream on social media, or tell people on social medias, tell friends and family if they're in here that this stuff is happening. You got multiple tornado warnings here at the same time. By liking the live stream, you actually help get this live stream out to more people's recommended pages, which actually gets the word out as well, because then they could get the word, know what's happening, and send it out to people. So that would be greatly appreciated, because this is some pretty strong areas of rotation on both of these storms. You take another storm motion from warning. There is indeed a lot of general rotation here. Green's moving towards, red's moving away. General rotation right here. Could be tornadic later. The issue with this is that this is actually some folding within the radar. So it's actually encountering some issues within this specific spot of the United States. But we're still going to want to watch that storm as things continue to progress. Let's take a look back at the storm up in Alabama. No correlation coefficient drop yet. No, wait. Never mind. I think it was on the ground briefly. No, it's probably... I don't think it's on the ground. It doesn't look like it was on the ground. That scared the crap out of me, but I was like, oh, what is that? But then it was just the rear of the storm and how there was no rain. So I can't say this is on the ground right now, but it looks very, very strong here on presentation. And it is warranted. A tornado warning is warranted for this storm. It's really rain wrapped, though. I will say that much. So this is definitely something that we have to watch out for as time moves along. Let's see. Yeah, there's so many storms that are really picking up and firing off right now. I'm gonna move Tallahassee's radar back to Mobile. I think those supercells are now starting to move off towards the Air Force Base's radar, so I'll be able to cover that a bit better. But there is a lot of activity here. 100% for sure. You can see how the radar actually starts to fold a bit further and further as you get higher up into the atmosphere. So the question of whether or not this thing could be strong and all is really it's really up in the air right now. But regardless, you still have some rotation within the storm. You can clearly see the classic hook signature that this storm would have. And Cleatville, you guys are now about to get impacted. Twin Lakes, Lake Park, you guys are most likely about to get impacted. South of Valdosta, most likely are about to get impacted. But a lot of contamination here within this storm, within this radar. So it's very hard for me to say for sure as to whether or not this is on the ground. But regardless, it looks primed to produce a tornado at any moment, like any other storm that's tornado warned could be. So this is really something we have to monitor and watch out for. Um, let's see. So yeah, Cleatville, Twin Lakes, Lake Park. Within the next 5 to 10 minutes in Cleatville, you guys could start to get impacted. So as I said, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Large hail with this storm is expected. So regardless as to whether or not you could get impacted by a tornado, you should be indoors anyways because of the large hail. Over an inch, maybe even almost a 2 inches in diameter. So we really need to watch out for these cells if you live in these areas. As I said, Twin Lakes, Lake Park, you guys could get impacted afterwards, probably from 15 to 20 minutes from now. And this is a very, very, very strong supercell that's moving on through, regardless if it's tornadic or not. Let's go back to the cell over in Alabama here. And it looks like it's starting to kind of try and reorganize for the most part. It's losing a lot of its strength right now because of how rain-wrapped it is. If it had a bit more of a characteristic to where the rear flank downdraft would wrap around, then you could potentially see some more activity with this. But regardless, lot of activity here with this storm. And we're going to have to continue to monitor it as time goes along. It does have a ZDR column, though, I will say. It does have a tornadic updraft. It's a kind of meh tornadic updraft. It's not exactly weak, it's kind of like moderate. But still, it has the chance to do so. But a lot of activity with this storm, both of these storms actually. And I'll even zoom out a little bit here. I'll zoom out to show you all where this all is at. So, this is Florida. Here's Tallahassee right here. And the storm is just to the north and east of Tallahassee. Here's Jacksonville. Here's the other tornado warning right here. Here's Mobile, Alabama. And even up here is Montgomery, right in this circle. So, these storms are occurring on a very, very wide scale here. But for the most part, a lot of activity here with these storms. Let's go back to the tornado warning in Alabama here real quickly. Not that one. We're going to want to use Elgin Air Force Base. And as I said, tornado warning for Dale, Coffee, and Geneva counties in Alabama. That'll be in effect until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Looking at the reflectivity, it looks like it's starting to wrap around as a hook again, which is good for the supercell, bad for people. So if you live in areas further along the line, like near Chancellor, Coffee Springs, Enterprise, oh geez. I was about to say, why did my computer just chug that much? Might be encountering a little bit of an internet issue here for me. There's just some minor issues. So, but regardless, very strong storm that's moving on through here. If you live near Enterprise, if you live over there, you really need to monitor this. There we go. Now I'm good. Now my computer's good again. It fixed itself. So that's good. But yeah, Enterprise, Chancellor, Coffee Springs, you really need to watch out for this storm. Velocities aren't really too strong on this, so we'll come back to that in a bit. But still something that could be tornadic later on along the line that we need to watch out for. The cell here in Cleatville is actually wrapped around its rear flank downdraft a lot, to the point where it's became very much so rain wrapped here. So that could be a signal of it either A, dying, or B, going on to its next stage of tornadic development. But it is becoming really rain wrapped here for the most part. We also have some other areas outside of the supercell that's even getting large hail and upwards of 2 inches again. So, you know, this storm is not going away here. And it's producing all sorts of risks across the board here on the border of Florida and Georgia. So I mentioned before, I said areas near Interstate 75, you guys really need to start watching it now. And new update just came in from... No. Yes? Is this a new update from the radar? What the heck? Is this a new rotation that's developing? Is it trying to recycle? First hook goes north, and it becomes rain wrapped. So it might be trying to recycle. There is the possibility of that. But it's very hard for me to say for certain. Because it did curl off to the north here. And then you still have... curled off to the north here. And you still have this hook right here, ever so prevalent. So there might be something new forming off on the southern end of it. So this is definitely something that we have to watch out for. And I expressed my concern earlier on as to how this is going to be impacting Interstate 75. It's now about to. It's now about to. So the people who live over there, or the people who are driving on there, you know, you guys really need to take this seriously. And I was mentioning before as to how there's going to be some people who's going to be driving south on 75. There's going to be some of these people who are going to come out and there's going to really see some clear weather, but then if a tornado's on the ground, it'll be boom, and then they see the tornado. Like, they pass through the rain, clear air, they look to their right, boom. So that's all the more reason why, you know, I expressed the concern for Interstate 75. If there's anyone who's driving south who's listening to me, and is currently in the rain, pull over, or get off the nearest exit. Do not risk going further south. So, a lot of activity here with these storms. Very much so, a lot of activity. So come on, guys, let's continue to let's continue to try and get the information out. If you got social media, you know, tell people that this stuff is happening. If you guys, actually, if you like the live stream, you actually get me onto more people's recommended pages, to which I can get more information out to more people who may not know. New tornado warning extension for this tornado, this tornadic cell. So all the more reason why we need to get the word out to these people, like the people in Statenville, Jennings in Florida. You know, there's so many areas that could be impacted by this tornadic storm. So, you know, by liking the live stream, you get me onto more people's recommended pages. That would be greatly appreciated. By sharing the stream on social media and stuff like that, or just by telling people on social media that this stuff is happening, that would be greatly appreciated. But new tornado warning here. This is for Hamilton County in Florida and Eccles County in Georgia. That'll be in effect until 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Jacksonville has now picked up this tornadic cells now since it's heading off into its jurisdiction. And it still has some decent rotation here on the northern end. But the classic hook signature here on the supercell looks like it's developing a very strong hail core here near Twin Lakes and Dasher. So we're going to have to really watch out for this storm as it moves on through. But classic hook supercell here along the line. Let's go back to the cell over here that's tornado warned in Alabama. So I'll say this again here for the people who live in this general vicinity. Tornado warning for Dale, Coffee, Geneva counties. What in the world? Is that another tornado warning? What? Alright, we'll talk about that in a second. But yeah, tornado warning for Cole, Dale, and Geneva counties in Alabama. That'll be in effect until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time. There's clearly still rotation here. The reds are your winds moving away. The greens are your winds moving towards. And right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Just to the north of Sampson. Just to the south and east of Kinston. Moving off to the east-northeast. So if you live near Chancellor, if you live near Coffee Springs, if you live near Enterprise, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will be moving over State Route 87 in Alabama, so you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get into your safe space as well. Heading off into the Chancellor area in about 30, actually a little less than that, about 20 to 25 minutes. So you really need to go ahead, take your proper precautions as well. On reflectivity, it shows that this is trying to wrap around its rear flank downdraft. So it's 100% something that we need to watch out for, especially if this does wrap around, then it could potentially become tornadic, and that is not good at all. So something we're going to continue to watch out for as time moves along. There is the new tornado warning that was issued in Georgia and Florida. And I'm actually curious as to why they issued this. Let's see. New tornado warning for Madison and Loudoun County in Florida and Georgia. That'll be in effect until 3:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. They just issued a new tornado warning. The other one, I'm not sure if it's about to expire or anything, but they just issued another one over the tornado warning that they issued. So, regardless, multiple tornado warnings for this cell, and they need to continue to monitor this to the best of their abilities. People who live here need to monitor this to the best of their abilities. So, please, get into your safe space. Do not go outdoors during this event. There's also been reports of 2-inch sized hail reported south of Quitman. So this cell has also had a history of producing very large hail as well. So if you're trying to look outdoors and find the storm, you're probably going to be pelted with hail. And that's not something that I'd highly recommend doing, especially with hail sizes as large as that. Because if you think of it this way, hail sizes as large as 2 inches could potentially, actually, no, I'm sorry, it will break windshields. It will dent cars and windshields. It will break windows on houses. So you need to get indoors 100%. So very interesting storm here, to say the least. Do not see if this one here in Twin Lakes and Lake Park is on the ground. But this is a very interesting cell that's marching on through the border here. Is the pink line outline the Prob Severe model? Yes, it is. It's telling me that the helicity is still as strong and the cape is still strong and everything else is still strong for the most part for this event. You know, when I mean strong, I mean, you know, for this event. So, still in a good environment right now. But still a supercellular storm that could produce some very large hail. let's go back to the storm over in Alabama. This thing has now consolidated its rotation a bit more, and yeah, there's still a hook here, 100%. It's actually arcing a lot more. So there is your storm. That is your rotation. It actually has an inflow spike right here, which is pretty interesting. So that's just showing you how much inflow it is ingesting into the storm. So this is really something we're going to have to watch out for. And as I said, around State Route 87 in Alabama, you really need to continue to monitor this as this pushes on through. How did I put it onto GR2 analyst or whatever, GRX? Place file. Place file is what I did. Pretty fun for the most part. If you guys also want more information on this as to what the storm is doing than just myself, or if you want to just chill out as to a Discord server that talks about weather, or if you just want to chill out to just talk about anything, communicate with our other people who are in that server, whether you want to enhance your weather skills with other people who are actually trying to study meteorology in college, or other weather enthusiasts who might be trying to do that for college but are in high school. Link is in the chat. Discord server. Highly recommend it because there's a lot of smart people over there. They are willing to help you, are willing to help you understand as to what all is happening. I would not be surprised if this storm could try to go on the ground here real soon. The good news is that it just passed over State Route 87, so if there's any major populace that live along that road, they're not going to be impacted. But areas further along, like County Road 625, County Road 655, as well as County Road 643, there could potentially be something tornadic moving on through your area. So just a reference here. I'm going to get a storm track on this storm again. And this is where the storm is going to move on through. You see here is Enterprise. This is the town of, or the city of Enterprise. Here's Chancellor Coffee Springs. And according to this track, it's supposed to go a little bit to the south of Enterprise, but there's a massive warning box for a reason as to, this thing could shift off to the left, this thing can shift off to the right. The storm motion today makes it more to where it could shift off to the left a little bit, but it's still something to keep in mind. This storm in particular most likely will probably stay straight, but very strong storm here, and it looks like it has intensified further. The rotation has now intensified a lot more, and this is a very strong storm that is pushing on through here, heading towards Enterprise. I'm actually going to take storm relative velocity here. I see 34 miles per hour on top of 72 miles per hour, and that delta velocity is around 106 miles per hour. That's how fast the rotation actually is, 106 miles per hour. So this is a very strong rotation moving on through, and it's all the more reason why the people south of Enterprise along State Route 27 near County Road 636, you need to continue to watch this very closely. But a very strong storm that's moving on through here. Not a whole lot of hail with this storm, but it just seems to be really tornadic for the most part. I mean, you still have that supercellular characteristic. Classic hook, classic inflow. This is a tornadic storm, 100%. Depending upon where you are in Enterprise, you might be spared. But we're going to continue to monitor this for you all. If you know anyone else who lives in Enterprise, I'd highly recommend either telling them that this is happening or send them my live stream so that they'd be able to have a visual aid as to where this is going on through. But the storm will be moving off into your general vicinity in about 15 minutes, or 10 to 15, maybe a little bit later, 20 minutes. So right within that time frame is when the storm could be coming on through. But it's very tornadic still here. I don't see a debris signature as of right now, which is the good news. But we are heading towards a closer radar, so I'm gonna use this, and it's gonna help me out here. Yeah, it still has some pretty strong rotation. I just got to a closer radar. And yeah, this thing is still showing some signs of rotation. I'm not exactly sure if that's a debris signature. I can't say for for certain, honestly. Can't join the Discord server? Well, let's grab a new link, shall we? There you go. There's the new link for the Discord server. What in the world happened to my phone? Someone's trying to contact me. Oh, nice. Anyways, as I said, the storm still looks pretty tornadic, and so it could produce a tornado later along the way, depending upon what this thing does. But still looks super cellular, and it is getting closer and closer towards the general vicinity of Enterprise. Good. Here. I'm going to place a marker here. And I'm going to take storm motion from marker. So we're at 47. I'm going to try and get some more things here. More frames here. 47, so we're going to want to get to 32 for when this was produced. So give me a second. We're going to try and get an accurate storm motion from the storm. $32. That's about 32. It's right about here. Storm motion from marker. So now if we go back over here. Yep, so it is still moving off to the north and east. As I said, places near Enterprise really need to watch this storm. There's still a lot of rotation on it too. You know, these reds surging away from the radar, greens are moving towards right in the middle is where it would be. So we really need to watch out for this, especially as you get closer to Enterprise. But a lot of activity here. Let's go back to the other tornado warning that just is moving on through here in Alabama and in Florida. Just by looking at it, it seems to have turned really high precipitation based. Very much so high precipitation based. Might be a little bit of rotation right within there, but the inflow notch is starting to get pretty skinny, and the storm might be trying to gust out a bit more. But the one thing that I am starting to notice a little bit is there is some hail amounts in upwards of 3 inches that could be possible here. There's been reports of a $half sized hail to even quarter sized hail in Lake Park and Twin Lakes. So the possibility for large hail is there. And places near Potter, near United States Route 129. Really need to watch this. And as this continues to move on through, we need to continue to monitor it with the utmost respect. Is this going to hit Monroeville, Alabama? Give me a second. Let me...
Gabrielle Lish Super Chat $4.99. Can you check if North Portal is in path, please?
Yeah, I'll do that right after I check where Monroeville is. But thank you for the $5 Super Chat, Gabrielle. I really do appreciate it. I'm going to go as quickly as possible. Monroeville, not by the tornado warning. The tornado warning's on the opposite side of the state. Northport, Alabama. Port, Alabama is a lot further north near Tuscaloosa. So that's also on the opposite side of the state. This is all where all these tornadoes are is a lot further south and southeast. There's the main tornado risk is going to be along the southern parts of Alabama into western parts of Florida and southern parts of Georgia as well. So the places near Birmingham and Tuscaloosa most likely will not be impacted by the main tornado risk, but you guys could easily see some thunderstorms that could have some strong gusty winds and some large hail later on this evening. But really interesting to say the least based off of this cell as to what it's doing. I do not see a debris signature, although the rotation is back again, and it is still heading off towards Enterprise. So I'm going to try and see if I can get a shape file here for Alabama, and I'm going to try and call out roads and stuff like that. And we're going to go ahead and see if we can try and figure out where this thing is going. So this will be going over places like County Road 711, as well as near the southern part of the Beltway of Enterprise on State Route 192, and areas near, this looks to be State Route 12 and Plaza Drive. So those areas could very well also be impacted. County Road 86 also could be impacted, as well as Level Plains. If you know anyone who lives near Enterprise and Level Plains, you need to tell them to get into their safe space, because this is a very significant storm that is showing up here on radar. And I'm not sure if that is on the ground or not. I don't think it is, because it doesn't look like it has a debris signature on it. But it's a very strong storm here that is moving on through. And if you know anyone who lives in those areas, share this live stream with them so that I may be able to give them updates as to what all is happening, or tell them on, Twitter, Facebook, stuff like that, text message, tell them that this stuff is occurring right within those areas. But Enterprise, Alabama, this is where this is at. All right. This is where Enterprise, Alabama is. This is over where Tallahassee is. This is Mobile. This is Montgomery. And right here at the southeastern corner of Alabama, there is a tornado warning that has some very strong rotation near the city of Enterprise. So if you live over there, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. By also liking the video, you also make it so that more people on people's recommended pages can get on, can see this live stream. So if they don't know if the severe weather event is happening and they see me on the recommended page, they'll be able to click on, and they can also spread the information as well. So that would be greatly appreciated. But really something that we have to watch out for. Enterprise right now is encountering a lot of rain. And so the actual rotation in itself is most likely going to be heading off just to the south a little bit. But anyone who lives along the South Industrial Boulevard vicinity, as well as County Road 45 and County Road 86 here, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space, because this thing is moving through your general vicinity. right now is currently crossing over State Route 27 in Alabama, the intersection of County Road 17 and State Road 27, for reference. So if you know where that is, that's where it currently is at. It is still moving off to the north and east, and it'll be heading off towards the level plains area. So if you know anyone, as I said, who lives over there, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Get underground or get in the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will not be, this is south of Opelika, Alabama. This is a very much so south of that, south of Auburn. This is near Enterprise. So, yep, here is Montgomery and Auburn up here. This is where the tornado warning is, and it's moving a bit more to the north and east. So this is not anywhere near Tuscaloosa County. This is in southeastern Alabama. Tuscaloosa is all the way up here with Birmingham. Here is Montgomery and Auburn. This is Enterprise. This is where the tornado warning is. And people over here, as I said, near Enterprise, need to watch out for this storm. If this does become tornadic, if this does form a tornado, this will be right near your areas. And if you know anyone who lives here in Enterprise or in Level Plains, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions and get into their safe space. 100%. So a very strong storm that could be moving on through in this general vicinity, because this is kind of a surprise supercell here. It does look like the tornado warning now is expired. I'm not sure if it's because the it's actually moved out of the risk, or I think it expired. It did expire. So the tornado warning for this storm specifically has expired, but it still is showing tornadic rotation. So there might be a possibility to where it could encounter a new tornado warning here. But for right now, this is definitely something that we're going to want to continue to watch as this moves on through. But clearly a classic supercell here. Most of you, in looking at thunderstorms, you typically look for this hooking motion. And right within here is where you can see that hook. And so that's the reason why I say Level Plains, Enterprise, Daleville, your general vicinity, could for sure see a strong storm within this general area. This is Tallahassee's jurisdiction, so I'm actually going to pull up Tallahassee here on IEMBot and see if they are going to issue a new tornado warning, and if they do, I'll be able to say it for you all. But it still has some general rotation, and it is still moving off into places like Enterprise. Hail confirmed on Enterprise live cams. Yeah, there's a lot of hail with this too. That's actually the kind of unforeseen risk as well. So we're really going to have to watch out for this storm. The one thing that I do want to note is that this storm, regardless if it produces a tornado, it does have another warning for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. So this is definitely something that we're going to want to monitor as this continues to progress. I'm not sure if I turned on alerts. I did not. Did I turn on alerts now? No. What about now? Did not. Here, let's turn on alerts here. I'll get notified if there's a tornado warning that gets issued whenever you hear that ding, or any sort of update from Tallahassee. But still, got some very decent rotation here. You can clearly see there's actually two areas of rotation here. One that's near Enterprise in itself, but it's a bit more towards the rear of the supercell, so I'm highly doubting that that's actually rotation, although if it is, then we need to watch that as well. And then there's a little bit of rotation further south of Enterprise. So we need to continue to watch this as this unfolds around us. There's no more tornado warnings at the moment. There is still a lot of action here across the board. 5 severe thunderstorm warnings, 7 flash flood warnings. That's the unforeseen risk here today with how much rain is pushing on through. So if you live in any of these flash flood warnings, or if you're in a flash flood watch, you have the potential of seeing some flooded roadways, and you really do not want to drive through them. Just turn around, don't drown. The actual flooded roadways actually appear to be a lot more shallower than they actually are, and that's how people get stuck in flooded roadways that you see on the news all the time. Let's see. A lot of action here still. New tornado warning here in Florida. This is an extension for the cell that's over in Georgia and Florida. So they've got a new tornado warning on this cell here. This is for Columbia, Hamilton, Eccles, and Clinch counties. That'll be in effect until 3:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you guys live over there, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I also do want to mention that this thing is dumping very large amounts of hail. The actual warning box says that it can be a 2-inch sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this, but the maximum expected hail size indicator from
Brian
this...
Chase Super Chat $10.
Brian Chase with the $10 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Made me lose my train of thought. Oh yeah, that's right. So, but this, the radar, the maximum expected hail size indicator from my program here is indicating that some hail amounts could be above 4 inches, maybe even 4.5 inches. So let's be conservative and say very large hail here could be impacting places like Baker's Mill and Potter. So if you live over there, you guys need to for sure be indoors. And if you're in this tornado warning here, that could be impacting places like State Route 94 here in Georgia, near Needmore, heading on through to United States Route 441, as well as near Fargo in Georgia. You guys need to go ahead and get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Is this going to impact Charlotte? If it's Charlotte, North Carolina, then no, you're going to be good. So, if you guys are new to my channel, please be sure to leave a like on the live stream. Leaving a like actually gets the word out more effectively, because this then puts it onto more people's recommended feeds. And if we can get this word out to more people, such as recommended feeds or sharing the live stream with more people on social media, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, subscribe if you're new, because I do analysis of these severe storms anytime it gets bad. So if I'm not live streaming, you can assume that it's not going to be bad, unless if something happens that to which I can't live stream, then that's understandable. I also make videos every morning updating everyone on what type of severe they could get, except for this morning, which I decided to live stream. So that would be greatly apprecited. But yeah, this is not anything that people want to be outside for. And if you guys have any cars, if you're like near Needmore, or if you're near like United States Route 441, I'd highly recommend bringing in any sort of valuables outside. Like if you have pets, I'd highly recommend bringing them inside. If you have cars, putting them under some sort of cover is recommended. A tarp will not really help, to be completely honest with you. So, yeah, bringing them into the garage, or putting them in some sort of garage will help. That would be greatly, let's put it this way. It'd be a hassle explaining that to the insurance company and all that. Sure, it may be covered, but it's just one of those things that you'd rather be safe than sorry with these storms. So not only is there a chance for tornadoes, but if you're not going to be impacted by the tornado directly, you will be impacted by the large hail that is moving on through here with this storm. let's go back to the storm over near Enterprise. It's moving on through now, but a lot less rotation here. But there still is the chance for these storms as it continues to move on through. There is 100% some upper level rotation with this, so there is the chance for it to potentially recycle later along the line. But as of right now, Enterprise seems to be out of the risk, the tornado risk, so that is the good news. But places further along, like places near Campus Drive, as well as United States 231 near Ozark as well, you guys really need to monitor this as this pushes on through. And State Route 123, you guys need to monitor this storm as well, because this could become tornadic later along the line. Let's see. If you guys would like to join my Discord server, I'm about to send a link here for you also in the chat. Feel free to go join. We talk about weather, we talk about this stuff, but we mostly talk about weather. So if you want to enhance your weather skills and stuff like that, feel free to join. But a lot of activity here. If you want to join our Discord server, they're talking about it in there. And you'll be able to stay up to date with what all is happening. But yeah, pretty interesting for the most part across the board here. A lot of these thunderstorms that are really starting to fire off now. I want to look off from Mobile's radar on this storm here. And it looks kind of interesting. It has a little bit of general rotation in the upper parts of the atmosphere, so we'll have to monitor that as time moves along, but I think it should be good for now with these storms towards western parts of Alabama. What isn't going to be good is these storms over here in the border of Georgia and Florida. I mean, this is a very strong storm that is moving on through here. And there's even some other storms that are towards the rear of that, towards the southern edge. So places like Live Oak and Lake City later on towards the day, you know, this is the time of day into which I said you guys could start getting some severe storms. This is exactly what we are experiencing here. So we need to definitely monitor this as this moves on through. All the new people who have subscribed, thank you so much. You can see how it's still going, saying all the people that subscribed. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, as I said, I do cover severe weather events all over the place. You know, I do not discriminate. I was live streaming yesterday the massive hail and even the couple tornadoes that happened near Wichita Falls. There was actually a lot of tornadoes over there that happened. So I do cover all that. I also cover tropical weather once we get there. So we'll continue to, you know, as time moves along throughout the year, we'll have enough stuff to cover for you all so things don't get boring. You're just west of Lake City, near McElhenney. So McElhenney is over here, most likely. I'm going to look it up just in case. McElhenney, Florida. That is that's not over there. It's over here. So yeah, maybe later on today. You're east of Lake City, but maybe later on today, you guys could potentially get some of these storms, maybe some of these gusty winds that'll be surging on through here. It seems as if these storms have actually taken a bit more of a southeastern trend, I will say that much, because you can see, notice how these storms were originally up here, and now this was the the furthest scan that I have on this radar. And here's the new storms that are now down here. So really something that we're gonna have to watch out for. Yep, McElhenney could potentially get some of these, some of this activity for sure. But we'll have to continue to monitor this as time moves along. New severe thunderstorm warning with that storm over in Tallahassee. So, yep, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts they're saying with that. So nothing really too serious. I will say, this is the first time I've seen DBZ over 75. Well, yeah, over 75 on this new color table, and it looks absolutely phenomenal. So, yeah, this is pretty chaotic here with these the bunches of storms here. So you see that that kind of cyan right here. This is saying a lot of rain and a lot of hail is falling in these areas. And yeah, I would 100% agree that that is the case. A lot of rain, a lot of hail, a lot of surging winds here. A lot of surging gusty winds. So 2-inch size hail and maybe 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, in my honest opinion. Would not be surprised. But that is a very strong hail core here on this storm. And even further along the line down south, this could start to turn severe as well if that moves on through. But yeah, very well pronounced hail core that just surged off. And now since it's getting further and further away from the radar, it might be losing its hail core a little bit. But you know, the hail is still very much so widespread. I mean, look at this. It extends all the way here north of Needmore, all the way down into Florida and near Swanee. And they actually issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. So maybe this entire line right here is not only just producing a lot of surging gusty winds, but even widespread large hail here, and upwards of maybe an inch. So, well, widespread 1-inch size hail, maybe even larger in some areas. There might be a little bit of a gap near Baker's Mill, but for the most part, this is a lot of hail here that's falling from these cluster of storms that are surging off to the south and east. I want to see if actually I can get some general storm motion. And it says it's moving off to the north and east, but I would actually say that it's probably just moving more or less due east-ish. So that is the fire weather outlook, and I do not care about that. So there's purple warning boxes. What is that for? So this little circle here, you know, if you have purple boxes like these, then that's a tornado reported, stuff like that. But this right here, this little purple circles and stuff like that, this tells me what the conditions are within the specific storms. And so by looking at this, I can be able to determine as to whether or not there is energy near the system or how much wind shear there is, just by looking at this satellite analysis that is here for me. So, yeah, this is exactly the time to use it for the most part. I mean, for those of you who understand what convective available potential energy is, or CAPE, there's 2,000 joules per kilogram of it, which is a plethora amount of energy within these this specific area of the United States. There's also some decent shear as well. The storm relative helicity from 0 to 1 kilometers is 214 M2S2. So meter squared per second squared, and that is pretty interesting for the most part. Is this GR2 Analyst rather than GR Level 3? Indeed, this is GR2 Analyst. Yeah, I love GR2 Analyst. It's my favorite program to use for weather, if you guys couldn't tell. But yes. Fun fact, by the way, this same program was used by the Weather Channel way back when in the day, specifically by Dr. Greg Forbes. So we've got the same program here that they use to try and inform you all. It just may look different. I gotta stretch in my chair. Ugh. Ugh. Just pop my shoulder. Lovely. But yeah, a lot of storms here that are moving on through. As I said, need more. Fargo and Council, large hail expected through your general vicinities. Like, I can pretty much say anywhere on the border of southern Georgia and northern Florida, from Jennings, like from the Interstate 75 area eastward, you guys need to monitor this storm 100%. This will also could be I'm not trying to say anything or imply anything really, but Jacksonville might have to watch this too. Not saying they could get this, but if it does end up moving into that area, then we'll definitely have to watch out for that as well. Can I check the Augusta, Georgia area? Yeah, I can, but there's not really going to be a whole lot happening there. I'll switch over my radar here real quickly. There's a severe thunderstorm watch that was issued, so something cool about that. But here's the Augusta, Georgia area, and there's not a lot of rain here. But later on tonight, you guys could get some bits and bobs of rain, and I would not be surprised if that continues to surge on through as a gusty wind or a hail threat. Do not think it's going to be a tornado threat, unless if it's a bit further south, but a lot of gusty winds for sure. A lot of you are asking about the Alabama one, how that's looking. There's a lot of gusty winds that are surging with it now. This has turned into more of a consolidated line. You still have a bit of rotation here near Newton, but it is very weak at the moment. So there's not really a whole lot that's happening with this cell at the moment, but really something we're going to have to monitor. Cannot read the names of the towns on the map. You see, I wish I could figure out a way to actually increase the size of the towns and stuff like that. I really wish I could. If people knew a way to actually do that, then that would help significantly. But, here, settings. City font. Change font. I can. Okay. Hey, does this help? I think this helps, chat. I think this helps a little bit. So yeah, there's the city names. Does it need to be bigger? I'm not sure if it has to be bigger. But regardless, these storms are still surging on through here. Yeah, I think this is a little bit better. I am not gonna lie. I thought you had to just download a place file for it. Didn't actually know it had settings. Bruh. Cordell in Georgia isn't really anticipated to get a whole lot. Here is Cordell. And so you're gonna get a lot of scattered thunderstorms from now for another couple hours. But then as this continues to move on through, you'll get a bit of a break, and then you'll get some more thunderstorms that'll move on through the overnight hours as well. Just stream it in 1080p. You see, I wish I could, but unfortunately, my internet prohibits me from doing so. So 780p, 760, whatever it is, p. It's gonna have to be good enough for right now. 720, 60p. Need to be bigger. Let's see if we can do that real quickly. City font, Change font. 20. Let's try that. Is that better? I think that's a bit better. I don't want this to be covering over the storms, though, to be fair. What about 18? Yeah, that's a bit better. Just a little bit. That's all I have to do for right now, honestly. So. But yeah, this is some storms that'll really start to move on through, and people are really going to have to monitor this with the utmost caution. So that's the size font of that. Just trying to figure out here. It's Moody Air Force Base. Fort Rucker. That's right about there. Let's go over towards the Moody Air Force Base, actually. We'll actually make the size of the city font bigger there as well. 18 font. Okay, good enough. So yeah, Fargo and Council could definitely see some of this storm. Actually, the storm further to the south is now showing some larger hail with this one too. Yeah, over 2-inch sized hail. That is on the maximum expected hail size with this storm. So really something we need to watch. There's also a tornado warning here too. And this storm could produce a tornado further along the line. It does seem to be a bit more of a gusty wind threat. But places near Council need to be aware of that as well, and Fargo. But they're not in the tornado warning right now. So if they do issue a new tornado warning, that's when I'll say that Fargo and Council needs to get into their safe space. But it's a lot of surging gusty winds with this storm, in my honest opinion. Is there any way that I can... Let's see. Nah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. But yeah, still some very strong storms here that are moving on through. What's the risk for Fargo? Well, Fargo, you guys are going to see a lot of hail, so I'd highly recommend you get inside now, or if you haven't already. But if you are inside, then yeah, you guys can see hail in upwards of maybe an inch, maybe an inch and a half as well. But still some large hail within your general vicinity is possible. So if you know anyone who's over there, if you don't mind letting them know, that would be greatly appreciated. But yeah, pretty interesting to say the least, especially since this entire line, as I mentioned, now is practically producing hail almost in upwards of an inch. This is pretty crazy to say the least. What is it looking like tornado-wise from Middleburg, Florida during the overnight early morning hours? Well, for the overnight event for you all doesn't seem to be like super tornadic. But these lines of storms here that are moving through like Fargo in Georgia, you know, Jasper and Swanee in Florida, these are producing some very large amounts of hail here. So, yeah, if you do live in any of these areas, you guys really need to go indoors. And if you live a bit further out, like if you're near State Route 94 in Georgia, or if you're in State Route 2 in Florida, if you live along there near Pontiac or St. George in Georgia, I'd honestly recommend bringing your cars indoors, because this could easily dent cars, and pretty sure you do not want to go to detailers just for hail damage. But yeah, this is in Florida and in Georgia, right on the border actually. So really need to monitor this as this pushes on through. As I said, very large hail event. What's the conditions around here? Okay, so the helicity has gone down a bit. I'm actually curious if if it's turning a bit more linear. If it's doing that, then it'll just be a gusty wind and hail threat with this cluster of storms. But can't say for certain. Let's go back to the cell. Tornado warning, by the way, in Florida has been canceled and or expired. No, it did expire, so it didn't get canceled. So there is still some stuff over there. Let's see. Let's see. Is the tornado near Lumberton? Well, luckily there isn't a tornado warning right now. The one tornado warning got canceled. But let's see. There's multiple Lumbertons, so I'm gonna have to have you specify. Unless if it's in North Carolina, then no, it's not. But if it's in, like, say, it's not in Georgia. There's a Lumberton, Florida. And it's all the way over down south near Tampa-ish. So, not really. They said Jacksonville has a tornado. Jacksonville, not at the moment. Jacksonville is currently not experiencing anything. There's a lot of severe storms that are heading that way. So it's really something that we're going to have to watch out for as this continues to progress further. I'm going to play the loop here real quickly. New severe thunderstorm warning just got issued. This now includes, well, it already included Fargo before, but now includes Council. And so Baker, Columbia, Eccles, Ware, and Clinch counties, southern Georgia, northern Florida, that'll be in effect until 4:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Tennis ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Tennis balls, guys. Tennis balls that are made of ice falling from the sky. That is some serious large hail here. And it's all along a line, guys. It's all along a line. So not just one area could experience this. There's some other areas even south of that. Here near Genoa, this could even experience some large hail. The warning box is saying up to quarters, but it very well could be possible as well. Arian or Arian, hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Mesoscale discussion. Northern Alabama, Southern Tennessee. I figured as much. That's the storms that are firing off. Watch probability is a 40%. Oh, yeah. That's just the thing that I decided not to look at. But yeah, still some very large hail in some of these areas. The potential of severe hail is pretty significant. But yeah, this is definitely a lot of storms that we have to continue to monitor. Some very strong storms that are pushing on through here. Trying to look through all different stuff here. Try and help me. Thought carbohydrated. Yeah, true. Carbonated. I couldn't think of it. My brain was like very small for a second. But carbonated. You guys knew what I mean. Very nice. Very nice. Find it very hard to believe this is only round one. Well, this round is the worst one of the two. So, there's been a report of a 2.5 inch size hailstone near Statenville. Tennis ball sized hail. So, yeah. Dents on top of the cars with broken windows. Damaged vehicles. I told you all, I said that large hail will do that. So that's why I was like, I kind of recommend that the people out in front of that really should kind of just, yeah. If you guys also want to, well, actually, you know what? I'm just going to say it right now. Please be sure to join my Discord server. That would be greatly appreciated. We talk about weather, we talk about other stuff as well. Like, we meme and talk about things going around in the world. As long as you accept the terms of service and rules, so please read them, then you should be fine. And we have a fun time in there. We talk about all sorts of stuff. But yeah, a lot of activity in the Discord server, for sure. Oh, this is quite concerning. TLH? Wait, where's the... Where was this taken? It's in Tallahassee. Bro, if there's any storms that form off in front of this actually could get pretty serious. That's, not exactly the, not exactly the best case scenario here. What we're looking at is an observed sounding what the National Weather Service did, and where they, you know, actually, hold up. We can see it for ourselves. Here. We need to refresh the page. I can't. Unfortunate. Bye, Sharpie. Sharpie.exe. Thank you. Let's see. Can we look at 18Z now? Yes, we can. Whoa, there was only one area that registered its 18Z already. Wow, and that's Tallahassee. So let's take a look at the that sounding there for Tallahassee. And yeah, that's a pretty concerning sounding, all right. We're lacking a little bit of energy. I will say that much. Lacking a little bit of energy. Have a lot of shear here, though. My goodness. The veering of this with height is just very good. Very good. We won't have really that many issues with rain wrapping all too much. Well, actually, no, we will have a little bit of issues with rain wrapping. Just a little. But there is the chance for it as well as it continues to move on through. But this is an observed sounding that they took. They sent the weather balloon up into the sky, and this is what it came back with. And that's pretty crazy. And so we are watching heavily the panhandle really closely, especially if there's any storms that do develop. The parameters for that area are very high for tornadoes, which is really interesting. You know, I was trying to call it out before 2 videos ago, something like that. No, a video ago, something like that, which we got a new tornado warning, so we'll talk about that here in a second. But I was trying to call out as to whether or not there could be the potential risk for tornadic activity along the southern edge here, and it's starting to come into fruition where the conditions there are looking very ripe, if you will. New tornado warning. All right, this is for Dale, Henry, and Houston counties in Alabama, as well as Early County in Georgia. That'll be in effect until 4:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If we take a look here on the reflectivity, it may not look it, but you have this curling motion here with the thunderstorm, the inflow coming in here. So if it juts out its rear flank downdraft just a bit more and forms a hook, then we could potentially see a tornado here. But people near I think it's Headland, the warning box is kind of blocking it. Headland, Newville, as well as areas along United States Route 431, County Road 99 in Alabama, as well as State Road 134 here through Headland. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Here is the rotation right here. According to radar, you can see your reds are going away from the radar. This is the velocities. So your red velocity is away from the radar. Your green is towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So that's all the more reason as to why I'm saying people around here need to monitor the storm with the utmost caution. But this indeed does have quite a bit of rotation here with this storm. And there's the clear hook right here within this storm, or I'll say kink within the line. So this is moving north of Dothan. But this is still a very strong storm that is moving on through. So I'm really concerned about the areas along United States Route 431. As I said, if you know anyone who lives in those areas, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions. But Helicity is pretty high here. Cape's pretty high here. Yeah, there's a lot of activity here and a lot of energy for these storms. So the potential for severe weather may not be done quite yet. Is there a tornado warning? Yes, this is for Dale, Henry, and Houston counties in Alabama, as well as Early County in Georgia. So if you know anyone who lives in those counties near Headland, the town of Headland, town of Newville, the town of Haleburg in Alabama, you need to tell them to really take their proper precautions and get into your safe space. Near Ripton is what someone is saying. There could be a classic supercell, so let's take a look at that. I'll also have to update the town things again. City things. City font. Change font. 18. Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah, that does look like it has some tornadic rotation a little bit. It does look like it's trying to become a strong supercell. I was talking about it earlier, how that thing could potentially develop. The echo tops for it being a mini supercell are pretty high. So it's really interesting to say the least. Do I think yesterday was worse or today? So far, yesterday, because of how large the hail was in Wichita Falls. But we're also seeing some areas that are getting very large hail amounts as well. There's actually there's a report of some damaging winds here in Jasper, Florida. Homes damaged in the Waters Mobile Home Park. Numerous trees are also down. So very strong gusty winds that are surging with these storms. And a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Baker, Columbia, and Hamilton counties in Florida, which will be in effect until 4:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This warning in itself, all right, this is a good way to explain to you all that tornadoes is not the only risk for severe weather that can do damage. This storm has a VDS on it, or a very dangerous storm. It's warned for baseball-sized hail. Baseball-sized hail. You can't see it because the font's pretty bad for the most part. But very dangerous storm with baseball-sized hail on this one. And that will do damage. That will do damage 100%. There's already been damage to, there's been reports of tennis ball sized hail, which is a little smaller than baseball, which has damaged vehicles with broken windows and dents on tops of cars. This can also break windows on the sides of houses. This has happened before with golf ball sized hail. So this is very, very large hail that is dumping itself over Florida and Georgia. This is a very wide area. I mean, look at this hail core, guys. Look at this hail core here. That is a very strong hail core, and the maximum expected hail size actually is supposed to get up to almost 3 inches, if not larger. So that's all the more reason why we need to monitor this. Very large hail, and before it actually had up to 4 inches as well as the maximum expected hail size. So a very large hail core here. Very strong storms that are moving off towards the east. We're going to go back to the tornado warning here real quickly. See what's happened with that storm. But jeez, that's some very large hail. Very large hail that's moving on through that area. Let's see, Monroeville. If you're talking about that severe thunderstorm warning, we were talking about that earlier. It looked interesting, but it's not exactly primed to do anything tornadic as of right now. But VDS on those storms in Georgia and Florida heading towards Jacksonville. We need to watch those at all costs. So the tornadic cell over here with the tornado warning for Dale, Henry, and Houston counties in Alabama and Early County in Georgia. I'm sorry. It's looking interesting. There is definitely some sort of rotation here, but it doesn't look all too promising. It's really a lot of gusty winds here surging along this rear flank downdraft. So we're really going to have to watch out for Headland and Newville, those areas over there. Still need to monitor it. There's still some decent amounts of hail for the most part. I'm going to try and take a storm motion from warning to see how much exactly. There's some that can get up to about little over a quarter of an inch, so not really too large, not as large as the baseball size hail that we've been seeing in Florida, but this still has some pretty strong gusty winds, and maybe even the chance for a tornado. But the way I can tell it's a bit more of a gusty wind threat is this arcing characteristic, and usually when you see that, you have gusty winds that are surging at the tip of it and surging it out more and more. And that's typically where the strongest area of winds will be. So like right around here towards Headland. But yeah, this is definitely gusting out a bit more. And it's not exactly becoming as much of a tornado threat, but the chance for tornadoes is still here. Maybe near Newville. Let's actually go talk about the storm in Monroeville real quickly. So this actually is warned for tennis ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. It also has a tornado possible on it. And this actually might be a bit of a sleeper event, guys. What's happening towards the end, because you know, with what the sounding and what we saw here on Sharpie and what the National Weather Service showed us with its weather balloon, this might actually be pretty. The Storm Prediction Center might have actually underestimated the event towards the latter stages. And I would not be surprised if they brought in that 10% chance for tornadoes or 10% SIG chance for tornadoes, but it's very hard to say as of right now because the energy is there. There's a plethora amount of energy. If we go to the violent tornado parameter, all these little lines right here, it's like different stages. So the higher the number, the higher the chance for tornadoes being violent and stuff like that, if there was one. So if you take a look at it here across the board, these reds are like these, you know, you're starting to get into the chances of maybe tornadoes being violent, stuff like that. Then you get into the darker reds, and it gets all the way up to an 8. Then you have a purple right here, which actually is 9. So it's like the next step above the reds. And that is that's telling you that the conditions for these storms are really ripe for the most part. And this is not exactly what we wanted to see here from these cells. Significant tornado parameter of 5, that's fixed layer. There's definitely a lot of activity here with these storms along the Florida area. So if storms can form, here in Tallahassee and stuff like that, we are really going to want to watch out for that. 100%. If you guys are new to my channel, please be sure to leave a like on the live stream. Leaving a like actually gets us into more people's recommended pages so that we can continue to get this word out that the severe weather event is happening. Also share this with friends and family and on social media. And subscribe if you enjoy my content. That way you may stay up to date with all of the severe weather that occurs in the world of the United States, because we think it's all our world. But all within the United States, maybe in some other areas if I'm bored and there's no weather going on. But I do not discriminate. This is not the only area that I cover. I cover Texas and all the other, you know, states in the United States. We've covered Oklahoma, Texas, and Louisiana last night. We had some large hail and a couple of tornadoes that formed off of multiple cells up there. And so, you know, we do cover everything here on this channel. And we upload videos every single morning if you guys want more information as to what all could be happening in the world of weather. So, definitely something that I would definitely appreciate. if you guys were to, stick around with me and subscribe. Bro, this stuff is garbage. I'm not checking northwestern Alabama ever again. I'm just kidding. New tornado warning for the cell to the rear near Monroeville. My goodness. Alright, so the cell has now became tornado warned. So here's the new tornado warning. It's for Conecuh counties in Alabama. That'll be in effect until 3:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Tornado and tennis ball sized hail with this storm. So if you guys live over here near United States Route 84, near Interstate 65, heading off towards Evergreen, as well as north of Castleberry, near, this says State Route 3, but it also says United States Route 31. If you guys live over there, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's get some timings out here for you all. This will be heading off into the Evergreen area in about 15 minutes. So you don't really have a whole lot of time, and it'll be crossing over the interstate in less than that. So I'd highly recommend that if you're driving on the interstate and you're driving northbound and you just passed the Range and the Castleberry exits, I'd highly recommend you waiting a little bit. Because these storms can not only produce, a tornado, it could potentially produce some tennis ball sized hail, and that could break windshields, dent cars, and do a lot of damage. So this is really something that we're going to want to watch out for as time progresses here today. But this really is a concerning situation for the town of Evergreen, because this is heading right for them. So if you live in Evergreen, or if you know anyone who lives in Evergreen, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions and get into their safe space. But yeah, this event is really starting to kind of kick off. Oh geez, a report of 7.75 inches of rain in Seminole, Georgia. That's some flash flooding right there too. So there's so much stuff that's happening across the board here. It's not just tornadoes, guys. It's hail and wind. We had reports of baseball-sized hail on some. You had reports of tennis ball-sized hail that did damage to cars across the board in Florida. So we really need to watch out for this as this continues to progress later on this evening. I'm actually curious as to whether or not the Storm Prediction Center is going to issue their day one outlook or not, because we're 4 minutes away and we don't know what they're doing. So USA Weather, give me a level on how bad the tornado is going to be from 1 to 5. What level do you think today would be? Well, they're in a 2 out of 5 right now. They're in a 2 out of 5 for severe weather right now. But it could potentially, within the next update, be a 3 out of 5. We don't know. That's the reason why I'm saying I'm waiting for the next day one convective outlook to see what they are talking about. But yeah, very, very strong storm moving into Evergreen. If you know anyone who lives in Evergreen, Alabama, I'd highly recommend telling them to take their proper precautions and get into their safe space. Because someone just said 10,000 people here in Evergreen. That's a lot of people. So make sure to share this live stream, like it so that I can get onto more people's recommended pages. That way we can continue to try and get the word out that way about these storms that are producing some very severe conditions across the southern parts of the United States. But geez. Yeah, a lot of these storms here that are really starting to fire off. I'm gonna look back at the storms over here in Florida and Georgia. And these storms are really trucking on through. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued, and this is going to be heading into the general vicinity of northern Jacksonville. So that means that the cell south of that probably will be heading into Jacksonville. So if you know anyone who lives in Jacksonville, I would start sounding the alarm for you guys with some severe storms. I would really start telling them to really monitor the situation very closely. I mean, this storm has had a history of producing some very large hail. Geez. What's the weather's going to be like in Joppa, Maryland? Well, Maryland's not going to really be getting a whole lot of stuff here today. Is that the new day 2 outlook? Is that the new day 1 outlook? No, it's a severe thunderstorm watch, which has been issued. Joplin, Maryland? Well, not Joplin. Joppa, Maryland or Joplin, Missouri? If it's Joplin, Joplin's going to be all right, but Joppa, Maryland. Shout out to us here in Jacksonville. Yeah, no. If you know anyone, if you know your friends and stuff like that, all the people in Jacksonville need to monitor this storm because this thing is trucking along. Joppatown, are you like north and east of Baltimore? If you're north and east of Baltimore, you guys are pretty tame right now. If you're in Maryland in general, I'll just move my radar over here to Baltimore, Washington, and there's nothing really happening. Yeah, I live in southern Pennsylvania, so I'm with you in regards to that, but Maryland. All right, well, here's Maryland. I live somewhere in southern Pennsylvania, and we're kind of experiencing some pretty cool weather at the moment. I mean, the temperature outside, I'm looking at my weather station, is 62. I'm assuming it's not that far out from you all. So, it's pretty comfortable here for the
Terry
most
Super
part.
Chat £2.
What? Terry with the £2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Thank you much. I really do. Yeah, no, I think I'm going to put on Twitter about this system. Probably gonna screenshot this and then upload it to Twitter. Because this storm is looking really crazy. I mean, my goodness. That is a very strong storm that is approaching Jacksonville. This one up to the north here near Moniac, approaching St. George, looks like it's going to be going to the north of Jacksonville. But what I'm concerned is the cells to the south of that and how that could potentially impact Jacksonville. And so, we really need to watch out for this. But this is really something that we got to watch out for. All right, I'm going to take a screenshot of this. I'm going to do radar only. This will be Jacksonville. Boom. I'm going to upload it to Twitter real quickly, which I'll actually post my I'll actually post a link to my post in the chat so that you guys can like it and retweet it, because we got to get this word out to Jacksonville, guys. I mean, 2-inch size hail can do damage. New tornado warning, what? Convective outlook day 1 has been issued. We'll take a look at that in a second. Large location. And then we got to go over to my thing right here. Upload media. Jacksonville. Real quickly. Pictures. A3 EFGHI J Jacksonville. Boom. There we go. There we go. So we posted that. Copy link. Boom. There we go. So go like and retweet that, guys, because people in Jacksonville need to know about this. And if there's already people here in Jacksonville, then good to know. A lot of gusty winds, a lot of hail that's moving on through here. But definitely something that is that needs to be monitored 100%. So we'll keep an eye on that. We're gonna go back to the tornado warning over here in Alabama, near Evergreen. A lot of rotation here in the upper levels, but it's just we're looking so high up in the atmosphere that we cannot tell as to whether or not something is happening. But some hail sizes are in upwards of an inch and a half. This actually is warned for tennis ball sized hail as well, which is 2.5 inches. So really is something that we got to watch out for. But this is definitely a situation we need to continue to monitor as this pushes on through. But this is definitely a decent little supercell, a mini supercell that is trying to sustain here. And as this moves off to the north, we'll continue to monitor that for you all. But just in between a bunch of radars, so we can't exactly say for sure what all is happening with this system. Let's go back to the cell over here near Fort Rucker. A lot of gusty winds here with this storm for sure. That's moving on through near Haleburg. Does not have a tornado warning on it anymore, which is the good news. But still some strong gusty winds that are going to be moving on through towards Blakely. Actually, for this severe thunderstorm warning in itself, it is just 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Not a whole lot of hail, which is the good news, but definitely some strong storms that'll be moving on through to places like United States Route 27. Dothan looks like these storms are actually going to be moving just to the north of you. You could have something that's trying to start up over there, but it doesn't really look all too likely. So really something we're going to have to watch out for as time moves along. Let's move back to Jacksonville real quickly because this storm is marching its way through here. I don't think it can register the echotops anymore. So that's really interesting. What app am I using? I'm using GR2 Analyst. GR2 Analyst has a 21-day free trial, but then after that, it shuts off unless if you have a key or if you purchase a key, which is $250. But I love this program. So you can customize it however way you want. You can add as many things as you want. But yeah, no, this is a very, very strong storm here, to say the least. And you have this clear gust front here, this clear surge, this bow echo, if you will. So some very strong storms that are surging on through. And as I said, here's Jacksonville right here. Here's Jacksonville. Here's the line of storms that are pushing on through. And you can see how it's been getting closer and closer towards the general vicinity of Jacksonville. So we need to really watch out for this because this is most likely going to impact the airport. And this general area is most likely going to impact the airport. And I've been there. The airport, looks pretty nice for the most part. I know you have your air base over there. I saw a lot of, when I was flying out of Jacksonville, it had a lot of activity around that general vicinity. But if you know anyone who lives near the international airport, I would tell them to go ahead and seek shelter for some strong gusty winds. All right, let's see what the product says here for these storms. Still a tornado risk. They've shrunk the 5% chance for tornadoes down a little bit, but they've kept the 5% here for Florida and Alabama for these strong storms that going to be forming here soon. So we'll continue to cover that as time moves along. The hail probability, 15% chance still here for some large hail. You also have a 30% chance for some large hail as well down in southern Alabama, southwestern Georgia, and western Florida. And so this is what your convective outlook now looks like. So North Carolina's out of the risk. Northern parts, upstate South Carolina's out of the risk for the most part now. I won't be updating my graphics. I will say that much. Unless if there's like nothing happening. Well, actually, I could be updating my graphics. So we'll have to see. But yeah, a lot of activity here. And there's also the slight risk that has been added a bit further north into Alabama and further north into Georgia. So Atlanta is now still in the slight risk for the most part. Actually, do they have a tornado risk? Yeah, they have a small tornado risk. There's a 2% chance for tornadoes. So Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Atlanta, those areas have like a 2% chance for tornadoes, but not a huge chance for severe weather. But going back to the convective outlook, it says here upstate South Carolina and North Carolina is going to be done and out of the risk. But there is still a major risk for severe weather here approaching Jacksonville. The new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. This includes McElhenney. So 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar-sized hail within these areas. So if you live in Nassau, Baker, Columbia, and Charlton counties, you have a severe thunderstorm warning until 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. It's not exactly near Duval yet. Duval is wait to see until it gets towards Duval, but it's really starting to approach these areas, and we're really going to want to watch out for these storms, especially since they've had a history of some very, very large hail and some strong gusty winds with this storm. Let's go ahead and head over back to the tornado warning. It still has that hooking characteristic, but it's moving very slowly past Evergreen. So Evergreen just experienced a lot of hail within their area. How fast is this thing moving? Moving east at 50 miles per hour? I don't think so. You sure these are moving east at 50 miles per hour? It might, maybe. It could be moving at 50 miles per hour, but it doesn't look like it. It looks like I was just watching it a second ago and it was like over here. And it felt like, well, not a second ago, like forever ago. But still, a supercell here that's moving on through that could be tornadic, could produce some larger amounts of hail. And a lot of these cells across southern parts of Alabama into Georgia could do that as well. So we'll have to really watch out for this. How about severe weather in Tuesday in Topeka, Kansas? Yeah, Topeka actually is really going to want to watch that on Tuesday. It isn't going to be like super significant for the most part, but there is the risk for some severe weather in your area. Actually, I wonder if the NAM is running. Is it running? Yes, it is, but we have to wait another half an hour until it's completed. So I'll give you an update about that if you stay around once the NAM finishes, which I actually am curious to what is happening with it, so I'll look at it anyways. But very strong setup here for the most part. If you guys have any like footage or stuff like that that you want to send in, whether someone else posted it here on Twitter or you have it, feel free to @ me on Twitter at Nate_Snyder. Here's my profile right here at N8_Snyder. That is my my Twitter username. And so if you send that to me, I can send it here on stream and be able to show the public as to what all is going on. Because this is, as I said, large hail. As a matter of fact, this storm here near St. George just re-intensified with the amount of hail that it has. So, you know, hail in upwards of almost 2 inches here, according to the maximum expected hail size indicator. Very, very serious amounts of hail from this storm. And this can easily damage cars. So, very serious situation here within the storm. And St. George actually had 3-inch size hail with this as well. So that's something to keep in mind too. You're a rare person, you live in Moore? Do you actually? That's pretty cool if that's the case, because I've never actually met anyone from Moore, Oklahoma. Do you think there could be a moderate risk on Tuesday? Maybe. I'm more leaning towards an enhanced if it happens. Slight enhanced. Probably an enhanced. Probably. Maybe. Root beer. Not my preferred drink of choice, but it is delicious. Yep, so these storms are still surging on through here. A lot of strong gusty winds. So if you know anyone who lives in Jacksonville, if you know anyone who lives north of Jacksonville, you know, I would inform them that they need to go ahead and monitor the storm. Probably get inside. Very strong storms that are surging on through here. But yeah, this is a very concerning situation here for the most part with these storms as this continues to move on through. I'm going to head back over to the tornado warning real quickly. As I said, it's very hard for us to tell what exactly is happening because it's very far away from the radar. Although, I think we might be able to tell a little bit better if we go to Fort Rucker. How's the Atlanta area going to be? Atlanta's probably going to experience some severe weather later tonight. I'm actually anticipating that to happen. But still, very interesting situation that's
Remington
taking part
Height
here.
Super Chat 99 cents.
Remington Height, thank you for the $1 super chat. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. You know, anytime people, you know, support me, that whether it's liking the video, you know, subscribing and stuff like that, I really do appreciate it. So thank you very much to all the people, including Remington Height. Thank you so much. The thing that I'm checking in 30 minutes, what will it tell us? A better idea as to what's happening on Tuesday, which is a severe weather event that we've been talking about for quite some time. So that's what we're waiting for. But yeah, some really interesting rotation here with this storm. I wonder if see, how high are we looking up in the storm with this? 9,000 feet up in the sky. I wonder if I move off to this radar. Are there risks for Tulsa, Oklahoma this week? There very well could be. I think they probably could get some stuff. Here, let's take a look at the NAM. I think they're probably going to get some stuff on Wednesday, in my honest opinion. I think Wednesday is a day to which they can get some stuff. Same thing with Oklahoma City. But it definitely looks a lot more localized towards Kansas on Tuesday. So, real quickly. I'm going to go to the 12Z, see if I can get a better visualization. So here's the tornado threat here for Tuesday according to the NAM. This is at 7 o'clock Central Daylight Time. And it's localized here within Kansas, central Kansas as well, near Wichita, to northern parts of Oklahoma. If we take a sounding right here, there's a little bit of capping inversion, but the shear is there for some severe weather to occur. What I'm waiting for is the next run of the NAM, because this is the first, this one that we're looking at is the first model run that actually catches this this event in depth. So I'm really trying to watch out for this as it continues to move on through, and push off on into the general vicinity of Tornado Alley. Anything for Washoe County? They're not in a severe thunderstorm warning right now, so let's take a look and see where this is. Let's see, Washoe County, is that in Nevada? If it's in Nevada, no. They're not doing anything. But it looks like that's Nevada. So Nevada's not doing anything right now. Let's go back to Jacksonville, because this is still a very strong storm that's moving on through here. And let's play the loop. Or actually, you know what? Let's get timings out. I think timings is probably better. New severe thunderstorm warning now. This does include Duval County here, so Nassau, Duval, and Camden counties. That'll be in effect until 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. They're also saying nickel-sized hail, but we have the maximum expected hail size indicator in upwards of 1.5 inches, so there might be even larger than nickel-sized hail, probably up to quarters, I'd have to say. But if we get some timings out here for this system, this will be heading off into the International Airport vicinity in around 15 minutes. So if you guys live over there, you guys really have to monitor these storms. I'm going to actually add a shapefile here for Florida, so I'll be able to tell all what specific roads are where. So do I have roads? Yes, I do have roads. Perfect. So I can tell you all exactly where this is heading off to. This, as I said, is heading off to the International Airport in about 10 to 15 minutes. So if you live over there, you guys need to get indoors. Very strong gusty winds and even some larger amounts of hail. This is for the northern part of Jacksonville. So if you live over there, you guys have to really monitor this, the northern metropolitan areas. If you live in the southern areas of the metropolitan Jacksonville vicinity, you guys aren't going to be impacted as of right now. You guys could be impacted later, but this is still something to really monitor for as this moves on through. But yes, the International Airport in Jacksonville most likely will be impacted within the next 10 to 15 minutes with these storms. I'm not checking northern Alabama. No offense, but there's just nothing there. None shall pass. Birmingham. All right, that is an area that I will check. Let's see if I can. Actually, it's some pretty good. I'll come back to that in a second. Birmingham. We'll check that real quickly. Any tornadoes touchdown yet today? Yeah, earlier this morning. We didn't cover that on my live stream because I actually had a live stream last night, and I got pretty tired, and so I actually slept through my alarm. That was fun. But there was a bunch of other tornado warnings that we covered today, including some events that had some baseball-sized hail, which is around 3 inches in diameter. So we covered quite a bit here on our live stream today. We've been live streaming for 6 hours, guys. Been pretty consistent all day. That's typically what we do here on our channel. We live stream severe weather events that could be pretty bad, and we try to, protect people from stuff like this. So if you guys enjoy the content, please be sure to subscribe. And we don't discriminate. My live stream last night was over in Texas, so I'll cover any area in the United States that gets pretty bad. And this includes whenever there's like landfalls for hurricanes and stuff like that. So, yeah. If you guys want to see more of that, please be sure to subscribe. And if you guys, want to watch my videos I upload every single morning, then turn on the notification bell, because that will give you all the updates that you need. So Birmingham at the moment isn't really experiencing a whole lot of these storms. There's a lot of scattered storms. Same thing with Tuscaloosa. More of your scattered storms are kind of near like Fayette and Winfield, as well as Jasper and Double Springs. Some of these other areas down here near Selma, Clanton, and Alexander City, there's also some other storms that can produce some decent-sized hail. But for the most part, you guys are expected to get a lot of scattered thunderstorms. Some could be severe with gusty winds and hail, but I do not foresee anything tornadic for you all. So I would just still stay weather aware for the most part for the rest of the day, but I don't think it will be tornadic. All right, let's, new severe thunderstorm warning here. So severe thunderstorm warning for Clark County in southwestern Alabama. That'll be in effect until 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time, so 34 minutes from now. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and $half sized hail. So this is definitely something that we're going to have to monitor. This is the area to watch here for these storms as this continues to progress. And so as we move along here with the live stream, we will continue to watch this for you all. But yep, some very strong severe storms for the most part on all of these systems. So this storm right here that just exited its tornado warning here in Conecuh County, now over here into the general vicinity of Butler, Crenshaw, and Covington counties. This actually has some pretty strong rotation on the supercell. And so I would not be surprised if this thing actually goes tornado warning again. Let's see, this is Mobile, Alabama's jurisdiction. So I wouldn't be surprised if they issued a tornado warning for this system. And people near like Red Level, people near Gant, as well as United States Highway 29, you guys really need to monitor the storm with the utmost respect because of where these storms are actually surging on through. Let's see. Trying to think of some more areas that could be impacted. Let's go back to Jacksonville here real quickly. So, giant line of storms moving into new tornado warning. Oh, it's so this cell that's the new cell. Well, what in the world are you doing? Where are some of these other things? Charleston, South Carolina. We don't need the radar over here. We can move it over to we can move it over to what's its face. Stop spamming, please. That would be greatly appreciated. Even if you do type fast, it's not appreciated that spamming is there, mainly because it gets annoying to a lot of people, including myself. So that would be greatly appreciated. This is not loading. So give it a second. There it is. It finally went. All right, so we'll talk about it right here. New tornado warning here for Clark County in Alabama. That'll be in effect until 4:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This storm also has golf ball sized hail. So some very large hail on top of all this. And if we take a look at the velocities, there is some decent rotation with this within this storm. So people definitely need to monitor this as this moves along. And yeah, I'd have to agree there is some tornadic rotation. So if you live near Thomasville, if you live south of Thomasville, near Fulton, here in Alabama, as well as along United States Highway 43, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's get some timings out here for you all real quickly. Yes, I am. Anyway, so let's get some timing out here for you all. Within the next 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, United States Route 43, you guys will be impacted. So the Fulton area, you guys could be impacted. State Route 154 here in Alabama, south of Thomasville, you guys could experience these storms within the next, I'd say 5 minutes as well. So please, really something that we got to watch out for as this pushes on through. And then after that, it'll start to move into some relatively rural areas. There we go. There we go. Yeah, it's definitely something we're gonna have to monitor as this moves on through to Fulton. Very strong supercell that is forming out here. Some of these mini supercells that are really just starting to register and fire on through. So we really got to watch out for these storms as this continues to progress later on tonight. I'm going to go over to Jacksonville again because this storm is now starting to reach the they're starting to reach the interstate I-95 area, and it's definitely something that we got to continue to monitor for the most part. Give me a second, guys. But yeah, Jacksonville, you guys really need to watch this. Spam protection. Enable. Options. There we go. Submit. Perfect. Yeah, I kind of find it, yeah, I know they are little trolls, aren't they? Yeah, it's kind of funny as to how we're trying to help people here, and yeah, they really just want attention and or to ruin people from getting their information. So this is, yeah. Something just to note here that being a 8-year-old and being stupid is not fun. What in the world is Nightbot doing? Disable that. There we go. Jeez. Nightbot was being stupid there. Yeah, large, strong storm that's moving on through here in northern Jacksonville. It's a very strong storm. I don't know why my eye is pulsating. Like I'm not sure if it's my blood vessel that's pushing on through, but this is kind of annoying. I'm just gonna keep my finger on my eye like this, and hopefully it's gonna stop. But yeah, there's some very strong severe thunderstorm warning here in northern parts of Jacksonville. Are there any marine warnings for the Jacksonville area? Yes, there is. There's a new special marine warning. Well, not really a new special marine warning, but there is a special marine warning here. Coastal waters from Altima Sound to Fernandina Beach, Florida.
Tony Bowers Super Chat $5.
Tony with the $5 Super Chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much. But yeah, there's a special marine warning here for the person that asked. From 20 to 60 nautical miles, waters from Fernandina Beach to St. Augustine, Florida, from 20 to 60 nautical miles. Water spouts is possible here, but you guys really need to monitor this as it moves on through. I'd have to ask you guys not to spam. I will get to your comments as quickly as possible. It's pretty hard for me to answer everyone, but you know, just yeah, very strong storms moving on through, and now it's starting to impact I-95, and so really something that we're gonna have to watch out for. Tanzania, I cannot cover with weather unless if I have like radar and stuff like that. And unfortunately, there is no radar over there. So that's over in Africa, and if that is, you know, in Africa, then cannot do that. But yeah, this is a very strong storm that's moving on through here. Very strong storm. I'm gonna drink some water. That might be the issue. What the heck was that? Mesoscale discussion concerning Tornado Watch 107. Ongoing cluster of severe thunderstorms with a history of rotation will continue moving east-southeast through the afternoon. Most intense storm will be near East Coast by 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. A local extension in time for coastal areas may be needed. So these areas here in the severe thunderstorm warnings really need to watch out for this. As I said, very strong gusty winds. Very strong gusty winds and some spotty hail. Some hail amounts could be upwards of an inch, quarter size. So we really need to watch out for this as time moves along. But yeah, northern parts of Jacksonville, really getting gusty here. So it's one of these things where we need to continue to monitor this to the best of our abilities. Where is this? This is in Jacksonville, Florida. This is just to the north of Jacksonville, actually. But Jacksonville's northern metropolitan area is getting impacted right now. So definitely need to watch out for this storm as this continues to progress. This thing has had a history of producing wind damage as well. So I'm hoping everyone took shelter. I'm hoping everyone did. And we need to continue to watch this as this gets closer and closer towards the coast. So, I'm trying to see here real quickly. Let's go over to the tornado warning that's over in Alabama, actually. I was looking at something about this storm. There still is some rotation with it. So, do this. I'm hoping that. Yep, that is the one. Unfortunate. Let me do something real quickly. There we go. Um, but yeah, there's um, still some pretty strong areas of rotation here heading towards Fulton. New update by IEM bot and mesoscale discussion concerning watch number 108. Expected to continue. Large hail remains the primary threat. Damaging wind gusts and potentially a tornado cannot be ruled out. So the threat for tornadoes is here as well. But yeah, some very strong storms that are moving on through here. Um, but just a lot of severe warnings here at the moment, besides the one tornado warning here in southwestern parts of Alabama. I really kind of just want to keep up to date with this Jacksonville cell. This Jacksonville cell that's moving on through here. Fernandina Beach and American Beach. If you know anyone who lives over there, I would highly recommend. I'd highly recommend telling them that this storm is moving on through. Strong gusty winds. Um, there we go. Perfect. Strong gusty winds um, that are going to be impacting these areas. So I'd highly recommend, just telling them that there could be some wind damage with these storms. But very strong moving on through here. Definitely something that we're going to want to watch as this continues to unfold in front of us. There we go. Yeah, a lot of storms, a lot of activity moving on through here, a lot of gusty winds. I'm actually curious as to what some of the gusty winds were within the storm, because this is a very strong storm that moved on through here. I'm going to go back over here to these storms in Alabama. It'll be southeastern Alabama though, and southwestern Georgia. There's a lot of these storms here in Morgan, Blakely, Damascus, Colquitt, Haleburg, Columbia. A lot of these storms that can produce some gusty winds and some sporadic hail. A lot of sporadic hail. So I would not be surprised if those conditions were quite ripe for that to continue. There is still a lot of the parameters here in Tallahassee to be pretty strong, but there isn't really like a whole lot to follow up behind it. The violent tornado parameters went down a little bit, although with these cells that are here in southern Alabama, that could change. And the significant tornado parameter is pretty good with that storm as well. It's not too high, but it's not the low either. So if I were to watch for tornadic cells, it would be these ones over here. What if we actually go over to Elgin Air Force Base? There we go. Was I looking at a higher? Yeah, I was looking at higher tilt for this. There you go. A lot more well defined within these storms here. As I said, strong gusty winds and some large hail. That'll be moving on through Albany. If you're in Albany, Georgia, you guys could definitely see some of these thunderstorms that really start to march on through. You're barely in a severe thunderstorm warning, but you guys could definitely see some severe conditions within your general vicinity. But this is definitely something we're gonna have to watch and move on through as this continues to move on into later on this evening. There we go. There you go, Cassie. Thanks for coming out. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you, Bray, for coming out. I appreciate that as well. So this is really something that we're going to have to monitor for the most part. A lot of flooding here, too. So flash flood watch has been issued for most of these areas. So we're really going to have to watch out for these cells as this continues to progress overnight. Because these second waves of storms have really just kind of fired off. And so we'll definitely monitor this as this continues to move on through. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning right here for Walker, Marion, Winston, and Fayette counties. And that'll be in effect until 4:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail with this one. So this is really something we're going to have to want to watch out for. But really something we're going to have to continue to monitor. New tornado warning here. This is for Monroe and Wilcox County in Alabama. That'll be in effect until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This also has the risk for some 2-inch size hail. 2-inch sized hail. Let me say that again. 2-inch sized hail. So, you could see something tornadic, but you can also even see something else with it as well. A lot of hail that could be coming on through with this storm. A lot more of a widespread threat, if you will, to property. So if you aren't already in your safe space, if you're like near... What in the world? Stop. Someone's at my front door. Someone ring the doorbell. Dude, these people won't leave my family alone. If you live along State Route 41 in Alabama, if you live near County Road 12, as well as County Road 13, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. It looks like it isn't really impacting a whole lot of people. It's moving over relatively rural areas, which is the good news here. but still some very strong storms that'll move on through with this storm. But yeah, this is some very strong mini supercell, if you will, that's creating a lot of large hail and even the chance for a tornado. Even though it doesn't look all too tornadic at the moment, there isn't really a radar that we can confirm with this as well, though. So not exactly all too much that we can speak on about this, but still something that we're gonna have to monitor as this moves on through. There's also a couple severe thunderstorm warnings that are heading towards Auburn and Opelika. I know that we had someone who had lived over there that came into our stream a little bit ago. So actually, I'm going to move my radar to Tuskegee. Try and cover a wider base here. And so, severe thunderstorm warning here for Macon and Tallapoosa counties here in Alabama. That'll be in effect until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for 2-inch size hail, very large hail with these storms. And this is definitely something that we're going to have to monitor as this progresses here into western Georgia. But southwestern Georgia at the moment, there seems to be a lot of convection going on as it heads towards Albany. So if you know anyone who lives in Albany as well, Tuskegee, if you know anyone who lives, we can't say anything really about that cell because it's in the middle of nowhere. You guys need to tell them to seek shelter because some large hail could be heading your way off of these storms. Let's go back to Jacksonville real quickly. There's Jacksonville. And we've had already some reports of some gusty winds. Not some major gusty winds. The weather station at Jacksonville International Airport had wind gusts up to 44 miles per hour, which is a little bit lackluster, but still a lot of gusty winds here. I'd assume that areas north of that had a lot of stronger winds, so we'll continue to watch out for that as this progresses. But yeah, some very strong gusty winds that impacted Jacksonville. And we'll continue to monitor that as time progresses here for us. Excuse me. Nightbot, I don't like you anymore. This is why we don't have nice things. It's Nightbot. Don't look at me. I got no clue. The bot can't do anything. What in the world just happened? Fire outlook. That's nice. Yeah, that's not really going to help us a whole lot with our analysis here at the moment. But still, we have our strong storms that are kind of moving on through here. So. But yeah, very widespread event here. I'm actually going to... I feel like TBLX actually, him and I share a brain, because I was going to go look at the satellite. Let's take a look at infrared satellite specifically, because that's what he requested. Which will help us, obviously, but you can see here for the most part, disregarding my face, as much as we love to look at my face, we're gonna turn this off just so you guys can see how far this thing extends. But look at that. These storms really do push off very much so, strongly. You can see the new storms that are beginning to develop here. Actually, I should probably change this to a different color. Yep, white works. New storms that begin to develop in Alabama, also new storms that form in northern Alabama and Tennessee. You also have the storms that are over here in Jacksonville that are starting to deteriorate. So that is the good news. But you still have these strong storms over at southwestern parts of Georgia, and that will most likely be the main threat. So I'd say Jacksonville is now starting to get into the clear. That is the good news. But regardless, you still have other areas that have some pretty strong severe weather conditions, and we'll continue to cover that as long as we can. If you guys are new to my channel, please be sure to subscribe because I do analysis like this whenever severe weather gets bad. So if severe weather gets bad in your area here in the United States, then I'll be able to cover it for you. Hopefully. Unless if I'm doing something else at the time, then I probably won't be able to. But usually when stuff gets bad, I'm going to be live streaming. But if I'm not live streaming, then it probably means that it isn't going to be bad. So that would be greatly appreciated, as well as like the video. Liking the live stream actually gets this to more people, onto more people's recommended feeds. So if you guys did that, that would be greatly appreciated as well. All right, I'm gonna put my face back in. You guys are gonna want to see me, or at least I'm gonna want you all to see me. Yeah, make sure to join. Make sure to join the Discord server. Caden is Beast uploaded the link, but I'm gonna actually get the link right here. Join the Discord server. Most of the people here who are moderators are already in it, and they even say that it's pretty lit. We have over 600 people in it, and we talk about weather. We talk about all sorts of other stuff. We just kind of chill out for the most part. So if you like weather, if you like talking about it, if you like forecasting it, if you want to know more about weather, then that is definitely the place for you. But go join my Discord server. It's pretty fun. Let's go over to Tuskegee real quickly. This is what? Maxwell Air Force Base? Yes, it is. So near Auburn, a lot of storms here that are producing some relatively large hail. You can see here in Notasulga, there's some areas that are areas of rain that's starting to approach your general vicinity. Areas near Auburn as well, and Opelika, you guys could potentially get some of that as well. Ray! 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 Anyways. Pretty strong storms here for the most part as this continues to move on through. Let's actually talk about the cells in southwestern parts of Georgia. Long line of cells here that are moving. Long line of storms. Pretty strong here. You can see that's starting to move into the Albany areas. So if you live near Albany, Georgia, if you live south of Albany, Georgia, actually, you guys can fully anticipate some strong, maybe even severe storms. 100%. When am I going to stream on Twitch again? Whenever I have time and or need to. Jeez, what in the world? Dude, someone needs to tell them to stop ringing the dang doorbell, because it's actually getting annoying. It's really crazy. Atlanta weather, go ahead. State your question. let's go back to the tornado warning up here in southwestern parts of Alabama. And you can see we still have this tornado warning out here. It doesn't look all too interesting, and the only reason is because we can't see what's going on. We honestly can't. It's too far away from the radar, so we don't know what's going on with this storm. So all we can do is try and, you know, use our best judgment to figure out what's happening. And it doesn't look all too impressive at the moment. So I don't foresee this doing a whole lot right now. But it definitely could do some stuff later on tonight. More of a gusty wind and a hail threat. Oh yeah, that's right. I did say I was going to show you all about what the NAM said for 18Z. Did it finish? It did finish. Let's see what Tuesday is going to be like in the second run of the NAM. Western Oklahoma? There's a lot of capping inversion in a bit. That is not a severe sounding. That is a tornadic sounding. So it does have energy. It does have energy. But not all too much here. A lot of capping inversion here, my goodness. What about Texas? What does it say for Texas? Are the storms in West Georgia hail producers? Yeah, they are. Ah, this is Western Texas right here. Ah, yes, that is a tornadic sounding. So, extreme western parts of Texas could potentially see some storms as well. Oh, what in the... Jeez, that hodograph. Jeez, that hodograph. That's not a severe sounding. Again, I think the only reason they're saying it's a severe sounding is because storm motion runs into itself. No, this is a looping hodograph. Significant tornado parameter with capping inversion. They might be mentioning the capping inversion as well, but I think this is kind of all right. That is a looping hodograph. We could see some severe weather, some strong severe weather here in extreme western parts of Texas. So, you know, I don't know what areas are out there. Here, let's take a look. And if it could impact people. So Odessa, Pecos, Fort Stockton. Fort Stockton actually has a radar station, I believe. So areas near Fort Stockton and Odessa and Midland could see some tornadic conditions from these cells. I wonder if this will feed into Wednesday. And Fort Stockton or this general area of Texas could be something on Wednesday. Could be something that we're going to watch out for. As I said, if you guys want more information, I do upload videos every single morning. So I'll be able to continue to monitor that as well. But that's, yeah, some pretty interesting areas of enhanced conditions, if you will. Right there in western Texas. So there could be something. There could be something within those areas. You got a special weather statement for the stuff in Atlanta? Yeah, I am a firm believer that these cells across the board could be hail makers, and that includes the cells here in Atlanta. Let's see, how's Jacksonville looking? The main risk actually looked like it passed. And/or kind of died. So I'm going to move this over towards Atlanta. And I'm going to see if we have some more stuff here. Yeah, there's a bunch of storms that are kind of just lingering here in Atlanta. A lot of hail with this too, especially the one near Union City, heading towards Red Oak and College Park, towards Forest Park, Morrow, and Riverdale. Yeah, there could be a lot of stuff there. We don't need to wish for another tornado outbreak. That's the one thing we don't want. We do not want another tornado outbreak. That is for sure. It'll happen eventually because that's how weather works, but we never want it. Let's see. Yeah, so a lot of scatter storms here in Atlanta. I'm going to go back down towards Fort Rucker here. And here's a new severe thunderstorm warning that's impacting Albany. And yeah, there's some strong storms. Strong storms that are really just kind of surging on through. But yeah, these are 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail with that one. So Putney, Baconton, as well as Camilla, geez, I can't freaking speak. Bridgeboro and a Sylvester. You guys really need to watch out for these storms. And Tifton later on, you guys could potentially get these storms as well. Hail sizes up in Atlanta, probably around nickel sized, maybe penny sized. I wouldn't exactly say quarter sized, but there's still a lot of activity here. Didn't we already have an outbreak this year in March? Yeah, we had two. We had two tornado outbreaks in March, and that's pretty crazy to have, especially with that time of year. But one of the storm chasers getting windies seems legit. Okay, so now we're starting to see a little bit more rotation on the storm that just passed through Hobart. So, yeah, this thing is really starting to kind of get its act together again within these past couple of frames. A lot of hail with the storm, too, and upwards of 2 inches. So, with this tornado warning here in Monroe and Wilcox counties, yeah, we could definitely see something here. So, if you know anyone who lives in these areas, I don't think there's a lot of people that live here, but if you know anyone who lives there or near Oak Hill and McWilliams, I'd definitely tell them to monitor this storm extensively. Didn't we have 2 Dixies and 1 Texas one? Are we counting yesterday as a tornado outbreak? Because I can't remember the Texas one, honestly. Can't remember if it wasn't yesterday. Oh, Lubbock. Lubbock and Amarillo. Yeah, there was a tornado outbreak, but it wasn't like a significant one. Yeah, no, I remember it. Yeah, we had 3, technically. Carlton County, Georgia. It's getting ugly outside. Yeah, give me a second. Let me look it up here for you. This is near Carlton. Oh, that's self-explanatory. Let's make it easy for ourselves. So Carlton in itself just had a storm that passed off to the side of it. You guys could get some more storms that are moving on through here. From Heflin in Alabama that can move on into your area. These storms could produce some gusty winds and some large hail, but I do not anticipate this to be a major tornado risk. So definitely something we're going to have to monitor as this continues to move on through. but I don't foresee it to be all too uh, overly serious. Um, let's move radar Omega. And let's see what the severe thunderstorm warning here for northern Alabama is for. So Coleman and Morgan counties, that'll be in effect until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. So if you guys live north of Coleman, you guys could potentially get some larger amounts of hail. And if you live over there, you guys really need to watch out for those storms. I don't see anything super tornadic. Storm relative velocity. I mean, there is some rotation on that cell in Coleman, so I'm actually curious here. Just a little bit. Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation. Just a little smidge. It's moving off towards Huntsville, so I'll leave that radar right here. There's a little bit of lightning, so I mean there might be something severe, but for the most part, it's pretty well within this risk. A new tornado warning has been issued. So this is an extension for the old tornado warning because the rotation is looking really good, actually. We're looking upwards of 86,000 feet, but this is some pretty strong rotation, to say the least. So new tornado warning here for Monroe and Wilcox counties. That'll be in effect until 4:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So this is going to be for the potential of a tornado and baseball-sized hail, which is very, very large. That will easily dent cars and break windshields, but still a very strong storm here that is moving on through. Yeah, we were covering the storms yesterday for the tornado in Wichita Falls. We even saw that there live on stream. It was a pretty interesting to watch as it progressed in front of us. I highly recommend, if you guys, love content like this about weather and stuff like that, or if you want to just socialize in general, joining my Discord server as long as you're 13 years or older, because anyone younger than that, kind of illegal, so we're gonna have to boot you out until you're 13. But highly recommend joining if you guys enjoy stuff like that, or just talking about weather. They talk a whole lot, they have a lot of fun, and yeah, so if you want to join that, we have over 600 members, so you'll find someone to talk to for the most part. But yeah, a lot of people in there, and we do enjoy ourselves for the most part. I think I would say we do. So, does your chaser's vehicle have bulletproof glass because of hail? I don't think he does. I don't think he does. But yeah, very strong storms here in southwestern parts of Alabama, 100%. And with baseball-sized hail on top of these storms, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Is it bad in Augusta? Let's see. As I said, my geography is pretty poor. This is the closest radar. That's unfortunate. We're seeing it go into range folding. Oh crap. Oh crap. Oh crap. Oh crap. Oh crap. Augusta, Georgia. This is further Okay, so Augusta's most likely going to be not getting the risk until much later tonight, and even then, it won't be super strong. So this is not exactly, you know, the day for you all to get some severe storms, but you guys should be fine for the most part. I'm gonna go over to Atlanta. A lot of people over here are from Atlanta, and they're wondering what's going on because they just got a severe thunderstorm warning. So severe thunderstorm warning here. This is for a bunch of counties. My goodness, look at this. Rockdale, DeKalb, Gwinnett, Walton, Fulton, Clayton, and Newton counties in Georgia. That'll be in effect until 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So if you guys live in these areas, I'd highly recommend getting indoors. That is a lot of counties that this is going into. So I'm assuming it's just a lot of intersections and stuff like that for county lines, but very much so something that we need to continue to monitor as this moves on through. The hail right now is just moving through the southern metropolitan area of Atlanta along the Beltway, the southern part of the Beltway, I-285. And this will be heading off towards Panthersville, Eastland Heights, the Glen Haven, the Snapfinger areas, as well as the intersection of the Beltway and I-20 on the eastern side of Atlanta. So if you guys live over there, or if you know anyone who lives over there, tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions and get inside, because the potential for some large hail is possible within these storms. Feel free to share the stream with friends and family and on social media so that we can get the word out. By liking the video, it actually helps me get onto more people's recommended feeds. So if you guys would do that, that would be greatly appreciated. But there's a lot of storms here that are impacting a lot of people, so we're trying to inform everyone as best as possible. Someone asked about Mobile. You guys aren't getting storms yet. You're probably not going to get storms yet until later on this evening. Coleman, there's actually a strong storm that's moving on through here in Coleman. I'm actually going to quickly change this over to reflectivity. And this looks like the storm is going to be moving north of Coleman here towards the South Vinemont areas into the Enon, the Ava areas. But Coleman in itself looks to be very much so out of the risk. Here is Coleman. Here is South Vinemont. And so if you guys live over there, if you guys live, as I said, in the areas I called out in front of the line or in front of the storm, you guys really need to monitor this storm as much as possible. This is what, for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail. Yep, so 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. You guys really need to watch it. Coleman seems to be a bit more to the southern end of the risk, so just consider that.
Weatherman plus super chat $50. Going all day. God bless you, brother. Smiley face. I hope you had a great birthday, party popper.
Mark, my goodness. Oh. Mark, thank you so much, my friend. My goodness. That is absolutely insane. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. If you guys don't know who Mark is, he's a much larger YouTuber than I am. And so he's a very, very amazing dude, a very good guy, very pure of heart, if you will. So if you want to go check out his channel, please be sure to do so as well. Weatherman Plus. Mark, thank you so much. I did have a good birthday yesterday, I will say. I did have a good birthday, but my goodness. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Wow. That is crazy. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh boy. Anyways, this is making it very hard for me to move on now. A lot of people are asking what I'm using for my radars. This one right here, this thing that I use the most is called GR2 Analyst. 21-day free trial, but then after that it cuts off so that you won't be able to use it anymore unless if you have a key. But then after that it's $250 if you purchase the key, and it's only a one-time purchase. You can customize it however way you want. You can take 3Ds of storms, you can take cross sections of storms, and all sorts of stuff. You know, you can. There's a lot of things that you can do with GR2 Analyst that you can customize and all. So if you want to purchase that for a computer, please be sure to do so. As I said, I highly recommend it. But if you can't, and if you want something that's a lot cheaper and that you can get on your phone as well, Radar Scope is this product right here, and Radar Omega is this product right here as well. Very good things to use here. That's for mobile devices as well as on computer as well. So just something to consider for you all who might want some radars and stuff like that. But this is GR2 Analyst. Fun fact, the Weather Channel, Dr. Greg Forbes actually used this radar a lot in his radar analysis before he retired. So, you know, we're using the same technology as some companies like the Weather Channel, including the Weather Channel, although they don't really use it as much anymore. But this is the high definition radar that we are talking about here with GR2 Analyst. So, yep, thank you so much, Mark, and you too. You have a great day as well. Let's go back over to the tornado warning here in Mobile and Alabama. South Pacific Cyclone Wiz, hello, welcome to the stream. Let's take a look at this tornado warning here real quickly. The other one needs to expire for the most part because the storm actually has moved out of the general vicinity, but it's this tornado warning right here that is for Monroe and Wilcox counties. What in the world? Jeez. Anyways, don't anyways, back to the storm. This has a tornado warning on it, as I said, for Monroe and Wilcox counties. That'll be in effect until 4:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Not only does it have the opportunity of, you know, producing a tornado, but it also has baseball-sized hail that could be dropping from this storm too, which is massive. That could easily break windshields, dent cars, could cause a lot of damage. We've had a history of that today, a lot of reports of hail across the board. As a matter of fact, I'm actually curious as to how many reports we've had of severe weather here today. We've had a lot of gusty wind reports here for the most part, but we're starting to get a lot more hail reports come in across the board here. So 56 reports of severe conditions is you know, definitely possible, but I think it's going to be more. I think it's going to be a lot more. Definitely 100%. Hope you're saving your money for college. Can you get any scholarships for meteorology? I mean, I'm hoping they could give me a scholarship. Maybe. Possibly. But, yeah, I'll be putting it half in my savings, half in my spending. Because most of the money that I do get on here actually does go back into the live stream or to my weather, world of weather and stuff like that. Like, for instance, last March, you guys were insane too. You know, just think of it, just to put it in perspective real quickly. You know, I know I'm talking about me real quickly with how much severe weather is going on. But, you know, in the beginning of March, we had around 1,800, 1,900 subscribers. And now, here we are here today. We have 5,850 subscribers, almost 5,860 subscribers. A lot of money has came in, a lot of support has came in from my channel. And so what you guys have done for me is you guys have actually gotten, allowed me to purchase my dream weather station that I have right here. My weather station's currently outside. And I might be able to purchase another weather station with, and a frame for my car for whenever I storm chase. So I could put that into research that I may want to do. But you guys have allowed me to purchase my dream weather station to actually put up for my house. And, without you guys, I wouldn't know what to do. I mean, I still would have done all of this, but the support on this channel has been absolutely insane. And, including Mark over the past couple of days and him arriving onto the scene, it is amazing. So thank you so much to all of you who have done this for my channel. I mean, it's absolutely amazing, the support for this channel. So anyways, let's get back into the weather here. This storm over here near Ozark also has a lot of hail on this storm too. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, quarter-sized hail, but the maximum expected hail size actually is in upwards of 2 inches as well. Severe Weather Live, hey! Hello, welcome to the stream as well. Again, I should say, because you came yesterday, but thank you for liking the video. I really do appreciate it. Thanks for coming out to the live stream, you and Mark. But yeah, a lot of severe activity here that's heading towards Ozark. Some hail, as I said, could be in upwards of 2 inches. But we really need to monitor these storms as it continues to move on through into those general vicinities. Let's go back down to Albany real quickly. Geez, I'm running out of radars for coverage. So there's a lot of things to talk about here. Maxwell Air Force Base, that's there. Atlanta and Mobile, geez. Yeah, a lot of activity here for the most part. I will say that much. Is there a radar near Albany that I can use? I think I can use the Air Force Base.
Love, peace and harmony. Super chat $2. You're welcome and we love you. 3.
Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Love, peace and harmony. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really do. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. So, severe thunderstorm warning right here. Yep. A lot of counties covering this giant severe thunderstorm warning. Miller, Doherty, Turner, Mitchell, Lee, Baker, Colquitt, Tift, and Worth counties. Jeez, that's so much. How many counties is in that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 counties in Georgia is under that severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So just think of how expansive that risk is. And that's actually what we were dealing with earlier on this afternoon and earlier on this morning. So I guess this is your round 2. It's not actually as intense as it was this morning, although it's a bit more widespread for hail, 100%, but still something we're going to want to watch as this continues to progress further on through. So I'm going to try and zoom in here to some of these areas. Sylvester, Moultrie, Tifton. We talked about Tifton earlier on in the stream and how they could continue to get more stuff, more activity. But yeah, Tifton could definitely see some severe storms moving on through your area, as well as Adele and Ashburn in Georgia. Enigma could be in the risk as well, so we really need to watch out for this as this moves on through. Let's look back over here at Atlanta, because there's still this strong storm that could be producing some very large hail, in upwards of 1.5 inches. You can see on the maximum expected hail size, it is very much so localized here in Scottdale and Clarkston, as well as Pine Lake and Stone Mountain. This will be heading off into the Redan areas. So if you live over there, you're really going to want to watch this very, very closely.
Weatherman plus super chat $50. We wanted to mess you up again, lol. Okay, we're going. Great job, thumbs up. Love, peace and harmony. Super chat $2. I'm sorry, it was kinda funny. I wanted IT again.
This is honestly gonna make me cry. I'm not gonna lie. I'm tearing up. Oh my goodness. Holy crap. That's crazy. Oh my goodness. That's absolutely insane. Thank you so much, Mark. Holy crap. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Love, peace, and harmony with the $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Holy crap. You guys are insane. We have a new tornado warning. No one donate until I'm done talking about this tornado warning, please. I'm gonna lose it if it happens. So stop. New tornado warning here. This is
Weatherman plus super chat $50. Okay, really going now, lol. God bless you.
God bless you too, Mark. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Holy crap. New tornado warning for Butler County in Alabama. That'll be in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you guys live over here, you guys could also get ping pong ball sized hail, but jeez. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. You have a little bit of time, but oh my goodness. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Holy crap. Thank you, Mark. God bless you. God bless you. As I said, if you guys haven't seen Mark's channel already, Weatherman Plus, he's a YouTuber very much so higher than I am. So he is a very, very well-known weather YouTuber here. Very pure of heart. You know, and I mean that in a literal sense. He's a very pure of heart man.
Vasily
Blessed are the
Galenko Jr.
peacemakers.
super chat
thank
$5.03. We went from a slight risk and only got rain today, kinda disappointed, haha.
Yeah, Vasily, I know a lot of you guys were really expecting the severe weather to come on through. But
Carly super chat $19.99.
guys,
Thanks for the coverage.
guys are crazy. Carly with the $20 super chat as well. Thank you, my friend. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone who's done all of this for me. Whether you've liked the video, you subscribed, you've, even funded the stream, you donated. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it.
Jason Flood super chat $4.99.
Jason Flood with the $5 super chat as well. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate that as well. Yeah, no, definitely. Here, let me look up Mark's channel real quickly. I can't spell. Bonkers. This is Weatherman Plus right here. He does weather analysis as well. You can see he's done analysis for hurricanes and stuff like that. He's done analysis for severe weather. He does analysis for practically everything weather related. So if you want analysis like this,
KTP super chat $9.99. XOXO.
I highly recommend it. I highly recommend Mark's channel. I would go check him out. So, and even Severe Weather Live, that's his wife, who also does severe weather coverage.
Storm Chaser super chat $5. Keep up the great work, Nate.
Jeez.
You are doing a great public service here with what you do.
There's so much going on. My goodness. Thank you so much. I might have to turn off text-to-speech the next stream if this happens again, because this is crazy. But thank you so much, Jason Flood, for the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Storm Chaser, for the $5 super chat.
Love,
KDP,
peace, and harmony super chat $5. You're trending and just keep it up, buddy. Really. All the love that is gonna be coming your way because what you do is very helpful for the world.
Love, peace, and harmony again with the $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. And KDP with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone who's doing this. This is Nate's birthday present. It is a late birthday present, but it's a birthday present nevertheless. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, there's just you know what? Let's start from the top and work our way down because there's a lot of storms here. You know, I know we were distracted a lot because, you know, a lot of activity here in regards to individuals participating in the live stream, but let's actually start working on covering these cells again as this continues to move on through. So let's start off near geez, there's a lot of severe thunderstorms that are up here in northern Alabama too. This is a pretty widespread event. Let's just actually zoom out real quickly. And take a look at how
Caden
widespread
is
this is.
super chat $9.99. Take my money.
Jeez. Caden, thank you for the $10 super chat as well. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, look at how widespread this event is, guys. 13 severe thunderstorm warnings, 2 tornado warnings. One is a it's one cell that's tornado warned, but lot of activity here across the board. So really something we're gonna have to watch out for as this moves along. Actually, before we do get started with the analysis, if you guys have a Discord account, then feel free to join my Discord server. I'm sending it in the chat here. But we talk about weather. We have smart people, I think, I hope. No, we have people who are even trying to study meteorology in college there as well. So if you want to do that, join my Discord server as well. Link in the chat. But a lot of smart people here. And a lot of people who are talking about severe weather as well in these storms. But yeah, a lot of activity here across the board. So let's try and find somewhere, start with that, and work our way down.
Anthony Memes super chat €5. Happy birthday, N8 Ciao
Anthony Memes with the €5, I should say, €5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate that. I really do. Let's go up north here towards Huntsville. And let's start working from the top and going our way down to the bottom. So let's zoom in, hopefully. Jeez. All right, here's the scattered storms here. So there's a severe thunderstorm warning right here.
Vasily Galenko Jr. super chat $5.67. I wonder what ruined our severe chances. I was kinda disappointed last year seemed better for our state for severe weather. Confused face.
Well, for today's event, there was a QLCS that moved through southern Georgia and prevented a lot of energy to get into your area. So that's the reason why South Carolina didn't get a whole lot today. Yeah, this is it's unfortunate for you all, but in the same sense of the imagination, I'm glad you guys didn't get majorly impacted. So, thank you for the $5.67 super chat. I really do appreciate it. I really do. Anyways, let's start from the north, work our way south. Severe thunderstorm warning here for Madison, Limestone, and Morgan counties. This will be in effect until 4:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, quarter-size hail with this one. So if you live anywhere near Huntsville, this storm's moving off towards you, and you guys could potentially get some things, as well as Madison. You guys could also get some severe storms and upwards of with damaging winds and maybe even some decent-sized hail. Moving down further south towards just to the east of Coleman, actually the north and east of Coleman, here's a severe thunderstorm warning for Marshall, Coleman, and Morgan counties. That'll be in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, quarter-sized hail with that one. You're starting to just hear a trend, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, quarter-sized hail. That is because it is the threshold for severe weather, for severe warnings. They'll list like nickel-sized hail, penny-sized hail, and stuff like that. But they won't actually warn storms unless if they have quarter-sized hail or 1 inch size in diameter within the thunderstorm. So here in Arab and Guntersville, you guys could potentially get some severe storms that have those severe parameters. Nothing too tornadic in my honest
Love,
opinion.
peace and harmony super chat $2. So is this storm headed towards DC? East Coast?
You see, as much as I would love to do that in order to storm chase, no. Unfortunately, these storms are not going to be moving off towards our area. We could be seeing some rain here tonight and tomorrow, I will say that much. So, yeah, if you want to plan accordingly, then there you go. But the temperatures are expected to rise for our area over the next couple of days. It actually is supposed to get up to 80 on Tuesday for my area. I live in southern Pennsylvania, so for DC it probably is going to be a little bit warmer. But yes, there's going to be a lot of activity in regards to temperatures for us in the near future. So, yeah. That's my brief weather forecast for the Mid-Atlantic. But yeah, strong storm near Arab. It's going to be heading off towards Guntersville, so if you live over there, I highly recommend getting indoors. Here's a couple other severe thunderstorm warnings. This is north of Birmingham. So 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. One for Blount and Jefferson County here in Alabama. That'll be in effect until 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail with that one. So if you live near Warrior, if you live near Hayden and Little Shenandoah...
Kenneth Franklin super chat $5. I just want to say that inspire a lot. Keep up the good work. I hope to be like you one day.
Kenneth, thank you for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it. And you can do anything you put your mind to, man. It's anything... Everything comes with hard work, obviously, but if you keep working on it, you keep going. As I said, my channel had 1,900 subscribers in the beginning of March, and now it's to the end of April, and we have almost 5,900 subscribers. We're actually at 5,875 at the moment, but, a lot of activity here over the past month, and if you put your mind to it, if you, keep working hard, you're going to be able to do whatever you want in life. So just keep that in mind going on forward. And I believe in you. I believe in anyone in this chat who wants to do something. You can put your mind to it. I believe in you. But a lot of activity here that's heading towards Hayden and Little Shenandoah. So if you live over here, you guys could get some quarter-size hail and some gusty winds for sure. I'd highly recommend going inside. But that you guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning, so please take your proper precautions with all of that. Then we also have a severe thunderstorm warning over here.
Anthony Memes super chat €20. We had a record total in sell and customers this evening in our restaurant, so have something N8. Go join Discord, people, share, like the video. Keep up, Nate. Salute from Italy, my friend.
Anthony Memes with the €20 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I don't have any... I guess I can't speak, huh? It's just... It's gonna keep going. Iota sucks. Thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, thank you for the €20 super chat. And congratulations on setting a record for your company. That is phenomenal. So, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, let's go back to the severe thunderstorm warning. All right, we were going to be talking about the storms, but we keep getting interrupted. So can I do something without getting interrupted for like 1 second? Severe thunderstorm warning here for Walker and Jefferson County in Alabama. That'll be in effect until 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and $half-dollar sized hail. So this is going to be larger than quarters. that it'll be heading off towards Dora, Robinson Crossroads, Empire, Graysville, and Brookside, as well as West Jefferson and Labuco. So if you guys live over there, I'd highly recommend going indoors. This is some larger amounts of hail than some of these other storms, so I'd definitely take your proper precautions with this
Sheila
one.
Barker Super Chat $50.
Sheila, with the $50 super chat. Oh my goodness. That's... It's never gonna stop. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you. Holy crap. You guys are amazing. I just... Wow. That's a lot of money. Jeez. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. You guys are crazy. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. This is insane for me. So, as I said, thank you. Let's continue on with our analysis here. We're gonna try and continue to analyze these storms. There's just a lot of action here. By the way, someone asked about the storms up in Tennessee. You guys aren't really going to get a whole lot of action. It'll be more or less in Alabama, which, by the way, there is the new severe thunderstorm warning in Huntsville that I was talking about. If you were going to be in Huntsville, you're going to be impacted by the storm. But Jackson and...
Weatherman Plus Super Chat $100. Can't be topped lol. God bless you Nate, smiley face.
What in the... Mark. Oh my goodness. Dude, I love you. Holy crap. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate... Oh my goodness. Huntsville. You're in a severe thunderstorm warning. Be prepared to see 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. Guys, as I said, if you don't know who Weatherman Plus is, he is a YouTuber who is a lot larger than I am. So I highly recommend going to his channel and checking him out. I can't type once again, but of course, here is Weatherman Plus. 42,000 subscribers, almost 43. If you guys can help him out, get up there. I'm sure he would appreciate it. But he does content like this every single day, except for Friday and I believe it's Friday night into Saturday because that's his Sabbath, which I highly respect. He's a very good and kind man, pure of heart, and he does weather analysis as well. He's a very good man. So go check out his channel as well. He is, definitely someone that I would consider going to watch. So Weatherman Plus, Mark, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it, and God bless you. God bless you for sure. $100 super chat. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. So as I said, Huntsville, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail. If you live over there, I would highly recommend you seek shelter because you do not want to be pelted by those things. That hail falling from the sky is, a nuisance to begin with, but quarter-sized hail can do damage, can hurt people. So I'd highly recommend getting indoors. All right, let's go over to Atlanta, talk about this severe thunderstorm warning that has kind of moved off away from Atlanta in itself, actually. So severe thunderstorm warning here. This is for Gwinnett County, and it'll be in effect until 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail with this one. It has had a history of producing 1-inch sized hail or quarter-sized hail within these areas. So if you live over there, in Snellville and Grayson, as well as a little bit up further north into Lawrenceville, Dacula, and Auburn in Georgia, you guys should get inside because there's some larger amounts of hail that could be falling with this storm. There's also some other storms that are moving on through. Here's a severe thunderstorm warning for Meriwether, Troup, and Harris counties. That'll be in effect until 6:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Ping pong ball sized hail. All right, this is larger than $half sized hail. Ping pong ball sized hail is 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. That is an 1.5-inch sized hail, and people do not want to mess with this storm whatsoever, especially since this is paralleling Interstate 85. So if you're over here in LaGrange in Georgia, or if you're near Interstate 85 as well as Interstate 185, you guys really need to monitor this storm and get inside for sure, 100%, because this could definitely impact you all and do damage for the most part. So you guys really need to monitor this as this moves to the north and east. LaGrange, Luis, into the Hogansville, into the St. Mark's and the Lone Oak area. You guys really need to monitor
Cassie Young
the storm.
Super Chat $4.99. Look, Nate, I ain't got as much money as these guys, but thanks for all you do. Sparkling heart.
Cassie, what you do for my Discord server is good enough anyways, to be completely honest with you. You know, just you hanging out in the Discord server. You know, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And even the $5 super chat, you know, I really do appreciate the support to the channel. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. Thank you, Cassie. Severe thunderstorm warning here. This actually has larger hail than ping pong ball sized hail for Elmore and Montgomery counties. This will be in effect until 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This now has golf ball sized hail with it, as well as the 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but golf ball sized hail. So this is 1.75 inch sized hail, or 1 inch and 3/4. This can do damage. This actually will break windows. So if you live over here within these areas in Montgomery, in Blue Ridge, well, actually north of Montgomery, because Montgomery's not being impacted right now, but Wetumpka, as well as Tallahassee and Kent, you guys could most likely be impacted by this severe weather. As I said, large hail moving on through here, and upwards of golf balls. This will break windows. This will do damage to cars. This will dent cars. This will break windshields. So you guys really need to monitor the storm for the most part. Let's go a bit further south into the tornado warning. This thing has had consistently decent rotation. It's kind of weakened for the most part, but here's the tornado warning that is going to be impacting Greenville. So Butler County in Alabama, that'll be in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This also does include ping pong ball sized hail. So if you live here in Greenville, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will be also crossing over the Interstate 65 areas, as well as the State Route 3 and the United States Route, if I can figure this out, the United States Route 31 areas. So if you live over there, you guys really need to monitor the storm. Let's actually get some timings out here for you all. New update with the Storm Prediction Center is a new severe thunderstorm watch that got issued. So we'll look at that in a bit. We'll look at all these new watches here in a bit. But Greenville, you guys will most likely be impacted within the next 5 to 10 minutes. It's probably as soon as you hear this transmission. So if you guys live over there, you guys really need to take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. As I said, get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Guys in the chat, let's not try and convince people to donate anymore. I'm trying to actually, you know, tell people where this stuff is, and people do not need to send their money to me. You know, it's very much so one of those things where it's their money, they can do whatever they want with it, but I feel like they could be spending it more on this stream, so, or my channel more or less. But let's not try and coerce people to donating. But yeah, as I said, if you live near Greenville, you guys need to really take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. As I said, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Let's go a bit further south into some of these other severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's start over near Jackson, Mississippi. Severe thunderstorm warning here for Washington and Clark counties. That'll be in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So if you live over here near Jackson, well, not exactly as much in Jackson anymore, but near Claiborne or Monroeville, you guys could be impacted by these strong thunderstorms. So I'd highly recommend getting indoors and getting into some sort of cover as this continues to move off to the east. Then as we move off into these severe thunderstorm warnings south of the tornado warning, Butler, Monroe, and Conecuh counties, that'll be in effect until 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar sized hail. So people near Bowling, Chapman, and Gregoriana, you guys really need to monitor the storm. Actually, as a matter of fact, anywhere along Interstate 65, you guys really need to monitor this storm, or these lines of storms as they continue to move on through. As I said, large hail, gusty winds, and if you're further up north towards Greenville, the chance for a tornado cannot be ruled out. Then we also have another severe thunderstorm warning here. Actually, this isn't Jackson, Mississippi. This is Jackson, Alabama. So if I said Jackson, Mississippi, then oh boy. Severe thunderstorm warning here for Butler, Crenshaw, and Covington counties in Alabama. That'll be in effect until 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you're near like Brantley or near the State Route 106 area, or if you're near the United States Route 331 area, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground. No, wait, this is a severe thunderstorm warning. You don't have to get underground. You just have to get indoors. I'm starting to lose my mind, chat. I think you guys already know this. So yeah, if you guys live over there, you really need to monitor these storms. Let's move on down further south. Let's go further south towards, let's see. Is this the right radar? Yes, it is the right radar. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning that actually passed through Ozark and did some wind damage. Some trees were down across the board here. Trees down on power lines. Trees down across the board here on these roads. So if you live in these areas, these have actually had a history of producing winds. So the areas that I'm about to call out for, by the way, the tornado warning just expired, so that is the good news. Severe thunderstorm warning here for Dale, Henry, and East Central Coffee counties here in Alabama. That'll be in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. As I said, this has had a history of producing damaging winds. So if you guys live over here in like Newville, Abbeville, Haleburg, Shorterville, you guys really need to go ahead and take shelter, because these are some strong storms that are moving on through that could produce some large hail and some very damaging wind gusts. Let's move on over towards the Tifton area. So if we take a look at this giant severe thunderstorm warning, this is for a bunch of counties. So for the following counties in Georgia: Cook, Irwin, Berrien, Turner, Colquitt, Tift, Ben Hill, and Worth. You guys have a severe thunderstorm warning until 6:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail with this one. For this large of a severe thunderstorm warning, you guys can anticipate all sorts of risks up and down this area. So really something that we're going to have to monitor. And there might be an embedded rotation within this storm. So we're going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. But as of right now, places near Tifton, you guys need to go ahead and seek shelter. A lot of strong gusty winds with this storm. And places further out towards like El Dorado, Lenox, Omega, Norman Park, as well as Brookfield, Enigma, Osceola, and to the Ambrose areas, maybe even further out into Douglas if this continues to move on through. You guys need to go ahead and seek shelter because of these strong storms that are surging on through. But very strong line of storms that are moving on with this system, and you guys really need to monitor this as it continues to move on through southern Georgia. This also has done some wind damage as well. We've had reports of trees down in the town of Camilla. So all these areas here could experience similar characteristics with this storm. So it's really one of those things where you guys need to start monitoring the system as this progresses out in front of us. Um, yeah, no, thank you to everyone like Sheila, Weatherman Plus, everyone who's donated here today. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I'm still thinking about it. I can't help myself. But thank you so much. I'm definitely going to put all these funds either back into the live stream or into my world of weather that I can put on. So like whether it's putting a weather station on top of my car for whenever I live stream, well, storm chasing. I could buy myself probably good live streaming equipment for
Love, peace
whenever
and
I do
harmony
it.
super chat
So-
$2. Could that go into the Gulf and make a hurricane?
Could that go into the Gulf and make a hurricane? Well, good question, but no. Hurricanes take a long while to form, and they'd have to come out from places like Africa or even the Lesser Antilles over here. So they'd have to like form into this general area right here. This is where like the hurricane could be. This is where the hurricane could be. It's a very stupid hurricane. What it looks. That's actually not how a hurricane looks. There we go. There's your hurricane. So they don't have to form from right here and move on through. So as that continues to form out, that'll move on through into the Caribbean, off into the Gulf of Mexico, or even up the side of the coast and push on that way. But this doesn't seem to be moving off into the Gulf or any shape or form. So this won't turn into a hurricane. And usually you won't see hurricanes until a lot later into like summer and into fall. But yes, this is more or less going to be just a severe weather event. Jeez, we're almost at the 5,900 subscribers, everyone. Thank you so much for helping me out get up here. And I really do appreciate all the support that you guys have given me. It's actually phenomenal as to what all you have done. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, as I said, a lot of storms pushing on through here. A lot of it is severe. So that's the good news. But it does seem to be a bit more localized towards Alabama, especially central to eastern parts of Alabama and western and southern parts of Georgia. So really something we're going to have to monitor as time progresses for us all. So this storm over here that just moved through LaGrange is still looking rather intense. As I said, it's had a history of producing hail, and so as this continues to move on through, this actually looks like it'll be heading off into the general vicinity of the McDonough, the Fayetteville areas here in or not McDonough, McDonough. I said that correctly. Those general areas could potentially see some storms that could really push on through into those general vicinities. Oh, that is Porch Tree Fallen Home, northwest of Poplarville. Where's Poplarville? Because if that's true, that's very upsetting. That is very unfortunate. But these storms are producing a lot of reports across the board here of some hail and some damaging winds. I said before that our reports could get start to really skyrocket here soon, and yeah, we were at 50 some reports. Now we're at 82. So there's a lot of reports here of some wind and hail. A lot of damaging winds here on the southern end of this risk here in southern parts of Alabama, Georgia, and Florida, which we kind of anticipated here with our videos that we were uploading in the morning. But yeah, this is very unfortunate. Gusty winds. Trying to see. I don't see anything completely yet, but it might have to update a little bit. Luckily, there wasn't any official reports of tornadoes. There was a tornado confirmed by the radar earlier on in the year, earlier on in the day, which we didn't cover. But luckily, there isn't any official reports of tornadoes. So this storm actually piqued my interest here. South of Abbeville, because it does look a little bit supercellular, and the echo tops actually do go above 40,000 feet, even though we can barely tell. So, this is really going to be something that we're going to have to watch as this continues to progress on through. The tornado risk seems to be depleted significantly, so that is the good news here. But, we'll have to watch this as this progresses further. For sure. Gonna go get dinner. See you later. Yep, see you, Cassie. Thanks for coming out. Actually sounds like a good idea, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, Abbeville looks like the cell is going to be a bit further south of it, so it'll be places like Haleburg, Blakely, Bluffton, Bancroft. You guys could be impacted. So this is extreme southeastern parts of Alabama, southwestern parts of Georgia. Again, over and over and over again. So unfortunate. Let's see. A lot of rain and wind with them falling over. They're twice as big on the ground as they look in the air. Yeah, that's true. But a lot of storms that have pushed on through here. I'm gonna actually play a radar loop real quickly. Why do I stream so long? It's because I'm committed to getting everyone information. You won't see a lot of people do that, is what I've noticed. A lot of people are just there for like the big part of the event, but I'm kind of like the filler for the people who don't, more or less. But a lot of severe weather here today. I actually now starting to notice this cell over here. Let's go back over to Maxwell. No, we're gonna want to go back to Fort Rucker. There it is. And with the storm over here near Brantley, this actually is looking to potentially produce some very large hail with this as well. New update with this cell. The potential for it to be severe is pretty high. It actually is up to ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. So this is really something that we gotta monitor. There's also another severe thunderstorm warning for quarter-sized hail with this storm, but something that we're really going to have to continue to watch. A lot of people are out of power. Hold up. Luckily, I've got so many tabs. Excuse me. Close that. Let's see. Miscellaneous weather. Poweroutage.us. There we go. Geez, yeah, there's 13,000 people in Alabama out of power, and there's 11,000 people in Florida without power as well. There is a, yeah, there's a lot of quite a lot of people without power with these storms. Specifically here in Clark County, there's a lot, almost 800 people without power. In Blount County, there's 850 people without power. So that's pretty crazy. In northern Florida, Gulf County actually has a lot of people without power. Almost 2,000 people without power. And then Calhoun with 422 people without power. Jackson County with 883 people without power. Yeah, there's quite a lot of areas here that these storms have impacted. So, a lot of activity here for the most part. Is Morgan County, Georgia, okay? Let me look it up real quickly as to where Morgan County is. Morgan County is near Madison. So I'm going to have to take a look at Atlanta. So you guys are getting a lot of scattered storms at the moment. Doesn't actually look to be all too severe. Actually doesn't look severe at all. So I'd say you guys are fine. But you guys might have to monitor these other cells that are moving on through from like LaGrange into St. Mark's and moving on further northeast. We'll probably have to watch those as things continue to progress. New severe thunderstorm warning here for Spalding, Fayette, Meriwether, as well as Troup, Coweta, and Clayton counties here in Georgia. That'll be in effect until 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail with this one. So if you live in these areas, I'd highly recommend you get indoors. Haralson, Sonoya, Woolsey, Peachtree City. You guys really need to go ahead and get indoors with that. New severe thunderstorm warning just got issued for the line down in southern parts of Georgia. I'm actually going to take a look at that real quickly. If you guys don't mind me doing so. New severe thunderstorm warning for these lines of storms that are moving through El Dorado and Enigma. This contains 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail. Massive warning here for Cook, Irwin, Berrien, Colquitt, Tift, and Worth counties until 7:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you guys live over in these areas, you really need to stay indoors for the most part. Alapaha, as well as Nashville in Georgia, Lenox, Moultrie in Georgia, Omega, El Dorado, Norman Park, Brookfield. If you guys live over there, you guys really need to stay indoors for the most part. Your friend in McDonough and I just called him. He's not taking it serious. Just text him the radar image. Yeah, no, there's some pretty decent hail that's moving on through into his general vicinity. If we go back to Atlanta real quickly, there's the severe thunderstorm warning right within here, and this is going to be moving off into his general vicinity. McDonough. Jeez, I keep thinking it's something else, but I'm gonna take a timing out here for him, and it's going to be impacting his general vicinity in about a half an hour. Could be going a little bit further north than him, but right around there, right around his area is where the storm is going to go. So you guys really need to monitor this storm as this continues to move on through. But a lot of these thunderstorms are really starting to surge out There's also reports of ping pong ball sized hail with this storm. So, quite a lot of action historically from this as this continues to move on through. Will Jacksonville be okay for now? Yeah, most likely. Most likely. But, geez, there's so many severe thunderstorm warnings now in southern Alabama. A lot of activity here. Let's go to Fort Rucker. Yeah, look at all these storms here. So much activity with these severe thunderstorms as this continues to move on through. Whew. Lot of hail reports coming out of Atlanta at the moment. Can I check Douglasville? Yeah, I can. Give me a second. I sure can. If you guys are new to the live stream, please be sure to subscribe. I do analysis of events just like this. Practically any time it gets bad. So if there's severe weather in your area, and well, I most likely will be live streaming it to try and help cover it for you all. I also cover it when it gets really bad, like tornado outbreaks and stuff like that. But if I'm not live streaming, you can assume it's not going to be that very significant, unless if, you know, I've got something to do that day, which, you know, everyone has a life, but I most likely will be live streaming it. I mean, I live streamed on my birthday yesterday, for goodness sake, you know, it's, you know, so if that tells you anything, I most likely will live stream every severe weather event that I think is bad. I also do a tropical analysis whenever they make landfall, so if you guys are excited for that, or if you guys want to, you know, just know what's happening with, say, hurricanes and stuff like that, feel free to subscribe. And I also do videos every morning updating everyone on severe weather happening across the United States, as well as the potential impacts with the tropics and severe weather and all sorts of stuff. So, you know, if you guys like stuff like that, then feel free to stay tuned to my videos in the morning. They're usually around 10 o'clock Eastern, 9 o'clock Central, 8 o'clock Mountain, stuff like that. Douglasville, someone asked about it, and the storm seems to be moving off just to your south. So that is the good news here for you. But you guys could see some more thunderstorms later on tonight, so something to keep in mind with all of that. Lawrenceville, is that Lawrenceville, Oklahoma, or Lawrenceville? If it's Lawrenceville, Oklahoma, they're not doing anything, but if it's Lawrenceville, Georgia, there's Lawrenceville, Georgia. There it is. Got a lot of scattered storms that are moving into your general vicinity right now. Nothing really too insane as of yet, but you could get some more thunderstorms that can move on through into your general vicinity. But yeah, a lot of thunderstorms here. A lot of thunderstorms that are pushing on through. Speaking of a lot of thunderstorms, take a look at Birmingham. Geez, Birmingham is really starting to fire off as well. Trying to figure out which radar I could use to push off up there. I think I'm gonna use the Fort Rucker radar. No, actually, I'm gonna use the Maxwell radar. Put that up here into Birmingham. Just give me a second, guys, as this loads. What does the wrench after the names mean? That means they're a moderator. So, Nightbot is a moderator as well, even though it's a bot. Let's see. So a lot of these thunderstorms are really starting to push off towards the Interstate 59 area near Asheville. So this severe thunderstorm warning with golf ball sized hail possible on this storm. I mean, look at this. very, very strong storm, and golf balls can actually break windows. I'm sure most of you who are at the driving range, are pretty upset, or not really too upset, but like pretty scared when you shank a ball and it hits someone's window. Or if you've seen any of those videos of people shanking balls or it going hilariously wrong and hitting people's windows, imagine golf balls falling from the sky that are ice and are moving a lot faster. This is exactly what you can anticipate here from the storm heading to Asheville in Alabama. So if you live over there, you guys really need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get indoors. There's no time for you to go outside and bring your car in under a garage, unless if you want to get pelted yourself. Now, if you do, to want to like limit as much damage as possible, then that's fine. But I highly advise not going outside. Highly advise not going outside. Just stay indoors. Let's see. Some people are asking about a bunch of different stuff. Tallahassee at the moment, if I go over to Fort Rucker, isn't experiencing anything, but they could experience things later on tonight. And then someone asked about Watkinsville, Georgia. So if you bear with me for a second. Watkinsville is south of Athens, a bit further east of Atlanta. You guys aren't really anticipated to get a whole lot here tonight. I think you guys are most likely going to be getting just general thunderstorms. But you guys do have the chance for some gusty winds and some spotty hail. Can't rule out a tornado, but that's very small chance. Very small chance in my opinion. Dublin, Georgia, please. I'll take a look at that here in a second. There's a bunch of people asking me what stuff is going on. Will Jacksonville be okay? Yes, Jacksonville will be okay. Dublin, Georgia. So this is a bit further south and east of Macon. So you guys are going to most likely get some scattered storms here later on tonight. Some could be severe, but
Felicity Reed Super Chat $1.49.
Scattered. Felicity Reed with the $1.50 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate that. I really do. What about northeastern Alabama? That's actually a good question here. Because a lot of stuff has happened in northeastern Alabama, including a severe thunderstorm watch. But if you're in northeastern Alabama, I could fully anticipate you guys to continue to get your severe thunderstorms, although this will be your risk. This will be the main risk in your general vicinity. Once this moves on through, then I think you guys will be good. I think you guys will most likely be all right for the rest of the evening. But if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning right now, all right, you should stay indoors because a lot of these are producing golf ball sized hail, even larger than that, up to $half sized hail, ping pong ball sized hail, which is 1.5 inches. So if you live in any of these areas, you really need to get indoors. And if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning in general, you should be getting indoors for the most part. So really need to monitor this for the most part. Yeah, a lot of stuff here across the board. Warner Robins, Georgia, real quickly. Let me look at it. Jeez, we're so close to 5,900 subscribers, guys. We're 2 subscribers away. Yeah, we started out with 5,100 and some earlier on today, earlier on yesterday or something like that, and now we've gained so much over the span of 2 days. It's absolutely amazing. You guys are absolutely insane. Warner Robins, Georgia, you guys actually do have a chance for some severe storms. Tornado in Tennessee, are you serious? Tornado warning in Tennessee. Oh yeah, there is. We'll take a look at that storm in a second. My goodness. There's also been reports of large hail that has impacted Huntsville and upwards of 2 inches. So a lot of activity across the board here. And yeah, there goes my thesis of how Tennessee's not going to get anything. There's a tornado warning. Tornado warning here for Warren, Coffee, and Grundy counties here in Tennessee. That'll be in effect until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. taking a look here at the reflectivity. By the way, I'm going to stop doing forecasts for people for right now because of the tornado warning. But we'll
Deanna
take a
West
look.
Super Chat $5. Time for checking on Dublin GA. I couldn't get through on my sister's phone. I appreciate it. Heart.
No problem, Deanna West. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate that. And I really do mean it. All this stuff goes right back into either the live stream or the stuff that I do for weather outside of it. So this was bought off of the stuff that you guys got me, which is a weather station. It's my dream weather station that you guys got me. So thank you so much for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, so if you live near Hillsborough, if you live near Viola, if you live near Altamont, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So this is a tornado warning here for Coffee, Grundy, and Warren counties. That'll be in effect until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Let's get some timings out here for you all. It's going to be impacting Hillsborough right about now. It's crossing over the interstate as we speak, Interstate 24. And as that continues to move on through, it'll be heading off into the State Route 108 areas. So if you guys live over there, you really need to monitor this. Actually, I'm going to put in a shape file here for Tennessee. And I'm hopefully going to be able to see what's happening around here and what roads are going on about this. So Tennessee, open, import. Hopefully we'll get the roads here. We might as well add it for Alabama as well. Shapefile directory, Alabama, because Huntsville is in Alabama. And we'll add it for Georgia as well. Just for ahead of time, in case if there's anything else that happens. Rather be safe than sorry. So, yeah, a lot of activity here. This is just to the south of Manchester. So Manchester in itself is out of the risk, I believe. I'm going to take a look at the velocities here to try and confirm. Very strong rotation here. This is we're looking up into the atmosphere to see this storm. So the reds are the winds moving away from the radar. The greens are the ones moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So as I said, near Hillsborough is where the storm would be. If you guys live in the heart of Manchester, you guys should be out of the risk. But if you live a bit further south near the intersection of United States Route 41 as well as Interstate 24, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space as well, because this does look like it has some pretty strong rotation with this storm. So we'll continue to monitor this as this continues to move on through. There is a ZDR column with this, which is a tornadic updraft, which I'm actually quite surprised about with this storm. So this does show signs of it becoming tornadic, and it becoming pretty much, well, very much so sustained within this environment. So we're going to continue to watch out for the storm as time continues to move along.
Felicity Reed Super Chat $10. I'm so thankful you stream so long. I learn a lot about reading radar by sitting through these events with you and having you explain what you're looking at. Also, everything seems way more north now.
Oh yeah, it does. It does indeed. I'd have to agree, Felicity, but thank you for sitting with me and watching this radar analysis. I'm glad I'm able to help, not only with, telling people where this stuff is going, but as well as, helping you being understanding radar analysis a bit better. So thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, I'm definitely seeing a lot of rotation here. I'm looking at the spectrum width, and there is a little bit of a ball here. This measures turbulence in the atmosphere, and if you could assume, tornadoes do cause turbulence. So there is a bit of turbulence here. It could indicate a bit of a lowering, but if it was a lot stronger, Right now it's around 20 knots, so that's around 25-ish miles per hour, maybe a little bit less than 25-ish miles per hour. Feels a lot stronger, the turbulence here within this vicinity, than I could say that something could potentially be forming, like a tornado or a funnel cloud. But as of right now, I don't really see a whole lot from the storm with it in regards to translating to the ground. But there is something that we're going to want to monitor with the storm, especially with the correlation coefficient. If we see a debris signature, then you know we're going to be calling out that this thing is on the ground. Do I use smoothing on radar? Not a lot, if any. I used to use it on reflectivity, but I kind of grown to like it without smoothing. So this is a clear supercell here with a hook, and the inflow would be coming in. I actually, let's take a look at the velocities one more time. It looks like it actually has weakened a little bit. So that is the good news here. As I said, no correlation coefficient drop here, but it has indeed weakened. You can see the previous scan, it had a lot brighter greens and reds, right? So the next scan goes through, and there's still bright reds. It's a lot darker greens, and that indicates here on our scale on the left-hand side that it is lower amounts of wind speed. And so there's not a whole lot happening with this storm officially. It's not as strong as it once was, but still something that we're going to want to monitor as this continues to move on through with this storm. Let us see. So a lot of activity here in Tennessee. I'm going to move some of my radars around here. I'm going to go down to Fort Rucker real quickly. Take a look at a bunch of these severe thunderstorms. A bunch of these severe thunderstorm warnings in general. Yeah, Manchester is in a tornado warning, but personally, here, let's go back to the tornado warning real quickly to talk about Manchester. That in itself is out of the risk, all right? Here is Manchester. I'm gonna circle it right here. So here is Manchester. Here's the actual rotation, and it's actually moving off to the north and east. So it's moving further and further away from you all. So Manchester in itself, in my honest opinion, I think you guys could very easily be out of the risk. I actually think you guys are out of the risk from this tornadic storm. So very much so. Very much so something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as this continues to move on through. Hill. Walmart. You're in the Walmart. Is it coming? So I think it's a bit further to the south of you. It's right on the, if it's on the intersection of Interstate 24 and United States Route 41, then it's a bit further towards the north of you. But it's a bit more towards Hillsboro. Let's see if I can actually figure out what's over here in Hillsboro. So it's a bit more towards like the Dollar General down in Hillsboro, further along United States Route 41. It's right next to the exit of it's right next to the exit of Wattendorf Memorial Highway. So right off of 24. But I think the Walmart in itself, if it's the intersection that I think you're talking about, Interstate 24 and United States Route 41, they seem to be a bit further north of the tornadic rotation, which here's the intersection right here that you're talking about. And here's the actual rotation down here. It's a lot further south than the actual Walmart in itself. So really something we're going to have to monitor as this continues to push on through. Which Walmart are you at, All Might? If you're in the intersection, then it's to your south. I don't think there's a Walmart in Hillsborough actually, so I think that's the Walmart they're talking about. Walmart at Manchester. Yeah, you're out of the risk. You're out of the risk. Let's take a look back at the velocities here again. As I said, the rotation's right here near Hillsborough. And it's heading off to the north and east, so it'll be moving away from Hillsborough towards the places like the Viola areas to the Altamont areas, as well as the Beersheba, the Beersheba Springs areas. If you guys live over there, you guys really need to watch out for these storms as this continues to move on through. As I said, this is in Tennessee. This is for Coffee, Grundy, and Warren counties. This will be in effect until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So you guys really have to monitor this as this continues to move on through. So another 11 minutes until this expires. If you guys are new to the channel, please be sure to subscribe, because I do analysis like this whenever severe weather does get bad. So if I'm not streaming, then the weather's not bad. But yeah, please be sure to subscribe, because as I said, I do analysis of this. As this continues to move on through, it'll start to deplete, which means that we'll probably have to turn off the stream. I also do want to sleep, that is the thing. But yeah, I do live streams for all the storms that could be severe, could impact people, could be strong. And I also do videos every morning at around 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Central, something like that, or around that time frame. So if you guys want to stay up to date with weather, that's around the time in which I upload. So if you guys also want stuff like that, please be sure to subscribe. And it's not just severe weather too. I do tropical stuff as well, tropical weather. So if there's any sort of, tornadic stuff, tropical stuff, hurricanes that could impact the coast and stuff like that, I hope to be your guide to help you get that information out. Is the tornado still in Manchester? I don't think he can hear me, so I'm just gonna put it in the chat. Boom. Manchester's out of the risk. It's actually the tornado warning just got updated, and it's not in it anymore. So boom, easy. But pretty active for the most part here with Hillsborough. Still pretty weak, I will say that much. So we'll have to continue to monitor those storms as it continues to move on through. I'm going to take a look back over at some of these other storms now in southern Alabama. So a long line of severe storms across the board here. This is actually a lot of thunderstorms here. A lot of people here. But let's start from the west and move our way east here. So Mobile County in Alabama, as well as George and Greene counties in Mississippi, you guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, $half size hail. So I'd highly recommend you guys stay indoors. It's not going to impact Mobile exactly. It's going to be more towards Gulf Crest, Chastang, and the Mount Vernon areas. If you guys live over there, as well, yeah, as I said, as well as Gulf Crest, you guys should go indoors for some very large hail. Then some other areas here, severe thunderstorm warning with baseball-sized hail is a VDS with destructive and life-threatening hail, according to the Storm Prediction Center, which anything from baseball-sized hail and above that, it is indeed life-threatening hail. So if you live here in Monroe and Conecuh counties, you guys need to get indoors now, 100%. Get to some sort of shelter to protect you from the large hail that is falling from this storm. Specifically, if you live near Evergreen, this thing has had a history of producing golf ball sized hail, but it will 100%, 100% has the potential of producing some baseball-sized hail with this storm. So if you guys live near Evergreen, or if you live near Repton and Estelle, you guys need to go ahead and monitor the storm. New tornado warning here. Tornado warning for Baker, Clay, Calhoun, Early, and Terrell counties in Georgia. That'll be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This also has quarter-sized hail with it, so on top of the tornado risk, there is also a hail risk. This storm does indeed look like it could be indeed tornadic, so let's take a storm motion here and try and figure out what it's doing. So you can see here on reflectivity, classic hook presentation here with our rain structure. Inflow coming in unimpeded. So right here near Bluffton is where the rotation actually is. It'll be moving off just to the south at Edison into the Dickey areas, as well as near Morgan. So if you guys live in the areas that I just mentioned here, even north of Arlington, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I'm uploading a shape file real quickly so that I can have a better idea as to what some of these roads are named. There we go. We have our named roads. So if you live near Edison, if you live near your state road 216, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. As I said, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building. Let's get some timings out here for you all. Edison, you guys will be impacted within the next 5 minutes, so you need to get there now. Dickey within the next 5 to 10 minutes, and then Morgan 10 to 15 minutes. This will be moving north of Arlington for the most part. That's what it looks like it's doing at the moment. So if you are if you are in Arlington in itself, you should be fine, but you're still in a tornado warning, and I'd continue to monitor it. I haven't given you all the all clear exactly yet, but there's still some tornadic rotation with the storm as it continues to move on through. Yeah, really good presentation here with reflectivity. Very interesting storm. I'm actually going to take a 3D of this cell here and see what we can actually find within the storm. And so by taking a look here at the higher reflectivity values, you can see there is an inflow notch here to where the thunderstorm would continue to sustain itself and feed it. And this is where the inflow notch would be located, right in that nook and cranny. So just by looking at that, this tells us that there is some tornadic rotation or some supercellular characteristics. Not exactly a tornadic rotation, but still a lot of supercellular characteristics with the storm. And so this is definitely something we're going to have to monitor as this progresses. There is some tornadic rotation that suspends up into the atmosphere. It actually goes up to above 20,000 feet up in the sky. You can see these blues, and what this tells me, this is our counterclockwise rotation that suspends up into the atmosphere. So we do have rotation with the storm that goes up higher up into the thunderstorm, higher up into the supercell, and this does tell me that it is a pretty good tornadic supercell that could sustain further on later on tonight. So as I said, Edison, Morgan, Leary, you guys need to monitor the storm. Get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I do not see a debris signature yet. I don't think this thing is fully consolidated quite yet. Someone's knocking on my door. Come in. Oh, food. Hey, can you take this down for me? Thank you. Appreciate it. I got
Bye,
some.
viewers.
It's my little brother. Love him so, but he also annoys me. But yeah, as I said, Edison, Dickey, and Morgan, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space now. Because this can impact some people. This does have some tornadic rotation. It also looks like it's forming a bit of a donut hole, a bounded weak echo region, as most of us like to call it, but I call it a donut, mainly because it does look like a donut hole. And so there is some tornadic rotation. It's trying to wrap some rain around it, and this is right where the rotation would be. So this is a textbook setup here for our severe weather system. A severe storm that could be producing some tornadoes. So let's share this live stream on social media. Try to get the word out here with some people who live in these areas near Bluffton, because we got to try and inform as many as we can. You know, even liking the video actually gets this live stream onto more people's recommended feeds, and that is a good way of getting some information out to people, because if they don't know what's happening and they find out, they could then tell more people and stuff like that. So let's start trying to get information out and help try to protect some people, save some lives potentially. But yep, Edison as well as Dickey and Morgan here in Georgia, we really need to monitor this storm as this continues to progress. Just looking at storm relative velocities, you can see the greens are the winds that are moving towards the radar. The reds are the ones that are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So there is some rotation with this storm. I'm not sure if that is a debris signature, but it does look like a lower correlation coefficient. So we'll watch this in the next scan, and where it's going to tell us if it is a tornado or not that's on the ground. But a very strong bounded weak echo, well, not a very strong, a bounded weak echo region that's present here within the storm, clearly visible here on presentation. And this is a pretty serious situation for Edison, Dickey, and Morgan. Let's see. This thing is also producing some decent amounts of hail, and there's also a storm behind it that is also producing more hail than this one. So the town of Bluffton may not actually be done and over with as well. Something really gonna have to watch out for as this continues to move on through. What do the boxes mean? Like the yellow boxes and the pink thing. Okay, so the yellow box is right here. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. This red box right here is a tornado warning. And then these little circle things, this is actually the analysis that the satellite and RAP has for me. RAP is a model. And so just by looking at this actually tells me what the environment is like as this moves on through, within those general vicinities. So it actually can help me determine as to whether or not these storms actually are going to be strong, which as of right now, it's in very strong helicity, very strong energy numbers, a lot of wind shear. So this has the potential to sustain for quite some time. So that's definitely something we're going to have to monitor as these things continue to move on through. But that's what those boxes mean for any of you guys who are new. But a lot of activity here in southern Georgia. The other tornado warning in Tennessee has been canceled, so that is the good news. So it's mainly just this system here near Dickey and Morgan. It's now about to cross over State Route 216. Someone said tornado warning for Albany. It's actually heading into the general vicinity of Albany. Here is Albany, Georgia, right here. This is where the storm is. This is north of Blakely near Bluffton. It's actually a bit further to the east near Edison and Morgan. So, further along the line, someone did make a good point that Albany could be experiencing some of these storms again. Something could be tornadic here within this system. So we're going to have to monitor this to the best of our abilities. All right, so I don't see a debris signature, which means it's not on the ground as of right now. That's the good news. The bad news is that the tornado warning is still here, so that it potentially could. So all the more reason that people need to continue to monitor these storms. Madison, Georgia, you're fine right now. All right, you're fine. Believe me, you're fine. All right. Here's Madison over here, and you've got a lot of scattered storms. Here's Atlanta, actually. And here's Madison. You got just this giant storm that's staring you down, but this thing doesn't look like it's producing a lot of hail, and it actually isn't. And it actually is not showing a lot of gusty winds, which is the reason why there's no severe thunderstorm warning. So believe me, Madison, you're gonna be fine. Someone mentioned actually a good point here. The storms that are near Birmingham, that's actually extending all the way up to Huntsville, is forming a line. A lot of strong gusty winds and some hail with this storm, or with these storms, I should say. So if you live over here, you guys definitely have to monitor this system as this progresses. Extreme eastern parts of Alabama into western parts of Georgia really need to monitor it. There's even a storm up here that actually looks pretty decent. It has a little bit of rotation, but it doesn't look all too serious. So this is it definitely looks like a lower risk for tornadoes. It's more of a gusty wind and hail event, in my honest opinion. And that's exactly what the warning says. It says ping pong ball sized hail to 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And for most people who don't know how large ping pong balls are, which I'm assuming most people do, it's 1.5 inches. It's larger than quarters. So it's definitely going to do damage, could do dents to people's cars. And, you know, if you could avoid it, do not go outside, stay indoors, stay in shelter. But yeah, a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings around here. A lot of these severe thunderstorm warnings, if you're in one, has a lot of gusty winds and some hail up to the size of quarters, but there could be even some that are even larger than that. So we're really going to have to monitor these storms as time progresses here. I'm actually going to move my radar from Atlanta down to, I think I want to do Mobile. I think Mobile is probably the best option. Will hail be in Huntsville? Huntsville just got a bunch of hail earlier. So probably not anymore. Or not as high of a risk for hail as there was before. Actually, I'll put my radar back over to Birmingham. And I think I have a radar over here in Huntsville. Yes, I do. So there was bits and bobs of hail, but there's some of these storms that are moving on through your area now are just a lot of scattered storms. So nothing really too much to report for Huntsville at the moment. I think you guys most likely could be in the clear for tonight. All right, moving on to Mobile, Alabama. There's been reports of baseball-sized hail with this storm now. So really intense severe thunderstorms that are here in the southern parts of Alabama. And I'm not surprised with these storms. There's so much energy here in the atmosphere, and this storm is still warned for baseball-sized hail, which is almost 3 inches in diameter. So if you can imagine, you know, baseballs falling from the sky at excessive speeds, that could do damage to people, property, you know, all sorts of different stuff. So I mentioned that if you live near Evergreen, you needed to be indoors 100%. Now moving on further, Evergreen, by the way, you should still be indoors. But if you're near Mackenzie, Brooks, Red Level, you guys need to also monitor the storm as well for some large hail. And Brantley, you guys are not out of the risk either. You guys are also in a severe thunderstorm warning, and that storm could also be producing up to quarter-sized hail as well. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and ping pong ball-sized hail, actually, so some very strong wind gusts with this as well. Almost up to hurricane-force winds, so that is really something we're going to have to monitor. Chattanooga outlook? Sure, why not? I actually haven't talked about Chattanooga in a while. But Chattanooga's getting a lot of scattered storms as of right now. There isn't really all too much that's forecasted for this, for Chattanooga. I think more or less the risk is going to be further south of you. There hasn't really been a lot of thunderstorms that have consolidated, more or less. So I think it's going to be a scattered thunderstorm risk for your specific area. Take a bite of my dinner real quickly that my family graciously gave me. It's pretty good. My family knows how to cook, I will say that much. What drawing app do I use on my desktop? Epic Pen. I love using Epic Pen. Epic Pen's a pretty good product here. Sometimes it can be pretty stupid because I'll have to like restart my computer in order to like restart it if I can't draw. But otherwise, it's a pretty good product here. Pretty good product. Evergreen's actually looking pretty interesting for possibly some tornadic rotation as well. Does not have a tornado possible in the National Weather Service, but there still could be something here within the storm. Morgan, back to the tornado warning. The storm is now near Morgan in itself. You can see the actual rotation here develop. Your greens are your winds moving towards the radar. Your reds are the ones moving away. So right in the middle is where the rotation would be. I don't see a debris signature. So this tells me that this thing is currently not on the ground. But yeah, there definitely is the possibility for a tornado still here within this storm. Or within these storms, I should say. Yeah, Epic Pen is bomb as long as it's not... as long as it cooperates. But yeah, a lot of these thunderstorms here, for the most part, creating some very strong gusty winds and some large hail. Marshall County, where is this? Give me a second. I'm looking it up. Marshall County, Alabama? That is south of Huntsville. So give me a second, I'll pull that up. So Marshall County in itself actually looks to be out of the risk as of this moment. It did have reports of hail and stuff like that across the board, but now you're just going to get a bunch of scattered storms that'll push on through your area. Could have, they could have very small amounts of hail, but nothing severe, so I think you guys are in the clear for the rest of the night, in my honest opinion. If you guys are new to my channel, please be sure to subscribe. I do analysis like this for severe weather events whenever they do get bad, and I do not discriminate. I may be covering for Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia, Florida right now, but yesterday I was covering for Texas, Oklahoma, and Louisiana, and I have had a history of covering events as long as they do get bad. And so if I don't live stream this, then probably won't be all too strong, unless if I can't do it, if I have something that's going on with my life. But I live streamed on my birthday yesterday. Yesterday was my birthday, for those of you who don't know, and I still live streamed anyways. So I most likely will live stream it, regardless of what's happening in my life. But if I have something that's happening in my life, I will. That's unfortunate. Ah! My fork! But a lot of activity here. Lot of activity here. Let's talk about some of the cells here that are approaching just to the north of Dothan, near the Abbeville areas, as well as there's some storms here in Clayton. But let's talk about the Abbeville storm. That's going to be moving off more, and so there might be a new severe thunderstorm warning here in Georgia ahead of this storm. So like Fort Gaines and Bluffton, you guys might not be out of the risk as well. But still a lot of activity here with these cells across the board. And we're really going to want to watch this as this moves into like Fort Gaines, Bluffton, Carnegie, and Edison again. I know you guys are in a tornado warning right now, and the rotation is actually moving on further to the north and east. So places near like Harrod, Sasser, Albany, and Leesburg, you guys really need to watch this as well. You guys aren't in a tornado warning, but there is the chance for something to move on through. But yeah, there's these areas that are already being impacted here in Georgia. You're still going to see some more severe storms later on tonight. So something really interesting to say the least with these storms. Let's see. Mesoscale discussion concerning the severe thunderstorm watch. So that's going to be fun. That is going to be fun. Here's some of the other severe thunderstorm warnings. These other ones up here near Mount Andrew and Clayton, and as well as Brundage. These are more or less for gusty winds. Your hail is smaller than quarter size, so it's not severe. But these severe storms could topple power lines and trees. And that is definitely not, definitely not the best case scenario for you all. But yeah, a lot of activity here in Alabama, both north and south. But central seems to be out of the risk for the most part. Don't see thunderstorms forming. Actually, let's take a look here at the satellite imagery. You can see here's the current line of storms that are impacting the United States, or the southern parts of the United States here, right above my head. So you can see these lines of storms that are producing a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings down south. You also have some of these other storms that are forming a new line here in north central to northern parts of Alabama into Georgia. So a lot of these areas could produce some damaging winds and hail. Some of these storms down here, the southern parts of this risk could produce some hail in upwards of, larger hail amounts. So some maybe in upwards of 2 inches, maybe 1.5 inches, but has had a history of producing baseball-sized hail in some of these storms. So this is something to keep in mind as this continues to progress later on tonight. Would severe weather move into South Florida? Yes, indeed, it will move into... Wait, South Florida? Not exactly. For you guys in South Florida, you're going to be fine. But for Northern Florida... I thought you said Northern Florida for a second. I'm losing my mind, I guess. Yeah, it could go in there. But Southern Florida, like Miami and stuff like that... if we go to our convective outlook here for day 2, you guys are forecasted by the National Weather Service to only get just general thunderstorms. You could get some severe thunderstorms, but not to the extent of today. Not to the extent of today. How many more hours do you predict this will last? These severe storms will continue to last all the way throughout the evening. The question is, how long will I last? Let's take a look at the models here. This will be able to tell us for sure. So I'll refresh this. All right, so here's the outlook here for the rest of this evening. You can see a lot of these storms begin to form pretty sporadic here in Alabama. This is what's happening right now. And this will continue to push on through into Georgia. A lot of these thunderstorms will begin to form out into Florida and push off into Florida. That'll continue all the way into the overnight hours, and the storms really start to deplete as it gets towards midnight. But some areas here in Atlanta, once it gets towards, like, say, 9 o'clock Eastern, this is when things start to really, pop on through. And then it'll start to deplete after that. So, yeah. How long have I been streaming? 9 hours. 9 hours of live streaming this stuff. Lot of activity here. We still have that tornado warning, but it is starting to move out of the actual warning box. But it still is there. You can clearly see... the rotation within the storm. Storm relative velocities show your greens are moving towards the radar. Your reds are the ones moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. But it is a lot weaker than it once was, 100%. So, this is definitely something that we're going to have to watch out for. But luckily, Edison is out of the risk now. Dickey, Morgan, and Edison, you guys, in my opinion, aren't in the warning anymore for tornadoes as of right now. You guys could potentially get something from another storm, which is actually looking pretty concerning. I actually don't know why that doesn't have a severe thunderstorm warning with that cell, but there's a new tornado warning. This does include Albany now, so they've extended it further, and this storm is indeed moving off to the north and east. So a new tornado warning here, as well as another tornado warning in Tennessee. So more things to talk about. Tornado warning for Dougherty, Lee, Calhoun, and Terrell counties in Georgia. That'll be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for tornado and quarter-sized hail. If we take a look here at the reflectivity, you can clearly see it still has that hooking characteristic. It still had that rotation. So if you live near places like State Route 55, as well as Rocky Story Road or Florida Short Road, I think that's a route. I'd never heard a road be called route before, but that's nice. That's nice. I mean, state route, typically that's what I say, but like, it's usually state route or county route. You know what I mean? County Road 118, so 118, you guys could be impacted as well as Forester Road. If you guys live in these areas, as well as northwestern parts of Albany and Georgia, you guys could potentially be impacted by these severe storms. Dark FJ3 has become a sponsor. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate that. I would add you to the text below, but I'm kind of in the middle of severe weather analysis, so whenever we do live stream next, or towards the end of videos, you'll be able to see / hear your name, or your username. But thank you for becoming a sponsor. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, there's some pretty decent rotation within this storm. It's not all too strong anymore. It's starting to weaken a lot more, I should say. But this is still something that's marching off into the general vicinity of United States Highway 82 and United States Route 19 as well. So Leesburg and those general vicinities, as well as in Albany, I'd say get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This storm looks like it's kind of forming off near the Gillianville Road area, and it looks like it's going to continue to move off to the north and east, so we're going to really want to watch this storm as it continues to progress on through tonight. Here's the tornado warning up here. This is a new tornado warning for Grundy County in Tennessee. This will be in effect until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. We can take a look here at the velocity, and it's very hard for me to see how this thing is tornadic. It does have a little bit of a hook characteristic right here, and your inflow might be right about here because of the curling with the inflow bands. But still, on reflectivity, it doesn't look all too impressive. So if you live near Beersheba Springs and further along towards State Road 399 here in Tennessee, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If we take a look at the velocity, there is some displacement here going on, but it could also be very much so of a straight line wind threat. It is starting to kind of material a bit more into potential tornado threat. And this was a storm that was tornado warned prior to this warning near Hillsborough, and it's kind of transferred over into this general vicinity. So Grootly, Lager, as well as Palmer, you guys also need to monitor this storm as it continues to march its way through. But something that really needs to monitor as this continues to move off to the east. Let's go back over to the storm, the tornado warned storm that's heading off to the north of Albany. We're going to kind of be cycling in between these two different tornado warnings for the most part. But here is the tornado warning again. As I said, this is heading towards Albany. It's heading more or less to the northern parts of Albany here in Georgia. So if you know anyone who lives anywhere along Wingate, that's Wingate Lane, bro. United States Highway 82, any of those areas, as well as along Old Dawson Road and Tallahassee Road. You guys need to go ahead and tell them to take their proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If they don't believe you, send them this live stream. I will be happy to show them what all is happening here right now. But as I said, this will be heading off to the Tallahassee Road area as well as the Old Dawson Road area, and it'll be kind of paralleling the Gillionville Road vicinity as it continues to move off to the east. But as it gets closer and closer, it'll be a crossing over United States Highway 82 in about 10 to 15 minutes. Maybe a little bit less than that. It might actually be around 5 to 10 minutes as this thing kind of picks up in speed a little. But there is still some rotation within these storms. Just by looking at it, first off, you have to correlate as to where the rotation could be. So you can clearly see the kind of hook echo, the smaller hook echo along this storm that's has been here along this storm for the most part. So right around here is where the rotation would be. So if we go over to the velocities, storm relative velocities specifically, go back a frame here. You can see that there is a little bit of rotation. Looking at the velocities, the reds are the winds moving away from the radar. The greens are the ones moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. But this latest scan that came in shows there's still some general rotation, but it's still relatively weak for the most part. But regardless, it is going to be moving over County Road 118 as well and heading towards Winfried Road and Hickory Grove Road. So if you know anyone who lives those areas, you need to tell them to, as I said, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. For people who are wondering if this is going to hit Albany, this is probably going to hit the northern parts of Albany, but it doesn't look all too tornadic at the moment, which is the good news. But some other cells could be tornadic, so I'm not calling you guys out of the risk at the moment. And these things could shift north or south, so we really need to monitor this to the best of our abilities. Here's the severe thunderstorm warning that I said should have been issued 30 minutes ago or something like that. It's now been issued. Severe thunderstorm warning here for Henry County in Alabama, as well as Clay, Randolph, Baker, Calhoun, Early, and Terrell counties in Georgia. That'll be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This could also have ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with it. So Bluffton, Edison, and Morgan, you guys were just in a tornado warning. Now you have another storm that's coming on through behind you, and this could potentially bring some large hail through your areas and upwards of ping pong ball size, which is around 1.5 inches, maybe even larger, because the maximum expected hail size, according to this product here, is around 2 inches here in some spots, and that is some very large hail that can do some damage within this area. So this is something that we really need to continue to monitor as this continues to move on through. But a lot of activity here. And if we actually take a look further out, you can see how many severe thunderstorm warnings we have currently ongoing. We have 14 severe thunderstorm warnings and 2 tornado warnings, one being in southwestern parts of Georgia, another one being in southeastern parts of Tennessee, and everything else, a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, including one that's in northern parts of Georgia, which is pretty interesting. That's actually had a history of producing some quarter-sized hail near the town of Milton, and that's a storm that's going to be heading off towards Coal Mountain, Silver City. So if you live over there, you guys really need to monitor that storm as that continues to move up to the north and east. We can actually see it a little bit better with a closer radar here. I would be using Atlanta's radar, but as of right now, not exactly all too good of a solution. I might be able to move mobiles over, but there's a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings over there, so maybe later. Let's go over to the tornado warning here for Grundy County. This rotation in itself looks to be moving off further to the north and, well, east-northeast. So places out north of Grootley Lager, near County or State Road 399, all the way over to State Route 8 in Tennessee. This is where the potential rotation could be moving on through to, everyone. And as this continues to move on through, the potential for a tornado is here. So as I said, a tornado warning is for Grundy County, and that'll be in effect until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. But everything else, for the most part, it's going to be a lot of scattered storms here. There might be the chance for tornadoes, but it doesn't exactly seem to be all too strong of rotation. It could be a lot more of a gusty wind threat more than a tornado threat. So we'll have to continue to monitor this as this moves on through. Yeah, actually, I probably could. Yeah, I'll move it later to Atlanta later. But a lot of activity here, and in the deep south and in the south and east. Let's go back over to the cells over in southern Alabama. I want to see if this storm still has baseball-sized hail warned for it. No, but it is golf ball-sized hail, and that can still break windows. So if you guys live here in Conecuh County in Alabama, you guys need to go ahead and seek shelter because this could, do damage to cars. This is even the same thing for Crenshaw and Covington County here in Alabama. Golf ball-sized hail is expected off with this storm as well. A lot of activity here within these storms. I will say that much, so we're going to continue to monitor this as things continue to progress. There's nothing happening in Texas as of right now, but there could be something that happens in western Texas on Tuesday. So we'll have to monitor that. But as of right now, everything's localized to the southeast. Multiple reports of wind damage from the severe storm. What in the world happened with IEM bot? A mesoscale discussions. That's interesting. But multiple reports of wind damage here with the severe thunderstorm warning. So I'll pull it over here into Birmingham and I'll show you all what the severe thunderstorm warning is looking like. So this severe thunderstorm warning right here is for Talladega, Calhoun, Shelby, Claiborne, and Clay counties in Alabama. That'll be in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half dollar-sized hail. There's actually been reports of damage with the storm south of Pell City and near Lincoln. We've had several trees uprooted near Cropwell, and because it's been very moist out, and it's been raining consistently here in Alabama and Georgia, you can actually get a lot of that where the ground isn't as stable as it used to be. So there's, it kind of just uproots trees for the most part. And then Lincoln, there were several trees that were blown down near Lincoln. So this storm has had a history of producing some very strong gusty winds and some widespread hail within the storm, within these lines of storms. So Sylacauga, as well as Sycamore, Chandler Springs, Puritan, as well as Waldo, Ironton, and Delta. Further on towards Heflin and Fruithurst, you guys could potentially see some severe storms and you need to take shelter. How's Cookeville, Tennessee looking? Cookeville, Tennessee is out of the risk here today, so you guys should be all right. You see, I actually appreciate people who correct me in what, and how people say these, pronounce these counties and stuff like that, because believe it or not, I don't live here. So I appreciate it when people actually correct me and stuff like that. But Cleburne, you have a severe thunderstorm warning. Jeez, this storm over here near Bluffton is looking really massive with its hail. Maximum expected hail size still over 2 inches. But a lot of activity here. A lot of activity. What is your predictions for the severe weather event for the Northeast this year? So or severe weather season for Northeast this year. Same thing as always. We're not getting anything. As someone who lives in the Northeast, I should know. I'm just kidding. We usually get a lot of gusty winds. High shear low cape environments. Who knows? I might be able to chase it every now and then. But, you know, me being in southern Pennsylvania, we don't get any severe weather. So, I should expect the same for people up in the Northeast, you know? Alright, so, someone asked about Calhoun, Georgia. This actually, is, getting a bunch of scattered thunderstorms at the moment. Actually, I think I'll be able to look at it from Huntsville. I am. So a lot of thunderstorms here that are moving on through your area, but it's not actually consolidated to severe storms. So it's most likely going to be a bunch of passing showers with some gusty winds and upwards of 50 miles per hour, maybe less than that, honestly. Maybe some spotty hail. There is the chance for some, but it's relatively small as well. So now, Calhoun, you should be all right for today's event, but you still have the chance for some storms to pass on through here relatively soon. May I look at the severe thunderstorm warning that includes Clayton? Is this the storm that includes Clayton? Nope, that's not Clayton. Bro, there's so many severe thunderstorm warnings. There's a Clay severe thunderstorm warning. Not a Clayton. But there is a Clay severe thunderstorm warning. So that's in what, Alabama? So is it what, this storm? That's Crenshaw and Covington. Oh wait, it's the Cleburne thing. Yeah, so that's the storms here in eastern Alabama. So yeah, there's a lot of storms here that are producing some large hail. There's actually been some reports of quarter-sized hail in Jacksonville. So if you guys live over here, if you live near Bremen, if you live near Buchanan, if you live near Heflin or Delta, you guys really need to monitor these storms as this continues to push on through. And I wouldn't be surprised if some more areas in Georgia actually got some severe weather. But for the most part, let's see where Clay County is here. Clay County is with Ashland and Millerville. So you guys yourself, if I move over to this radar, give me a second. Nashville, Tennessee, how's it looking right now this evening? Nashville, Tennessee actually should be fine for this event. Nothing too severe. But you guys are most likely going to see some of these strong storms that are going to be moving on through. They're coming from Talladega Springs and Sylacauga, and they'll be moving off into your general vicinity soon. Andrew here plays games with friends. Hello, hello. What's the event for Tuesday? But you haven't heard. I'm just kidding. Yeah, no. There's a nice little risk for severe storms here on day 4. This is on Tuesday. Already a 15% chance for severe weather. Honestly, I think there could be higher risk for severe weather right within this area. But there is a chance for Kansas and Oklahoma to get into the action as well. And Missouri. This area as well could see something. But the timing is kind of rough right now, so we'll have to see as time goes along and how we get into more models that come into view here. But there's a lot of activity here that could be happening on Tuesday, Wednesday, as well as Thursday. And I do uploads every morning, all right? I upload videos every morning. I put in timestamps so that people can look at specific events and stuff like that. And, what areas people could be impacted by. But, if you guys want to stay up to date with all the weather, first off, please be sure to subscribe. Second off, you know, turn on notifications if you actually want to pay attention to my videos in the morning, which I prefer you do because things do change. But if you don't want to turn on notifications, you just want to stick around for like live streams and stuff like that, then I live stream whenever severe weather events get bad. So if I'm not live streaming, you can assume that nothing's happening or nothing bad's supposed to happen. But yeah, 15% here on Tuesday for severe weather, and we'll be watching that very closely here with the upcoming models. Jeez, we're at 5,936 subscribers. The funny thing about it is that the beginning of yesterday, we were at 5,100-ish subscribers. And so, you know, I thought that, you know, us getting to our goal of 6,000 subscribers by the end of April was starting to get, you know, starting to be a little too ambitious. But over these past two live stream I had last night with Texas, Louisiana, and Oklahoma, and this one today, you know, you guys have been crazy. I really do appreciate that. I really do appreciate all the support. You know, all the funds that have been put into this, or that I've gotten out of this, has went straight back either into the live stream or it's gone into, you know, my weather self, IRL self, and real life self. So, for instance, with all the money that I got, I bought myself my dream weather station that I put here in my house. If I, you know, continue to get more funds, I could get another weather station and put it on my car. So whenever I live stream me storm chasing, I'll be able to have stuff like that with me. And I'll be able to tell what's going on with that. So, you know, we'll have to see. But as for the most part, do that real quickly. For the most part, all the stuff that we've been getting has been pretty crazy. And I still can't believe it's happening. But yeah, a lot of severe weather still here. Still moving on through. Let's talk about this severe thunderstorm warning here real quickly. This is for Coffee, Pierce, Atkinson, Ware, Bacon, and Appling counties in Georgia. That'll be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for only quarter-sized hail. So, you know, with this all happening here, the gusty winds is kind of seeded a bit and is seeded to exist, I should say, a bit for this storm. It's turning a lot more into a large hail event near like Dixie, Union, and Beach. And even eventually into the Waycross areas, or maybe further north of Waycross. But if you guys live over there, you guys definitely need to monitor this as much as possible. Just don't go down the road of Ryan Hall. Yeah, Ryan Hall. Too many Red Bulls and late night streaming. His wife banned him from regular updates. Well, I mean, for me, I cover live streams as much as possible. But if there's if it looks like an event starts to like teeter off, but it still could be severe, but it still trends to teetering off, then I will like end the live stream and stuff like that. But if I still think that it can be pretty significant, I'll stay on as long as possible. Like for instance, we had a moderate event, a 4 out of 5 on the severe scale in the beginning of April, and a lot of YouTubers kind of just like, you know, cut off because they didn't want to cover it overnight. But I was just like, you know what? I'd rather, you know, just stay all the way through, feel good the next day, even though there's supposed to be a little bit of severe weather. Feel good that I covered it all. And we ended up covering an EF3 tornado that night. So, you know, we tried to help as many people possible. Sure, I'll be dragging all over the place, but that's what coffee's for. So, but yeah, we cover these events as much as possible. So a lot of activity. So I honestly don't know why this tornado warning still exists. Here for Grundy County. There might be a new storm that's forming out ahead of it, but it's not even the same storm near Dunlap, so who knows? There might be something issued here soon. But for the most part, I honestly have no clue why that tornado warning is still up. So, alright, I'm going to move this radar over to... How do I want to do this? Do I want to move it to Birmingham, or do I want to move it to Atlanta? Well, first off, let's talk about these storms here that are near Mobile. So, a couple severe thunderstorm warnings, Baldwin, Escambia. Baldwin in both the Escambia counties, Florida and Alabama. That'll be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So, if you guys, live in these areas, these general vicinities of Walnut Hill and Oak Grove and Bratt, you guys could get some severe weather and upwards of $half size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. There's also another storm that's off to the west of that, here for Mobile and Baldwin counties. That'll be in effect until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for a 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and $half size hail. So this general vicinity right here near Creola and Satsuma, you guys could potentially get some larger amounts of hail. We can see on the maximum expected hail size, some amounts in upwards of almost an inch. So there's some hail that is falling from these storms, and that I'd highly recommend getting into some form of shelter as these continue on throughout the evening. There's also some other severe thunderstorm warnings further along the line for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, $half size hail. So this does include Monroe, Baldwin, Escambia, and Conecuh counties in Alabama until 7:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. There's also some more storms here. Golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this Conecuh County storm. So this would be more or less near Brooklyn and Evergreen and Brooks. Actually, that tornado warning just expired, so all the more reason. But yeah, these areas here near Brooklyn and stuff like that, you guys could be experiencing some golf ball sized hail, which could easily do damage across the board here. And then this other severe thunderstorm warning here, which does include places like Crenshaw and Covington counties until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts in one storm, which is up in southern Crenshaw, northern Covington counties. But then another severe thunderstorm with golf ball sized hail is in west central Covington County, where it's going to be moving there soon. So these have a history of producing some large hail, and it's definitely something that you guys are really going to have to monitor these storms as they progress on through to the east or even the south and east. So places like Brantley, Elba, Opp, Andalusia, as well as River Falls, you guys could be impacted by these severe storms. For sure. Move on over here to this storm right here. Actually, I did say I was going to move Mobile's radar up to Birmingham, so I'm going to do that. Have that register on forward. There we go. I'm going to go down to these severe storms here. So severe thunderstorm warning as well for Pike and Barber counties until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So if you guys live near Blue Springs, Texasville, and Clopton, you guys could easily see some severe conditions that I just mentioned as well. There's also this severe thunderstorm warning here. A lot of counties in this one, so bear with me. Henry County in Alabama, Clay, Randolph, Baker, Calhoun, Early, and Terrell counties in Georgia. That'll be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you guys live over there, you guys really need to kind of monitor this storm, because this does have the chance of producing ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So definitely something that we're going to have to monitor as this continues to move on through here. I I'd also watch, if you were in Albany, I'd also watch these storms as well as they continue to move on through here today. But very interesting
Remington
setup
Height
here.
Super Chat 99 cents.
Remington Height with the $1 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. I do support all the extra donations. I do love all the people who actually come to the live stream and just even participate, whether they like the live stream, whether they subscribe, whether they share the video and stuff like that. You know, you guys are just awesome. So I greatly appreciate all that you guys do for me here. If you guys do want to join, actually, you know what? I should just say it this way. You guys should totally join my Discord server. If you have Discord, I'm putting the link here in the chat. But if you guys like weather, if you want to increase your weather skills for the most part by hanging out with other people who are trying to learn about the weather, and even some people who are even going into college for weather and stuff like that. You know, feel free to join because that would be greatly appreciated. The more people we have over 600 members here, over 600 members. So, you know, we have a lot of people in this server, and we communicate quite frequently. You can see our server is bustling quite a bit, hustling and bustling here in the good old Twist of Fate server. So, lot of activity here in the server, and I think you guys will enjoy it. I think you guys will definitely enjoy it. Let's go over to the severe storms over here in Birmingham. And as I said, long consolidated line. There is a new severe thunderstorm warning that was issued here in Georgia. Now it's starting to head off into the Douglasville area. So it's not exactly there quite yet, but there could be some strong to severe storms that could produce hail in upwards of an inch, and maybe even some strong gusty winds as well that could move on through. But let's start out from the west and move ourselves east. So severe thunderstorm warning here for Talladega, Calhoun, Cleburne, and Clay counties here in Alabama. That'll be in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail. There's also the severe thunderstorm warning right here. That's basically an extension for Cleburne County until 7 for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail as well. Then there's also a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings here. Paulding, Haralson, and Carroll counties in Georgia. That'll be in effect until 8:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. And then the last one here within this general vicinity, although it probably won't be the last because there could be more where that came from, more severe weather. Haralson and Polk counties in Georgia will have a severe thunderstorm warning until 8 p.m. for the same exact thing. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So you can see here on the maximum expected hail size, some of these yellow, bright greens, and almost yellows, they actually do have some larger amounts of hail within this storm or within these storms. So definitely something that we're going to have to monitor as this continues to move on through into your general vicinity. All right. I'm going to stretch real quickly. Just real quickly. Been thinking about enrolling in Penn State or Virginia Tech. I mean, as some of you guys know, I've been rolling with Penn State. Went to some of their camps. Trying to survive college. I gotta say, now I'm not sure about you guys, but college is such a scam. The reason why I say that is because it's school, and you have to pay, what, $10,000 and stuff like that. Well, if you're in in-state tuition for one semester, and you have to pay like $20,000 or $30,000 if you're out of state and stuff like that for just getting a paper saying that you've went to some classes that talk about, you know, whatever thing you want to go into. And yeah, that's fun. Fun. Eat my dinner real quickly. Taking a little bit of a break. We've been live streaming for 9.5 hours. My goodness. Jeez. Jeez. Someone asked if there was any damage reports on the tornado warning storm in Tennessee. No, there is not, or at least not according to Storm Prediction Center. There is a bunch of reports here in Alabama, Georgia, and Florida. A lot of gusty winds and hail. Although there is one wind report here in Idaho. My goodness. But a lot of activity there across the board here. Well, I'm going to try and study meteorology in Penn State. That's the thing. I'm trying to survive Penn State here. It's kind of chaotic being in Penn State, though, especially with how everything is, everything was online, but I wasn't going to go half a semester being online, so I took the semester off. Fun times. But Penn State is still fun every now and then. Any college being at it, it's all right. It's just money. My gosh. It's chaotic, to say the least. So a lot of these severe storms across the board here. Definitely, you're gonna hear a lot of similarities between these storms. Some of these have quarter-sized hail. Some of these have 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Some of these, you know, are gonna have ping pong ball-sized hail. Some of these are gonna have half-dollar-sized hail. It's right around in the same area, same time frame. Oh yeah, you can see some of the same conditions across the board here. So that's what's expected from these storms, but whether that actually translates or not, that's the real question. Let's see. Joined your Discord server. Love being around and talking to other weather fans. Well, that's good. Then you can already tell that in severe weather chat there is a lot of people for the most part that talk about it. Although they haven't talked in quite some time. But if you look back, you'll be able to see there's a lot of people there. So there's a plethora amount of activity in the server. But yeah, pretty cool to say the least. I'll say that much. Let's see. Bro taught math at Penn State years ago. He's retired from teaching at this point. Whomst? Oh, your brother. Oh, interesting. Oh, wow. Huh. That's pretty crazy. I mean, you know, people who teach at colleges are getting their money worth, but yeah, a lot of activity across the board here. We'll say that much. A lot of fun times I've heard from teachers in colleges. Across the board. As I said, I'm going to be eating my dinner in and out. So don't mind me. Bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings here still. Pretty crazy for the most part. But now it's starting to head in towards the Atlanta area. And I think when these storms finally move past Atlanta, I think that's when we're going to end the live stream. KIND issued a live flash flood warning on accident about 6 hours ago. For real? That's kind of funny. Yeah, a lot of activity across here, across the board, that's now starting to head into Atlanta. Appreciate it, Golden Blue dude. Really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, today's hail has been crazy. Baseball, golf ball size hail. There was hail in upwards of 3 inches as well. You know, widespread wind damage in Florida and Georgia. Yeah, it wasn't as bad as last night with how large the hail was in Wichita Falls, but there is still quite a lot of activity there. There was a lot more tornadoes last night too. So, tornado risk did deplete a little bit, in which I still think it's going to be depleted. I think this risk here today is going to be a bit more of a gusty wind and hail threat, or from now on, especially this line here in northern parts of Alabama and Georgia. And then this line down here in the south. There is the chance for some severe weather, for some tornadic development. You know, as I said, there is the chance, but it doesn't seem all too likely. I mean, I'll take a look at the mesoscale analysis here, and the significant tornado parameter isn't all too high. So if there is thunderstorms that form, then maybe. And if you want to join your channel, but not yet, I mean, it's basically a sponsorship. So you don't really have to if you don't want to. But it does help me out, get more equipment and stuff like that for my live streams and my personal life for whatever weather stuff that I do. As well as save up for college and stuff like that. More money. But I would highly recommend keeping your money for the most part. Spend it on something that is valuable to you. That's just my honest opinion. This storm over here near north of Enterprise, near New Brockton, is actually looking pretty severe in regards to some gusty winds and large hail. We have some winds that could be in upwards of 70 miles per hour, but I don't think that's correct. So I'm going to take a storm motion from warning here and see. There you go. That's a bit better. So we have some winds in upwards of, I would say, 50 miles per hour, maybe 60 miles per hour in some spots. But some very strong gusty winds here north of New Brockton, and maybe some large hail as well. So we're going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. Can we look at the velocity on the severe thunderstorm in southeastern Georgia? Yeah, of course. Let's see if I actually have a radar down there. I do. It is the closest radar, so let's actually take a look. What in the world are you? Why is this? Well, this is a supercell, all right, so I'll take back my chance for tornadoes, as there is the chance here. Definitely a lot of rotation here heading towards Patterson, or at least a bit of rotation. Take a look. If we take a look here, what in the world just happened? Mesoscale discussion. Okay, it's not that big of a deal. If you take a look with this storm here, you can see how it has a hook right within the storm, but then it also has this kind of a bowing structure, this kind of curl, and this tells me that a lot of gusty winds are surging in behind the storm, and is not exactly forming a lot of tornadic rotation per se. There could be something happening in this hook right here, the northern part of this bow, but unless if the rear flank downdraft actually surges into the thunderstorm, then I don't really foresee this to be all too tornadic. And the inflow notch is pretty skinny, which isn't all too favorable for tornadoes. But this is still something we're going to have to watch as this progresses here. But there is some tornadic rotation within the storm. I will say that much. Hey, all Oklahoma here, you'll be in and out. Well, luckily Oklahoma's not going to be impacted today, if that's the case. But you could see some stuff here on Tuesday, Wednesday, and probably not Thursday, but maybe Thursday. So I'd watch out if I were you. Just letting you know ahead of time. But yeah, there definitely is something here with this storm. Whoever joined my Discord server as Nate Snyder, I don't like you. There we go. Change that real quickly to not Nate Snyder. Let's see. Right now it's 68 degrees, partly cloudy. Low's going to be 53. It's not bad. Not bad, not bad for your area. How active is it today? It was pretty active earlier. But it's still pretty active right now. I mean, look at all these severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm about to, let me take a look here. From Fort Rucker, you can see how many severe thunderstorm warnings there are, and the widespread impacts. There's 16 severe thunderstorm warnings here. And that's quite a lot. It's quite a lot of, area to cover. Check Tennessee. Well, luckily nothing's really happening in Tennessee right now, but I might as well. So here is Tennessee, and there's a lot of scattered storms. So, yeah. Fun times. Fun times for you all. You guys did have a couple tornado warnings, but I'm not forecasting anything over around your area anytime soon. See, how's Hiram, Georgia? Let's take a look real quickly. Grandpa works at Fort Rucker. There's a lot of people that's from Fort Rucker here. 10-4. Gotta get that call, the code name call sign out for sounds good. Copy. Gotta get it out. Let's see. So you asked about Hiram, Georgia, and well, you guys are getting something here. You're really close to Dallas. Here's Hiram. You're about to get into more thunderstorms in a second. They could be severe, but they are just kind of marching on through your general vicinity. So I definitely continue to monitor it. You have one storm that's kind of moving off to your north, but you have another storm that could be moving off into your general vicinity, and you could get some hail based off of that cell. So. How did Jacksonville fare? Jacksonville got some gusty winds and some hail, but luckily it started dying as it got towards the city. So that was the good news there. The hail size, the cell just above Dallas, luckily it's in the same area as Hiram, so I don't have to move anywhere. But almost an inch. The severe warning actually says in itself hail could be upwards of quarters, but the maximum expected hail size actually says a little bit less than that. But I'd say around quarter-sized hail could be about right. So. Yep, I would definitely watch it. I would definitely watch those thunderstorms as that continues to march on through. It's high rem. The more I know, I live in Pennsylvania, so I actually appreciate that because I don't know how to pronounce southern town names. If I butcher it, it's nothing personal. It's just I don't know. What's Twist of Fate signing up? That's actually my Discord server, but we are expanding our brand so that we might actually have merch and stuff like that. So it's not exactly like I have my own brand here on YouTube, but we're trying to build up a company called Twist of Fate, and our main hub is our Discord server. So if you, Discord is basically like the social media platform that you can join and stuff like that. But yeah, that's what we have here with our storms. And yeah, with this server, you can also if you talk to some of the people that we have in here, you know, they're all weather enthusiasts as well. Some people are actually studying for meteorology in college. So, you know, it's all more or less to where, you know, we all kind of just try and help each other. Hiram? Well, the person who asked what's happening in Hiram actually told me it's Hiram, so now I'm kind of confused, but I'm going to believe the person that asked about Hiram. So, Bainbridge, Georgia. Let's take a look real quickly. Give me a second. Noonan, Georgia. Luckily, I know where Noonan is. Kinda. So, Noonan is in a severe thunderstorm warning. And they could start getting some stuff here relatively soon. Oh, geez. What in the world is that? Yeah, they could potentially get some strong gusty winds from this. Maybe some smaller amounts of hail, but Noonan definitely need to watch out for the storm. I'd say within a half an hour. So it's definitely something to really monitor. Because pro wrestling Hardy Boys of WWE, you see, if you spell out the word Twist of Fate, then that actually could be copyrighted. But we actually took Fate and changed it to an 8, and so no one has that. But I do know what the Twist of Fate is from the Hardy Boys. The thing where they just swing their arm around and then they, you know, RKO them in midair or something like that. people are gonna ask what's happening within their area. They need to give me their city, please, because I actually have no clue where most of you all live. Bainbridge. Okay, so you're actually all the way down there. Give me 2 seconds. You're getting a lot of scattered thunderstorms at the moment, but you guys could fully anticipate getting more of them later on tonight. So I definitely want to continue to monitor this as it continues to move on through. But for the most part, we really need to monitor the storms that are further away from you. And as it continues to move off, then you can start getting concerned about large hail and gusty winds. But I don't foresee a lot of tornadoes with this event anymore. There is still the chance, don't get me wrong, but it just doesn't look all too favorable. Oh, Color, Tap Titans, hello, hello, welcome to the stream. Check Tennessee. Well, luckily nothing's going to be happening in Tennessee, even though there was a couple tornado warnings. But a lot of scattered storms here, so nothing really to report from this. Savannah ramping up? Kinda. I mean, Savannah's been pretty, well, not exactly quiet today, because Savannah actually was near a severe thunderstorm warning. They're actually near another severe thunderstorm warning, but you have a lot of thunderstorms that are pushing off towards your south, and you could have more that could be pushing off near your general vicinity within the next couple of hours. If you want to do the weather command in chat, it's exclamation point city and then state, but it would be the acronym of the state. So, like for instance, the case that you have for more, exclamation point weather, more, space, okay. And you'll be able to get it with the command there. So yeah, a lot of gusty winds here that are surging into
Vasily
Georgia.
Galenko Jr. Super Chat $11.12. Can you please see if the storms in Georgia will move into upstate South Carolina? Thanks for the outstanding coverage.
First things first, Steven, you are not invisible. I can see you. Steven C at least. Just to make it specific. Vasily, I will check that here right now. We are 17 subscribers away from 6,000. That's actually our goal for the end of April. So the fact that we are up this high is absolutely outstanding for you, for this channel. Thank you so much, you guys. I really do appreciate all the support you guys have given me here. So upstate South Carolina, you guys could get some storms around 10 o'clock in the evening. To 11 o'clock and even into midnight. And they do start to falter off at 2 in the morning, but they don't seem to be like all super severe. There's not a lot of energy up there. So, I mean, I'd fully anticipate just straight up gusty winds in your general area. But yeah, that's the timing into which you guys can get something. Unless if you live in the extreme western parts of South Carolina, to which you guys can get it from 9 to 10 o'clock and stuff like that. So, Gainesville, Cleveland storm. Well, let me take a look where that is. Gainesville, Georgia. It's northeast of Atlanta. Oh, so it's, if you're talking about this one up here, this one in Cleveland, here's the severe thunderstorm warning. This severe thunderstorm warning is for Habersham County in Georgia. That'll be in effect until 8:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and $0.5-sized hail. Here's your storm. It'll be moving off to the north of Clarksville and Habersham, but you guys will still get some of large hail for the most part within this general vicinity. So definitely something that you guys are going to have to monitor as this moves off to the north and east. But Hollywood,
Vasily
Turnerville...
Galenko Jr. Super Chat $5. Ty.
Yep, Vasily, no problem. Thank you for the around $15, actually $16 super chat, or super chats. I really do appreciate it. All the support that you've given me through my streams, I really do appreciate it. So thank you so much. But yeah, some of these storms are going to be moving to the north of Clarksville and Habersham, but it's more or less going to be Still giving you some lingering hail within some of those areas. The SP hasn't given out an update yet because I would have heard the ding, but they're still working on the day one outlook, I think, ish. Wait, is it right now? Not sure if it's right now, but yeah, larger amounts of hail with this storm. So you guys are gonna have to monitor that extensively. Now I would not be surprised if there was rotations within or along the line. So there could be some tornado warnings that form off from this, but it doesn't exactly look like it's super concerning as of right now. But there is some. That supercell storm, Nate, I would recheck. That is one of the reasons. One of the reasons 10th after you got done skinny. I looked at it once on the Weather Channel, and it still looks rotating. Well, I mean, there's a bunch of storms around here that are rotating, especially along this line here that's heading into Georgia. Would not be surprised, but yeah. Lot of activity here for these storms. What does a super chat do? It basically donates to my channel. But I highly recommend keeping your money and spending it on something that is important to you and stuff like that, rather than just donating it to a weather channel. I mean, if you think of it this way, donating to having a weather channel on YouTube, I may not be stupid right now because my channel is, as it's getting as large as it is. But, if you were like a normal person and you were just in the general public, you don't really care about weather a lot because, let's be honest here, talking about weather with other people is not exactly the best way to start a conversation. A lot of people say, "Oh, well, how's the weather?" It doesn't last that very long, does it? So, if you can imagine my surprise when I actually thought of making a YouTube channel about weather, it doesn't actually sound all too sound in theory. But surprisingly, it actually has been doing pretty well for myself. So, but yeah, a lot of gusty winds here surging from these storms, and definitely something that we're all going to want to monitor as this moves on through. Anybody in the chat watching slapping contests? I've seen that a couple of times on YouTube. But how many subs until 6K subs? 11. We're 11 away from 6,000 subscribers, which is kind of funny. Most people in the US already donate to the National Weather Service, which every weather forecaster piles onto anyways. Does that actually happen? I mean, I know there's like a Fund the National Weather Service campaign, but I didn't know that if that was the case. That is a very strong line of storms that's surging on through here in Atlanta.
Felicity Reed Super Chat $5. Which do you think will be more interesting? Particularly for TN. Wednesday or Thursday?
That's, It's kind of hard for me to say. I think personally Wednesday is going to be a lot more interesting for Tennessee. But Thursday, according to the Euro, there could be something there as well. I'd have to say Wednesday as of right now, according to what the GFS says. Because the GFS and the NAM are kind of agreeing with each other in regards to what all could be happening. Excuse me. But Felicity with the $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, thank you so much. Is there a tornado threat? Well, I mean, for today, it's not as strong of a tornado threat as it once was, but you know, there is still some of a risk here for tornadoes. I think the highest chance for tornadoes would be along this line that's heading towards Atlanta and stuff like that. But it's got to get a lot more organized along the line in order to do so. Jeez. Yep, and now we're starting to get a couple more subscribers. So to all the people who have subscribed, you know, I just want to tell you all that you guys are amazing. You know, I do videos in the morning, so if, you know, it's not just live analysis of severe weather. So if you ever wanted to know about what all is happening, you know, then feel free to check out my videos in the morning. I do have timestamps or chapters, if you will, so that you can look at specific parts of the video, into which I'll say in the beginning of this stream as to what each part of the video is going to talk about. But yeah, it's that's the additional thing, as well as the live analysis for whenever there is a strong severe weather occurring. New severe thunderstorm warning that includes Atlanta now, so get ready because we are going to go through a crap ton of counties that just got added. Look at this: Paulding, DeKalb, Fayette, Cobb, Douglas, Gwinnett, Heard, Coweta, Fulton, and Clayton counties. How many counties is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 counties in Georgia. 10 counties. That is a very widespread severe thunderstorm warning and includes all of Atlanta. So that'll be in effect until 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This thing is moving at 70 miles per hour, and you guys can see 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So you guys really need to monitor the storm as this progresses to the north and east. Let's get some timings out here for you all. So this could be moving into the Atlanta area. This will actually be moving next to the Beltway in about, I'd say, 15 to 20 minutes, right around that time frame. And then it'll be heading into the heart of Atlanta in about 20 minutes as well. So if you guys live over there, there is still a little bit of time for you guys to get indoors. But I'd highly recommend you do so relatively soon because it is getting darker and darker, and you won't be able to really see these storms all too well. Unless if there's a lot of lightning. Might be some lightning here with these storms. You know, we might as well find out how much lightning is here. There is some lightning, so you might be able to see the structure, but it's not a whole lot of lightning. So, as I said, highly recommend you guys do not go outside and stay indoors. Someone just said there's a new tornado warning. I'm assuming it's for this cell right here. I think it would be for this cell right here that I just put my marker over my track. But if there is a new tornado warning, I would fully anticipate it to be right there. No, it's for Tifton, so it's down south in Georgia. So hold up. Let's go down there. Let's see what's happening over here in Tifton. So there is the new tornado warning. This is for Berrien, Tift, and Worth counties in Georgia. That'll be in effect until 8:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This also has quarter-sized hail, so people need to monitor that. Monitor this storm with the utmost caution. If we take a look here at the reflectivity, you can see the classic hook signature that you'd be able to see with normal supercells that could produce tornadoes. The inflow kind of impeded a little bit, but still something that is kind of open for energy to fuel the supercell as it continues to move along. So right within here is where the tornadic rotation would be. Right in this circle is where we need to continue to watch out for. So as this continues to head on through, this most likely will impact the town of Tifton, and people need to continue to monitor this storm with the utmost caution. So if you live near Tifton, if you live anywhere near State Route 256, if you live anywhere near, let's see, what road is this? This is TY Omega Road, as well as Salem Church Road. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Some timings out here for you all. This will be crossing over United States Route 319 in about 15 minutes. So if you are west of that, this will be impacting you sooner than that, and you need to immediately get into your safe space. That would be highly recommended. Then it'll be crossing over the Interstate 75 general vicinity and near the Tifton area. Maybe a little bit south of Tifton, but there is still something within 15 to 20 minutes. So if you live over there, you guys need to get into your safe space. But I'd highly recommend grabbing a helmet and some extra layers of protection before you head off into that general vicinity. Here's the velocities of this storm, and this is a very strong rotation. You can clearly see the that it's called Tai. Well, that makes sense. You can clearly see the rotation here. Very strong velocity couplet. Reds are moving towards the radar. Actually, I'm sorry. Rewind. Reds are moving away from the radar. Greens and blues are moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation. A lot of people are screaming that there's a CC on the ground. CC drop. I don't see a debris signature here. Or at least my scan hasn't updated. But there is a very strong velocity signature, and I would not be surprised if this thing was on the ground. Latest scan just came in, and I do not see debris signature here still. So I think for right now it's all right as of right now. But this is not on the ground for the, well, it could be on the ground actually. In previous, nah. I don't think it was on the ground. I think it's definitely still there. It may have like buzzed up a little bit. May have kicked up a little bit of debris. May have been on the ground just briefly, but I don't see a correlation coefficient drop, which would have indicated that a tornado was on the ground. But it had a strong velocity couplet, I'll say that much. And I'll circle the area of rotation right here. So we're going to circle the area of rotation here. And then we're going to go to the correlation coefficient. We do not see a debris signature. We see a lot of hail. That's the reason why there's a lot of this drop right here. A lot of hail within this general vicinity. And then this area right here is the inflow notch. And if we go back to the base reflectivity, you can see that. Boundary weak echo region, though, is still here. Donut hole shaped storm. So this thing still is strong as a tornado warning. The rotation itself kind of died a little bit. But it definitely looked pretty strong for the time being of when it was actually on the ground, or potentially on the ground. It could have very well have been on the ground. But as I said, you know, pushing on through, State Route 256 need to go ahead and get into their safe space as well. And then if you know anyone who lives near Crawley Road, you guys need to go ahead and get into your safe space. And then Tai Omega Road, you guys need to continue to monitor this as this moves on through, and get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building as well. But I do not see a debris signature from this storm, so I do not think that it was on the ground. It looks like it could have been, but it doesn't look like it fully wrapped around, so you know, based off of the evidence that I have here, not a whole lot has happened with this storm, but still a lot of activity with this supercell. Could easily try and spin back around and recycle. And so, Tifton, you are not out of the risk, in my honest opinion. There is still some rotation here, actually. So, you know, it's definitely still here. 100% definitely still here. I mean, you can see greens are towards the radar, reds are away. Right in the middle, right about here is where the rotation would be. So, there is still something right here. We're going to have to wait for the next update to see what it says officially. But this is definitely something that we're going to have to watch as this continues to progress. I am using not Radar Scope. Geez, I'm using GR2 Analyst. 21-day free trial, but then it shuts off after the 21 days, unless if you purchase a key, which is $250. Now, for most of you, that's too much money for just a radar, even though I highly recommend this for any weather enthusiasts. But if you want a radar that's affordable, for only $10, the best radars out in the market, either or, you know, you can flip a coin. But Radar Scope and Radar Omega both are pretty good radars for you all. So you can get Radar Scope on a computer for $30, but you can't get Radar Omega on a computer unless if you, I believe, have like some sort of an account or something like that, and you have to log on to. Either that or you have to pay money, but still, like a annual or monthly fee. I have no clue to say for sure. I just bought the highest one because I know I'm going to be using this in hurricane season. Whenever a hurricane makes landfall, this 3D feature, notice how I put those in quotations because it's not actually 3D. It just takes the highest reflectivity and makes it higher than the lower amounts of reflectivity. It's going to look pretty cool when a hurricane makes landfall. So if they do make landfall this year, there's always the instance where nothing happens. But bust today? No, 100% not a bust. Well, maybe the 10% chance for tornadoes earlier on, because there was only 1 or 2 tornadoes that formed. But definitely not a bust for the severe weather components like hail and wind. But yeah, Tifton and Unionville, you guys need to get in your safe space. The rotation is still there. Still there. Still looking pretty strong for the most part. And, you know, this is definitely something we're going to have to monitor. This is not a debris signature. You know, the one thing I advise for people who say it's debris and stuff like that is, I know Radar Scope and Radar Omega has a pen. So if you circle the area of where you think it's a debris signature, I want you to go back to the velocities and I want you to see if it's anywhere near the rotation. If it is, then I want you to take a look at reflectivity. If it is any sort of green or lighter precipitation, it is not on the ground. So, yeah. But there's still a lot of rotation within the storm. So, definitely something to kind of monitor as this pushes on through. Tifton, Unionville, even if you're south of that towards El Dorado, you guys need to monitor this storm as well. Let's go over to Atlanta real quickly. And a lot of strong gusty winds here that are surging on through here towards Atlanta. With some hail amounts and upwards of maybe even $half sized hail. 70 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter sized hail is warned from the storm, but the maximum expected hail size on this actual thing is greater than that to almost 1.5 inches, which is $half sized hail. So this is something that we're going to have to watch as this pushes on through. But across the board here, this also goes into like northern parts of Atlanta, the northern metropolitan area. You know, there's a lot of strong storms here that could be producing some larger amounts of hail and some strong gusty winds. Campbellton, I'm actually watching you guys for the potential of something tornadic because you have a very strong bow echo that is forming here. And usually in the northern ends of bow echoes, you can either get a supercell that forms here and produces something tornadic that way, or there could be some veering winds that filter in behind the storm that can create some counterclockwise rotation. So I'm watching that closely. I don't see anything too significant, but just for, you know, just make sure the reds are the winds moving away, the greens are the ones moving towards. So there is some general displacement within the wind field here at Campbellton. So something to keep in mind with all that. Northwest of Douglas, Georgia. Where is Douglas? There's a Douglas County. There's a Douglasville. Northwestern over here. Can you still watch planes from the big parking lots at the east end of the runway, or is security tighter? You can park right along the approaching lights. If that's in Atlanta, then I'm not sure because I don't live in Atlanta. But yeah, definitely something that people need to watch out for here with Campbellton. Deep South Georgia, is that where it is? I don't see anything. I don't see anything. Noonan, Georgia. So Noonan's about to get hit by a lot of strong gusty winds and potentially some large hail. So if you guys live over in those areas, I'd highly recommend getting into your safe space as well. Northeast of the tornado warning. Okay, I'll take a look at that in a second. But yeah, Noonan, a lot of large hail and a lot of gusty winds, damaging winds and upwards of 70 miles per hour. Please get into some sort of shelter. So here is Noonan. Here is the line of storms. They are going to be moving through into your area. There's also this weird storm in Roanoke, but we'll look at that in a bit. A lot of people are saying that it's northeast of the tornado warning storm. So let's take a look. What in the world is that? Jeez! That's Douglas, Georgia. All right. Well, yeah, there's a lot of activity here. My goodness. Good call, chat. That is, how that is not tornado warned, I actually have no clue. But that is a very well pronounced supercell. Not as strong as it says it is here on the radar. But yeah, north of Douglas, there is definitely some strong storms here for the most part. Really interesting storm here. One thing I really want to try and do here is I want to take a 3D of the storm, and this will tell me if there's how high the inflow notch is, how much it spans, and if there actually is an inflow notch. So I'm looking at the specific precipitation, the heavier amounts of rain, that and higher, and so we clearly see a cave here within the storm. I mean, look at this. There's your cave. There's your inflow notch. That is your strong storm here. This is your supercell. And this is marching its way through here, through Douglas. So honestly, I think this thing could go tornado warned, as most of you all, agree it would. But that is a very strong cell here. A lot of you are saying CC. This is your inflow notch right here. So the tornado's not on the ground. So, as I said, if you're trying to look for debris signatures with a correlation coefficient, you have to outline your inflow notch. And then go to the correlation coefficient. If it's blue, it's inflow notch. Boom, it's blue, so it's your inflow notch. So we have to really watch out for that as well. The tornado warning that's over near Unionville and Tifton is looking pretty interesting for the most part. Not all too organized when it comes to being tornadic. Because that kind of just faltered off and not really becoming all too much tornadic now. But really something that we gotta watch for the most part. So one thing I might want to say here with this storm is that this might be surging some gusty winds, and it might be trying to gust out here because the rear flank downdraft is kind of failing at the moment. So, a lot of strong storms here in southern Georgia. Let's move back to the Atlanta vicinity, anywhere along Interstate 85. A lot of strong gusty winds here. I know I have a couple people here from Noonan on these storms. Some very strong gusty winds here and upwards of 70 miles per hour. You also could expect some decent sized hail, maybe some in upwards of quarters, but there's a lot of activity here. A lot of activity across the board with these storms. It's actually had reports of power lines being down further up north, south of Villa Rica. So these are doing damage across the board here. with this strong gusty winds, and definitely something we're gonna have to watch out for as this continues to move on through. So Atlanta is getting impacted with some strong gusty winds, and they could continue to get more of that, even some larger amounts of hail. So if you know anyone who lives in Atlanta, I'd highly recommend telling them to go ahead and get indoors. That would just be my honest opinion. And then Noonan, as I said, up and around an inch size hail. I think you guys could expect that, honestly. So something around that point. If you guys want to help me get the word out more effectively, please be sure to leave a like on the live stream, because that appears onto more people's recommended feeds. And so more people who may not know what is happening here may be able to know and spread the word that way. That would be greatly appreciated. Also share this with friends and family and on social media so that they may be able to share it as well. And then share it, as I said, on social media so that there's other people that could understand what's happening. But a lot of strong gusty winds here. As I said, larger amounts of hail. Basically, this entire line here that's from Franklin all the way up to Noonan, to Palmetto, to Union City, and into Campbellton has a lot of hail, and it's now starting to march on through towards the metropolitan area of Atlanta, towards the actual, towards the airport, actually. So, very something to monitor. What are the pink circles? Pink circles. This is the rapid satellite analysis that I have that tells me what all is happening here with these storms, and this is actually telling me that there is decent amounts of energy. It's actually not as strong as you would typically want it to be for like tornadoes, but this is along a line, so it doesn't really matter. There's a lot of shear and a lot of stuff here across the board. So, yeah, a lot of activity here to say the least. A lot of strong activity too. I'm still watching that area near Campbellton for some rotation, as I mentioned. But Screven, Georgia needs a tornado warning. Where the heck is this? It's the furthest eastern cell here. So Screven. I don't see anything that could, or Screven. I don't see anything that actually has a lot of tornadic rotation, honestly. So I think probably not. Probably not so much. That is some incorrect properties here with this radar. Tornado near Noonan, not at the moment. There's a lot of strong gusty winds that are moving on through Noonan. Some could also have larger amounts of hail in upwards of an inch. But gusty winds in upwards of 70 miles per hour, and I'd highly recommend staying indoors for right now as this continues to move on through. But yeah, a lot of strong gusty winds. If you know anyone who lives along Interstate 85, tell them to stay indoors. I highly recommend telling them to stay indoors because there's some strong gusty winds and some larger amounts of hail that is all throughout this line. It's pretty consistent for the most part. So I'd recommend telling them to stay indoors for quite some time. Someone mentioned that Atlanta flights are all being held in their origin until 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time because of the severe weather. I think they're going to hold it for a little bit longer, honestly. I think they probably should because there's some extra thunderstorms that could be coming towards the rear of that. But yeah. Line that's currently along Interstate 85 right now, from Noonan all the way up to Atlanta. A lot of strong gusty winds and a lot of hail here. You can see most of these colors. They indicate different amounts of hail. So the kind of purplish is small hail, and the blues are kind of, half-inch sized hail. Once you get up into the greens, that's when you get to 1-inch sized hail, and that is exactly what we have here. So definitely something to monitor as time progresses here from these storms. But very strong storms here that are impacting Atlanta. Jacksonville radar and Screven, Georgia cell. I don't I don't think that's the closest one. Is it? Jacksonville radar is not the closest radar to that storm, I don't think. It's about the same. So I don't think there's anything here with the cell. I don't see anything. I'll go onto Radar Scope and go to Jacksonville anyways. Satisfy the general public. But I don't think Screven's going to do a whole lot tornadically. But let's look it up. Let's see what they're doing. We're looking at it. We're looking at reflectivity. And would you look at that? There's nothing happening here. Screven's over here. There is a little bit of a cell that's with this storm, but gusting out. So I can't exactly say that this thing is becoming tornadic. But it's very weak for the most part, so nothing happening. This storm over here near Douglas, I still don't understand why it's not tornado warned. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. It is trying to surge its rear flank downdraft. You can see how this thing is curling a bit more into like a hook. And a lot of activity is here present to the north and east of Douglas. So I'm actually surprised why that's not tornado warned. But a lot of activity here as this continues to move on through. The storm over here near Tifton, you guys dodged a bullet, and how the thing was not all too active, severe-wise. Oh, we're looking up higher up in the atmosphere. That makes sense. So it decided to recycle and then...
Hunter Super Chat $5. You're doing an awesome job. Me and my kids are learning a lot the more we watch. Been following since March and will continue to do so.
Thank you much. I appreciate that, Triforce. I appreciate the $5 super chat. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now there's a lot of stuff that you can learn from weather, and so if I can try and help people, if I can try, and help other people with their weather knowledge, I can. I'll try to do so as much as possible. So, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it. I do not see a debris signature here in the Douglas cell. If you take a look here and circle the inflow notch, it's right exactly over that area, and even over the velocities, nothing here. So no debris signature on this storm whatsoever. So 6,000 subscribers. Did we actually hit it? Oh God, we smashed it. We're now at 6,011 subscribers. So that's pretty crazy as well. We're not at 6K anymore. We're at 6.01. That's pretty crazy, guys. The fact that we've, went that high. It's just absolutely phenomenal. So thank you so much. A lot of holding aircraft trying to land. This is not a good situation for the world's busiest airport. And the thing about it is, too, with those cells over here in Atlanta, is that the echo tops for these thunderstorms go above 40,000 feet. So, they're gonna have to try and dodge these storms, especially with the approach, because as they continue to as they approach the actual storms, approach Atlanta, they're gonna be sitting over there for a good 10-15 minutes, and with planes and how they approach into airports, they have to get pretty low to the ground and consistently stay low until they actually are at the airport. So some very tall thunderstorms that are moving on through here in the International Airport of Atlanta. And it's definitely something that is not all too good, especially as most of you mentioned, this is the one of the busiest airports in the United States. So... Can I check Jefferson, Georgia? Jefferson, Georgia is, over here. So you guys aren't going to get anything right now, but you guys get something later. So, I'd say within the next 45 minutes to an hour. 45 minutes to an hour is when you guys can see the, main parts of the storms. but half an hour is when you guys can start seeing some bits and bobs of hail. So should you be watching out in Toccoa, Georgia? Let's see. Let's take a look. I mean, you can, but there's just going to be a lot of scattered storms for the most part. The one the one storm that could be this pretty severe is near Lakemont, and that's further north of you. So I'd say, you guys could get some strong storms, but I don't foresee it to be all too big, to be completely honest with you. What is that symbol north of Noonan? If it's this thing, it's reports of hail. And then this pink circle right here, this is my satellite analysis that tells me what the conditions are with this event, with these storms. So it actually gives me a good idea as to what they could do in the future. So I'm using that to help me with my analysis here of these storms. Let's go back to the tornado warning. We haven't talked about this in a while, but the tornado warning, for the most part, the actual rotation in itself is outside the storm, or outside the area of where the people are in the tornado warning is at. So like Unionville and Tifton, you guys have been getting a lot of hail for the most part across the board, but your actual tornado risk is more towards your west, towards like Enigma. So I would have to say that you guys are going to have to, stay indoors for the most part, but you can get out of your like safe spaces, your tornado shelters, and stay in your shelter for the most part. Stay indoors, stay undercover. But a lot of activity here for the most part. We still got this storm over here. They still haven't said if this is a tornado possible yet, but it's warned for $half sized hail, so. It's got a high area of shear, so I would not be surprised if this thing goes tornado warned, but I mean, it's just looking, as of right now, it's actually doing a whole lot of stuff here. How's Cordeal? Give me a second. I'm going to look that up for you in a sec. Right now. As I said, guys, I don't live in these areas, so if I butcher your name, the names of your stuff, a name of your towns and stuff like that, don't take it personally. I'd actually appreciate it if you guys gave me ideas as to how it's pronounced, just like what Blake said. But Cordeal looks to be getting some thunderstorms for the most part. But you're out of the risk right now. I think you guys could still get some more thunderstorms later on tonight, so I wouldn't say you guys are completely out of the risk here for today, but still, I would monitor these storms as they continue to push on through. But yeah, you have quite a few thunderstorms that are moving off through your general vicinity as well. Let's see. Atlanta Airport is now halting. Yeah, I saw that. There's a lot of activity, which let's take a look over here at Atlanta. Lot of activity here. Lot of widespread damaging hail and damaging winds and hail. And so this is really something that we didn't want to experience for the most part here tonight. Not the ideal situation to be in. Let me look up exactly what's happening here in Asheville. You said what? If that's Asheville, North Carolina, you guys are out of the risk. But if you're in Asheville, Georgia, I don't think there's an Asheville, Georgia. But, yeah. Still a lot of stuff that's happening across here. Most of you probably got the severe thunderstorm warning, but I'm going to say it right here. So severe thunderstorm warning for a lot of the counties here in Georgia. Spalding, Rockdale, DeKalb, Fayette, Gwinnett, Henry, Walton, Coweta, Clayton, and Newton counties. That'll be in effect until 9:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. And there's a lot of activity here within Atlanta that just passed on through. So if you live in any of these areas here, you really need to get indoors, in my honest opinion. Check storm north of Pensacola. What's happening north of Pensacola? If you're talking about this storm near like Allentown and stuff like that, it doesn't seem to be all too severe at the moment. According to the satellite analysis, your highest risk for severe weather potential could be winds, but I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of activity there within your general vicinity. I think it's just a lot of the weaker storms that we're passing on through that used to be severe. Let's go back to Moody. And there's still this storm right here that passed through Douglas. It's heading towards Alma. Has a little bit of tornadic rotation. It's still here. If we go higher and higher up into the atmosphere, there still is that rotation. So, there is that chance for severe storms to produce tornadoes, but it's just, is it going to wrap around enough? That's the real question. I still think this storm over here near Enigma and Alapata, I feel like this area could definitely see some tornadic conditions still. I would not be surprised if this becomes tornadic. If it wraps around its rear flank downdraft a bit more, surges it more, you could easily see another tornado warning. Whether or not that will actually produce a tornado is going to be something we're really going to want to watch out for. How about the Central Savannah River Plant area, Augusta, and the surrounding areas? That's a good question. First things first, I do want to make a disclaimer that there is not a lot of radars around your general area, so the quality of it may not be as good. The quality of the radar may not be as good. But I'm going to try and, do the best I can here. So give me a second. So I zoom in. Excuse me. So there's a lot of scattered storms here from Savannah and further southward. You can see here is Savannah. Here is Brunswick. And, across the board here, as this moves on through, it's, a lot of scattered storms. But if you look further on towards Augusta, this tells a different story. Just had a bunch of scattered storms that moved on through here. Not exactly severe, but you had some stronger storms that were down here in Savannah. So now we got to talk about what could happen later on, because most of you know there's the severe storms in Atlanta. That could easily move off to the east, could start impacting other areas in Georgia. So if we take a look at Atlanta's radar and see where this all is, here's Augusta. And these storms, just based off of storm tracking, could impact Augusta within the next 2.5 to 3 hours, right around that time frame. The severe storms, but they're also forecasted to kind of deplete as they get closer and closer. So, there's still a lot of activity here within this area, but for the most part, it's not exactly going to be all as strong as these storms that moved through Atlanta, because these had 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So, still a lot of activity. But when it gets off to your area, it'll move on through. CC drop on Douglas cell. If it's the inflow, I'm going to scream. That is a radar radar glitch. You see how this beam right here is consistent all the way through? So something is interfering with the radar here. That's making it difficult for it to return back correctly. So I wouldn't say this thing is on the ground. Does have some general rotation here, but I don't think this thing is on the ground per se. You can also tell that this thing also is having an issue with its gusty winds, because you can tell how the velocities here on these green pixels are all within one row right here. You can see these other ones are pretty low, but then you have these bright greens, which means faster winds. And tornadoes don't do that. So, yeah. What does the differential phase do? The differential phase basically tells you the amounts of rain that's being dumped within specific areas. So it's good for visibility. It's good for seeing visibility and flooding and stuff. What in the world are you? You are inflow. Unfortunately fortunate. Yeah, I do not see a debris signature from this. Maybe. Nah, it's inflow. It's mainly inflow. So, Alapaha, that's what it's called? If I could play Piano Man right now, I would, but copyright. I'm getting close. I'm trying, you know? I live up in the Northeast. I can pronounce those names. These names across any other area in the United States, you know, I struggle. So, new tornado warning here for this cell that actually, as I said, could have went tornado warned as it went along. So here's the tornado warning. This is for Irwin and Berrien counties. This will be in effect until 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Very strong rotation from the storm. We've been talking about it for quite some time. This was the storm that was tornado warned for Tipton. It dissipated, but now it's starting to kind of recycle. And the rear flank downdraft, as I said, if it starts to wrap out a bit more, if it starts to jut out the rear flank downdraft more and more, you could potentially see something tornadic within this storm. And I'm actually curious as to what it looks like, so I'm going to take a 3D of this storm. And give me a second, because the radar is going to play games with me. There we go. So there actually is a pretty good inflow notch with this, but this is also telling me that it's very much so high precipitation based. But you can see right here within this cave that I'm about to outline, this is where the storm ingests all of its energy. What I'm looking at with all these reds is a certain amount of rain, and only filtering it to that much. So if you can find like these caves that would be near the near the rotation, near where the storm could potentially be ingesting energy. If you see a cave there, that's your inflow notch. And that's exactly what we see here. Very strong presentation here. And even the downdraft, the hail core actually extends all the way up to 30,000 feet, even higher than that. There's some spots that maybe even extends up to 40,000 feet. There's really a really strong storm here that's pushing on through into southern parts of Georgia. So we really need to be mindful of all these storms. And a new tornado warning, which is actually for the city of Douglas. So this is the cell that actually most people wanted a lot of a tornado warning for this this other storm that's near Alma. So a new tornado warning for Coffee and Atkinson counties here in Georgia, which will be in effect until 9:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So definitely something that we're going to have to watch out for as time progresses. I also want to go back to our 3D real quickly. I'll take a large 3D. It'll take a little bit of time to render, but that's okay. I want to go to our lit volume. I'm going to spike specific areas. So here is your thunderstorm right here. And look at this anvil, chat. Look at this strong storm with its anvil head. Someone mentioned strong anvil, and look at this. Look at this storm and how the lip it actually comes out as a as an anvil. You can see how most of this area is not containing any sort of rain, but above that, this is the updraft, and it's holding all of this rain in place up in the higher parts of the atmosphere. And so this is a pretty cool setup here from the storm, and you can actually see the heavier amounts of precipitation within some of these areas. But yeah, a lot of activity from these storms here. That's kind of just firing off. And it's a very strong updraft with this storm here. Very strong updraft. So as I said, if you live in those tornado warnings, you need to go ahead and take your proper precaution and get into your safe space. A lot of people are saying CC, that's inflow, so no tornado on the ground at the moment, but that could change here if there's a new scan, which there is a new scan, and it's still inflow, so nothing has changed all too much. The radar in itself has actually began to fail. The velocities are beginning to not be able to render. So we'll go to the next scan up to the top. Some very strong rotation here with the storm. So if you live anywhere near State Route 90 here in southern Georgia, if you live near State Route 149 in Georgia, if you live near State Route 158 in Georgia, going all the way up, and even State Route 581 heading to Douglas, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Because if this thing does wrap around, this thing could produce a strong tornado, and that is something we do not want to see by any stretch of the imagination. So very strong rotation here. As I said, the velocities are beginning to not be able to register correctly, but here's the velocity signature of the previous scan. The oranges and reds are the winds moving away from the radar. The greens are the ones moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, and this is a very large rotation. The normalized rotation actually says that is it is pretty strong here. It goes into intervals of up to 3, and so we are in the 2 vicinity, and anytime it gets above a 2, that's some very strong, very organized rotation here within this storm. And so this is a very, very strong storm moving on through north of however someone would pronounce it. I think it's Alapaha. I think that's what it is. But moving over there, you guys really need to monitor this. I mean, it's a 2 out of 3 on the normalized rotation. It can go even higher than that. But usually when it gets into the reds, that's when it gets some very strong rotation. And so something we really need to monitor as this moves on through. So Mora, Bushnell, Douglas, anywhere north of Willacoochee, you guys really need to monitor this storm as this continues to move off to the north and east. Let's actually get some timings here for you all for the storm. So this will be heading off past the State Route 149 area. Alapaha, makes sense. Alapaha. It's right to the north and east of that. But if you guys live anywhere near State Route 90, State Route 149, State Route 158, County Road 48, and County Road 30, you guys need to get into your safe space now. 100%. Very strong storm that could be occurring here. And so we're just waiting for the next scan here for these storms, seeing what all could come out of this. And nothing exactly yet, but still, regardless, a very strong storm here that is occurring with this. As I said, I do not see a debris signature. All right, this is not on the ground. Alapaha, I think. Alapaha. point being is there is a storm here in southern Georgia that could very well be very strong. So we need to monitor this. I'm going to zoom out real quickly. You can see these storms across the board here. This is Georgia. Some strong storms here in Atlanta. There's also some pretty strong storms here across the board in southern Georgia. That's where that tornado warning is. It's just to the east of Tifton. So if you guys know anyone who lives over there, need to continue to monitor these storms with the utmost respect. New scan just came in. The reflectivity is showing a bounded weak echo region, which is kind of concerning because that is what we like to call a donut hole. This is called a bounded weak echo region, but I call it a donut hole to make it a lot easier. Anywhere within this area is where the mesocyclone is, where the actual rotation is. And that is indeed a very strong storm here that's moving on through. It's also becoming very rain-wrapped. So we're going to have to continue to watch these storms as this progresses. And that is some very strong rotation that's just showing up here. We're really going to have to watch out for this storm because this is a very large rotation here for the most part. This is the new normalized rotation for this storm. And, I think the pinks or the whites might actually be over-exaggerating it a little bit based off of what I'm seeing here. But I think regardless, there is some very strong rotation here. I'd still say reds to maybe bright pink, which is a 2.5. There is definitely a lot of activity here with this storm. So I can't exactly say that this thing has a debris signature. There's an inflow notch. I will say that much. You can see this blue here, outline the blue. And, just because there's blue here does not mean that there's a debris signature, all right? We can't spread misinformation, guys, in the chat who are saying that there is, debris and stuff like that. You have to know what you're talking about for the most part. And so if you see blue like this, I want you to outline the blue, and I want you to switch over to base reflectivity. If it's in the inflow notch and not near the hook, then you cannot say that it is a tornado. Looks a little contaminated, I agree, which is the reason why I said it's a little over-exaggerated, but still a lot of rotation here with this storm. Very strong, to say the least. But it still has a bounded weak echo region, and it still is showing up as a lot of rotation here. Day 1 convective outlook just got issued, so that's pretty interesting, to say the least. But a very strong supercell here that's moving on through, heading towards Douglas. So we're really going to have to watch out for this as time continues to progress here with these storms. New scan just came in. The bounded weak echo region just got a bit worse. No debris signature. You still have inflow right here. Still have inflow. Your velocity still can't register correctly, so that's fun. So much for us being able to tell where this thing is. But look at this. Really interesting. It actually has a bit of a notch, but if you connect the dots right here, it's a bounded weak echo region, so it's still a lot of... excuse me for turning it all black. Has a lot of activity here with this storm. Yeah, a lot of activity with this. As I said, if you're in Douglas, the storm is moving off into your general vicinity. All right, so you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Within the next 15 minutes, you're going to be able to see this storm as it moves on through. Would not be surprised if this thing continues to surge. And so very strong rotation as this moves off to the almost due east. But very strong rotation with this storm as this moves off. Very strong rotation, 100%. Got some RFD action, maybe? Yeah, that's what the RFD is doing. That's why we call this a bounded weak echo region. because the rear flank downdraft actually surged the rains around the mesocyclone or around the wall cloud. So a lot of activity here with the storm. 5 torr, 15 wind, 15 hail. So it's a more or less a slight risk now. So everything's a 2 out of 5 on the severe scale according to the Storm Prediction Center. But regardless, some very strong presentation here on this storm as this continues to move on through. Yeah, a lot of action with these storms as they continue to push off to the east. Something new just came up, mesoscale discussion for whatever, so that we'll check out with that in a second. But yeah, this is heading straight for Douglas. So, well, not exactly straight for Douglas. It might go a bit further south of Douglas, but just a little bit, and that doesn't really say a whole lot. So, very easily could see a tornado here within this storm. Go to the radar north of it. The radar north of it is not closer than the radar south of the storm, so I'm staying on this one. There's 2 possible areas of rotation, question mark, one right here and one right here. But if you go higher and higher up into the atmosphere, it definitely still shows that there is rotation with this storm. So this is a classic supercell. And a new severe thunderstorm warning just got issued for quarter-sized hail as well. So that's something to be concerned about. Velocities have updated here. And you still have that difference. I'm going to go to normalized rotation. You still see a lot of these reds. Typically, if you are dealing with storms here, that could be tornadic. Whenever you see S's like this, an S in the normalized rotation, that tells you that anywhere in the center of the S most likely could be tornadic. And so this indeed is a tornadic cell. And whether or not it is rotating or it's recycling, stuff like that, people need to continue to monitor the storm. So please share this live stream or take to social media. You know, tell people, if you know anyone who lives in Douglas, this will be impacting your area in 10 to 15 minutes. So they need to get into their safe space now. So share the live stream on social media. By liking the video, you actually get it out to more people. It gets onto more people's recommended pages. So if you guys would do that, that would be greatly appreciated. And as this continues to move on through, you know, we're going to continue to cover it as it heads towards Douglas. But serious donut hole action here, the bounded weak echo region. The rear flank downdraft is really surging around. And so this is definitely a very strong storm here, a very strong supercell. And an unforeseen risk here. The new severe thunderstorm warning that was issued said there could be some golf ball sized hail. And yes, there can be, well, not get golf ball, maybe quarter sized hail. My mistake. Quarter sized hail, and that still can do damage to people and property. So we need to continue to monitor this. And there's the debris signature. It's on the ground. So we have a tornado now on the ground, most likely. That is indeed a debris signature right there. You can already see the lowering in the correlation coefficient. A potential strong tornado ongoing within the storm. And so this is really concerning, to say the least, as this moves on through near Mora. And there is your tornado right there. There's also another area of rotation north of that. So it potentially could be moving on through as a significant tornado. And as I said, you know, if you know anyone who lives near, this is what? County Road 48. If you know anyone who lives along any of these other roads near County Road 48 or Baker Farm Road, you guys need to tell them to get into their safe space now. This is a strong tornado that is ongoing right now in southern Georgia. This is a very strong storm here, and it has multiple areas of rotation, so you need to take this seriously. 100%. This is currently on the ground. It just formed And so if you live anywhere near Douglas, anywhere along State Route 135, you need to get into your safe space right now. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This is in Georgia. This is in southern Georgia. This is near Douglas. Douglas is a populous city here in southern Georgia, and they need to get into their safe space now. This is a very strong tornado that is currently ongoing. And it's all the more reason that you guys need to monitor this storm. So share this live stream on social media. We have to get the word out. Get onto social media, get the word out and stuff like that. Like the video so that I can appear onto more people's recommended feeds. So that way I may be able to get the word out more effectively. This, as I said, is a strong tornado. You can see the debris signature right here indicated in green. What I'm looking at is the correlation coefficient. This looks at the density of the stuff in the atmosphere of hydrometeors. So whether it's rain, whether it's hail, whether it's debris, it can see all of that. So when it sees debris, it shows it as a low correlation coefficient, which is not red. It's either, green, whether it's blue, which you'll probably see blue here, and there's the blue. That's a very large tornado. Large tornado in progress. This is a very large tornado near Mora. So this is going right over areas like Bay Meadows Drive. This is going over the Basswood Drive areas. 100%, if you live in these areas, you need to get in your safe space now. Further along the line, State Route 135 here in Georgia, south of Douglas. A little bit south of Douglas. If you live in these areas, you need to get in your safe space now. True Love Road, you need to get in your safe space now. United States Route 221, get into your safe space now. Douglas, you need to get into your safe space now. This is a very strong and violent tornado. Massive debris signature here from this storm. Just by looking at the debris signature, the debris cloud is 1.5 miles nautical miles, so almost 2 miles wide. This is a very strong storm here that is occurring in southern Georgia, and we need to monitor the storm with the utmost caution. This is a very strong storm here. Very strong storm that's pushing on through. The delta velocity, for any of you who are curious, there's 100-mile-per-hour winds going one way. I'll place a marker here. You have 57-mile-per-hour winds going another way. So that's around 165-mile-per-hour delta velocity. That's how fast the rotation is according to this radar. And that's looking up 2,600 feet. So it's not that high up. This is a very strong tornado that is heading towards Douglas. So as I said, this is going to be moving over near the Paradise Lane areas, as well as the Bay Meadows Drive and Basswood Drive. Then it'll be moving off afterwards to the County Road 232 areas, as well as the State Route 135 areas. So just to confirm here for you all, here is the tornado, here is Douglas. I'm going to make the cities a little bit bigger here for you all, so that you guys might be able to see. So change font, changes to 18, okay. Change that, boom. So there's Mora right here, there's Douglas right here. You guys can clearly see the hook on presentation. This is a classic supercell. This is a very strong storm that's moving on through, and this is a clear debris signature, very strong tornado that is occurring and ongoing in southern Georgia. So this is definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as this moves on towards the east. Douglas, you are not out of the risk. If you know anyone who lives in Douglas, they need to be in their safe space now. Get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of their building, because this is a very, very strong tornado here. Do not pre-rate, guys. We do not have any sort of evidence as to what's happening on the ground besides debris. We don't have any evidence as to what the wind speeds are. We just know that a tornado is on the ground and that it is heading off towards the Douglas vicinity, north of Mora, towards the United States Route 221 areas. So it's currently going over, it's actually currently going south. Actually, no, it's currently going over County Road 48. So if you guys live over here, there's the debris signature. It's still there. This is still on the ground. It's still a strong tornado, 52 on top of 44, so it has weakened a little bit in regards to the velocities. Might have turned a bit more of high precipitation based if it wasn't already, but it is still a strong and ongoing tornado that's moving over Paradise Lane right now. So I've been warning these people near Paradise Lane, near Bay Meadows Drive, near Basswood Drive. If you're there and you're listening to the stream, please hear me. They need to get into their safe space right now. Very strong tornado ongoing, and this is clearly on the ground. We have our debris being lofted up. It's being lofted up several thousand feet up in the sky. We're looking at it go up to 7,000 feet up in the sky, maybe even up to 10,000 feet up in the sky as of right now. So a very strong tornado ongoing here, and as this continues to move on through, we need to continue to monitor this. As I said, this is going over the Paradise Lane area, the Bay Meadows Drive area, the Basswood Drive areas. There is the confirmed tornado report. This is a PDS. No, this is not a PDS. This is a radar confirmed tornado. So even the National Weather Service is saying this is a confirmed tornado. So we need to take to social media, guys. We need to tell people that this stuff is happening. This is a very strong tornado that is moving on through, and that people need to monitor this storm 100%. By liking the live stream, you get me onto more people's recommended feeds. We need to get my live stream out to more people, or you need to go to social media and tell people that this stuff is happening. We have a report. Radar confirms a tornado debris ball via signature approaching Douglas over rural Coffee counties. So official National Weather Service observations show that this is indeed a tornado that is ongoing right now. And as I said, Douglas, you're not out of the risk. You are absolutely not out of the risk, because this could continue to move on through. It could curl off to the left and go near Douglas. It could curl off to the right. But as of right now, this is on the ground. This is a strong tornado that is lofting up debris. The debris signature as of the last scan has actually fanned out a bit, which is the good news here, that it could potentially be lifting a little, but it still has that debris signature within this general vicinity. So we need to continue to monitor this storm, as I said, with the utmost respect. Do not get out of your safe space whatsoever. If you are here in Bay Meadows, if you are over here in Bay Meadows Drive near there, if you're near Basswood Drive, if you're near any of these areas, Bear Creek Road, if you're near State Route 135, do not get out of your safe space whatsoever. If you're near Levens Road, if you're near Camara Road, if you're near Pope Lane, as well as Carver Church Road over towards United States Route 221, do not get out of your safe space. You need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible, because this is still here. This is alive and well, and this is a very serious situation ongoing for the storm. You can see here the rotation is still there. Still has a distinct area of rotation to where there could be a tornado on the ground currently. Still on the ground, I should say. But as this continues to move on through, need to stay in your safe space 100%. This is a tornado that's on the ground, and according to the radar, it was very strong. And I would not be surprised if it was in that case. Still has some pretty interesting characteristics here from this supercell. Still a classic inflow notch here that is fueling the thunderstorm. So if this does recycle, you could have another tornado with this cell. And it's going to be high precipitation based. So you do not go outside. It's pretty dark outside anyway, so it's not a good idea to go outside in this storm. But still a very strong tornado that is ongoing with this storm. And you need to get in your safe space right now. I highly recommend it. It's very strong tornado that is currently ongoing. May not be as strong as it once was, but still a tornado that is currently in progress. Further along, as I said, State Route 135, heading off towards United States Route 135. You guys really need to monitor this. I said this is south of Douglas. It's moving off still there. You're not out of the clear yet, Douglas. Do not get out of your safe space. Mara, you guys are out of the risk. So you guys could potentially monitor that. But new tornado warning has been issued further along the line here. This is for Coffee, Pierce, Ware, Bacon, and Appling counties, I should say, in Georgia. That'll be in effect until 9:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Damaging tornado here. We've been watching this for quite some times. So, you guys need to monitor this situation very carefully. As I said, if you know anyone who lives in these areas, you need to tell them to get into their safe space now. 100%. Because you do not want to risk life or property, specifically life. So if you live in these areas, you need to get into your safe space. Share this live stream on social media. Like this live stream so that I can get onto more people's recommended pages so that we can continue to tell more people across the board here as to what all is happening. Do not be pre-rating it, you guys. We do not have ground truth. We do not have evidence as to what the winds are at the surface. We only have the evidence of what the tornado is doing, which is currently lifting debris, although the debris ball has indeed shrunken quite a bit. I'd say mainly because it's more or less rain wrapped, but the velocities have gotten a lot weaker. So this thing might be starting to falter off a little bit more, but still, regardless, a very strong situation ongoing here. Very strong tornado that just passed on through. I'm going to try and look at how high the debris actually went up into the sky here. And the debris itself actually went up to almost around 10,000 feet up in the sky. So definitely a situation that we're going to want to monitor closely. But as I said, strong tornado that just went through here. And if you live in any of these areas, especially, we're getting closer to the United States route, United States Road 221. So as I said, if you live in these areas, don't get out of your safe space. Further on now, this is going to be heading over the Frank Spivey Road areas, as well as the McKinnon Road areas, and the Ald Axon Road areas. So if you know anyone who lives over here, you need to go ahead and tell them, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible, or even tornadoes. Latest scan just came in, and this still is showing some debris here. So this thing is indeed still on the ground at the moment. The reason why the correlation coefficient is a lot higher than the typical blue is because the rain is kind of obscuring this and is showing it off to be a bit more of a high precipitation based cell. So if you live in these areas, even if you want to try and see the tornado, you can't. There's rain wrapped all around it, and so you won't be able to see it whatsoever, even though it's in the middle of the night. So this is definitely something that we're going to have to watch as this continues to move on through. As I said, McKinnon Road. If you live near McKinnon Road, if you live near Alvin Greger Road, if you live near County Road 24, as well as Old Axon Road and Dewberry Road, you need to get into your safe space now. This is south of Douglas, which, by the way, if you are in the heart of Douglas, if you are near the in the heart of Douglas itself, you have to be in the heart of Douglas. You need to go ahead. Well, you guys are actually out of the risk as of right now in regards to the tornado, but still, very dangerous situation ongoing with the amount of debris that has been lofted up into the atmosphere. Not as much debris because I think this thing is kind of weakened a bit, but still a lot with this storm that is continuing to surge on through, and that people need to monitor this. This right here is our debris signature, and we're looking at the correlation coefficient, which is the product that we use to find this. And so by looking at the by looking at correlation coefficient, if debris is lofted up into the atmosphere, you can see it as not red. So this is our debris signature here.
Super chat $1.99. Thanks for giving us information.
Guys, let us not pre-rate this. This is that's not only not appropriate, but it's disrespectful to the people being impacted by these storms. So do not pre-rate ever. But this is a very very dangerous situation regardless as these storms continue to move on through. And we really need to monitor these storms as this continues to push off again. So classic hook signature here from the Supercell. As I said, this is still a strong tornado that is, or it was a strong tornado, still has debris here within this general vicinity being lofted up into the atmosphere. So there is still some activity here from this tornado, and you need to stay in your safe space, as I mentioned. This will also be heading off into the general vicinity of State Route 158. The debris signature is actually lifted, so that's a good thing. Means that the tornado may not be on the ground as of right now, which is a very good thing. A very good thing for the most part. But that does not mean that people near Old Axon Road and Raccoon Bridge Road, that does not mean that you need to get out of your safe space to just look at what all is happening around you. No, because if this thing forms another tornado, it's going to be on top of you. You need to stay in your safe space, 100%. This is a situation that we do not want to be in, and you do not want to be in. You got to be rather safe than sorry, all right? Because if a tornado does form, it'll be going right over your area. So, Raccoon Bridge Road, as well as areas near Burl Mill Road, as well as State Route 158 near Ronnie Walker Road. You guys need to go ahead and get into your, take proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If you're in this tornado warning further out, in Appling, Bacon, Coffee, Pearson, Ware, you guys aren't going to be impacted just yet, but you still have a tornadic storm that has had a history of producing a tornado and showing debris. So if you guys live over there, you need to monitor this as closely as possible. This is still a strong supercell that is pushing on through. It looks like the rear flank downdraft actually is turning a bit more into a gust front, but if the rear flank downdraft surges more and actually wraps up around the storm again, you could get another chance for tornadoes again. But as of right now, this is a very strong gusty storm producing a lot of strong gusty winds, and still has the chance for tornadoes, but very strong gusty winds moving on through here. So for people who want to know where this is, here's the city of Douglas here in Georgia. This is in southern Georgia. Douglas is a very populous city for the most part. And so there's a lot of, we had a tornado that was just to the south and west of it, pushed on through, and now it's turning into a lot of the gusty winds with this. And we really need to monitor this storm as this continues to progress further. So we really need to monitor this storm as this continues to push off to the east. Yep, so there is no debris signature here on this storm anymore, which is the good news. But if this thing does wrap around, then it could most certainly produce another tornado again. So we're going to continue to monitor this as much as possible because the threat for tornadoes is still here. And so this is definitely something we're going to have to monitor. But Douglas, you guys are out of the risk right now, but you still have some strong storms. So you're out of the risk of the tornado or the tornado warned storm. But in regards to the actual other thunderstorms that are moving on through, there is still some large hail being dumped over these areas. So if you're near Douglas, do not get out of your house. But you guys are out of the risk here for tornadoes. So you guys are in the clear as of right now. If there's anything on Twitter that you guys can see, I'm asking this because I want to show what all has happened here with Twitter and stuff like that. But if you guys find anything here on Twitter, feel free to @ me like some of these other people have done. You can see this person, Seaton. I'm sorry if I butchered it, but if you guys have anything, but do something like what Seaton did, where if there's something that someone posted onto Twitter, @ me, @Nate_Snyder, so that we can show everyone what all has happened here. So whether it's pictures of a tornado that happened here just now, whether it's damage, whether it's all sorts of stuff, please be sure to share that with me so that I can get the information out of what all is happening for you all here with these storms. But very strong storm that has moved on through, and as I said, produced a tornado. It looks like, as I said, the rear flank downdraft is kind of gusting out a bit, but very much so something that we would need to monitor. I'm seeing reports of damage within that area, and someone said that it's a mobile home. There it is. Reports of damage in Bear Creek Mobile Home Park in the Bay Meadows area near Douglas. That is very unfortunate, because if this was a mobile home park, which it looks like it is, that's not a sturdy structure, and so this is a very unfortunate situation. And I'm praying to God that these guys are all right, because that is a very strong storm that just pushed on through here. But that is a very unsettling here for these storms as it pushes on through. Actually, I'm gonna ask my Discord server if they can find any emergency. Can you guys get me a emergency management radio website real quickly for Douglas, please? What county is this in? All right, so now we've asked my my Discord servers if they can get me something. But yeah, this is a very strong storm that moved on through and created damage. So we're going to continue to monitor it. It looks like it's now not gusting out as much as it was. You can see how it's starting to kind of curl out a bit more. But you also have that gusting nature on the southern end of this supercell. So we'll have to monitor this as much as possible. But that's something that we really need to monitor as this continues to move on through. Into Nichols and Alma and that general vicinity. So these areas here, Old Nichols Highway, Nichols, as well as State Route 32, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I need a website link, please. Thank you. Because this has had a history of producing a tornado. So please heed my warning. This is definitely a situation that people do not want to be a part of. Very strong storm that just pushed on through here. And it's very concerning within most of these areas. But it's still rotating here within this storm. It's still rotating, and it could potentially be trying to wrap around again and potentially become tornadic, which I would not be surprised if that is the case here. But still a very strong storm here, and someone just sent me at Oregon J at Mason. I can't find it. Yeah, I'm trying to find some emergency management radios here. A radio not a radio station, but emergency management um here for the most part. Don't have anything new here on don't have anything new here for Twitter that people haven't sent me and stuff like that. Hey. For All right, so I put that up just so people can help me out there. But very strong rotation here with this storm. It's not in Noonan, Georgia. This is in southern Georgia. Just for reference, it's near Douglas, as I mentioned. Looking server pinged me. Oh, beautiful. Oh, that's a radio station, not an emergency management station. Like, you know, like a police scanner. Police scanner. You know what I mean? You know, something like that. Mobile home park has been damaged significantly. That's not good. Here. Coffee County, Georgia. Lamau. Police scanner. Here, emergency man. I need live audio feed. Douglas Fire. Yeah, there's going to be a an ad and stuff like that, but
okay, what's my line? The only line I see here on the script is get off.
This thing is starting to try and go again, guys, by the way. There is still some general rotation within this storm, so this thing could potentially become tornadic again.
The Name Your Price tool, only from Progressive.
The owl ran afoul of the comatose coxswain.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates.
Give me a second. Alright, so we got that in the background for now. We'll see if we got anything. But still some very strong rotation. This is now heading towards the beach area, the Lucy Moore Road area, as well as the Evergreen area. Alma, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Doesn't seem to be on the ground right now, but it is trying to jut its rear flank downdraft out, although the southern part of it is lacking a little bit. There's a lot of gusting, but then it's kind of surging again towards like beach. So there is still a lot of hail with this storm, but this cell really is having some issues with its hook at the moment, although it could become tornadic later along in the line. So Douglas in itself, as I mentioned, it's safe. Any of the other areas south of Douglas near Mora, it is safe for the most part from the tornado, but you do have a lot of severe thunderstorms that are moving through your area that could become, could bring some very large hail in some of these areas. So we're going to have to really monitor these storms as this pushes on through. But as I said, this is a tornado warning here. This is for This is for Coffee, Pierce, Ware, and Bacon counties in Georgia. That'll be in effect until 9:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you live in these areas, you really need to monitor these storms with the utmost caution. I do not see a debris signature with this storm, which is the good news. But we really have to monitor this as we continue to progress further. Reporting debris lifted up into 50,000 feet. I'd actually have to say it lifted higher than that. We had debris that was higher than that, I'd have to say. So there's the debris signature. And debris got lifted up to 7,500 feet, and maybe even up to 9,700 feet as well. Actually, let's take a look, shall we? Curiosity killed the cat. And there's your debris field. Your debris being lofted up into the atmosphere. So, yeah, a lot of debris here, to say the least. This definitely got lofted up into upwards of above 10,000 feet, actually. Maybe even maybe 10,000, maybe 12,000, around that. But debris was definitely lofted up into the air about 15,000 feet. So you can see this went away. Give me a second. Jeez, stop. I just want to... I hate this thing. It's playing cat and mouse. Okay, so you can see how this this right here, as I said, is the correlation coefficient. You can see this track right here to where you know, you have the strong debris field at the surface, and then as it continues to move up, this is a you know, this was spewing debris up into the atmosphere in upwards of about 15,000-ish feet, possibly. So we did have a tornado on the ground for quite some time south of Douglas, which is very unfortunate. Let's see. Yeah, dude, there's the hook. There's the storm. It does not have a well-pronounced forward flank downdraft, which is something to monitor, but still, we have our storm here that's trying to produce a new hook near Beach and Alma. So all the more reason why, if you're in a tornado warning, you need to stay in your safe space now. 100% get underground or get in the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So let's like the let's like the live stream so I can get onto more people's recommended feeds. Let's share this on social media so that people may be able to know as well. You know, let's try and get the word out here. Let's try and save some lives or protect some property here, because this is some very strong rotation that moved over south of Douglas that produced a tornado, and now it's moving towards Beach. So really something that we have to continue to monitor as this moves on through. Just lost the Coffee County Public Safety feed. Did we really? It's not doing anything. So, can't exactly say for sure what all is happening with this. Douglas Fire live audio. Perfect. This works too. You're going to hear another ad, unfortunately, but oh well.
I'm a coffee bean, born and raised in the tropics.
New tornado warning.
Let me tell ya, I'm loving the cold, mostly because I get to experience it in Sheet's frozen mochas.
There we go. I'll turn it down. New tornado warning here. This is for Pierce, Ware, and Bacon counties in Georgia. This will be in effect until 10:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So the threat for tornado still is here. It may not be on the ground right now, but the potential for it to be on the ground is possible. So we really need to monitor this storm as this moves on through. All right, now we got the emergency management feed here. And we're gonna continue to try and listen to it to the best of our abilities. But Yeah, very, very strong storm that's moving on through here. That has had a history of producing a tornado. I feel like it's safe for me to do this without it being disrespectful. So if you guys are new to my channel, please be sure to subscribe because I do weather analysis like this whenever severe weather gets bad. And I don't discriminate. It's not just for Georgia. I did severe weather for last night for places like Texas and stuff like that. So anywhere in the United States, if there's bad weather, I tend to cover it. So, yeah, if you guys enjoy that as well as videos in the morning updating everyone on what severe weather could do or what any weather could do, then feel free to subscribe as well for all of that. There's nothing happening on the feed right now, that's the thing. I also feel like it's safe for me to do this. If you want to join my Discord server, if you have a Discord account or something like that, the link is going to be in the chat as well, right here. But the status on South Carolina. South Carolina is most likely not going to get a lot of these big storms. But there still is the chance for some severe weather here. There's also a cell down here that's moving off towards Stockton. We're going to watch that storm as well. It could, it's showing signs of it being tornadic, so we're going to really watch out for it, but yeah. This is a pretty strong storm here that is moving on through, and we need to watch this with the utmost caution, 100%. Because this could easily produce another tornado later on along the line. Would not be surprised if that was the case. Let's see, I'm trying to find more stuff here. So what all is happening? Check Discord DMs. If it's about anything that's not with this tornado warning, then I'm not going to answer Discord DMs. Which looks like there's not that, but definitely some very strong areas here as this continues to move on through with these storms. Very strong areas of rotation here. You can still see the, actually I'm going to take storm motion from warning here just to be able to see what all is happening. So you can still see the greens are the winds moving towards the radar, the reds are the ones moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So there is still clearly rotation that is moving on through. What was that?
Can you send me a rescue unit to Bay Meadows? CS unit there with trees on roofs, and I'm not sure what the situation is out there at this time. We got multiple calls coming in from that area.
Multiple calls coming in about the damage over here. So there's a lot of...
Thank you, 35. Rescue 1, I want.
Yeah, lot of stuff that's ongoing with this this situation here. So they're saying that they're going to be sending a lot of people out here towards Mara, the areas to where there was the tornado, and they don't exactly understand as to what exactly is happening right now and what the situation is like over into those general vicinities. But still something that we're going to continue to listen to as this continues tonight. But a lot of calls are coming in. So, still a very strong storm here with a tornadic rotation. Heading off towards Mershon, as well as Patterson in Georgia. So if you guys live in those areas, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Guys, you know, the tornado, there was a storm that produced a tornado and you guys are fighting. It's just not exactly a good look. So you really need to just not butt heads with each other. Let's come together and let's try and warn some people here. Try and protect some people's life and property. Because this storm still can produce a tornado later on, which is the reason why there's still a tornado warning for it. So, this is in southern Georgia, guys. This is just past Douglas. There was the tornado. The tornado it formed was near Mora, south and west of Douglas, and in southern Georgia. So there is a lot of activity here still, but it's very much so active as this continues to move on through. So this is definitely is something that we're going to have to watch out for as time moves along. 100%. What county, please? Bacon, Pierce, and Ware counties in Georgia. So I'm still... right now, I'm still kind of, you know, shocked that this all is happening. I'm trying to register and process to what all is going on. But yes, as I mentioned, we had our tornado that was ongoing just to the south and west of Douglas. Give it a second and a half. This is why we cover these events, guys. You know, all the way throughout, we want to make sure that we get everything. And this is, you know, exactly what we want, what we are built for here on this channel. So even though we've been live streaming for 11 hours and 44 minutes, you know, we keep going. We try and cover as many things as possible. And this is exactly the reason why we live stream for this long. We try and cover everything here that happens. So, very, very serious situation unfolding here in front of us. As I said, if there's anything here that you guys have, likely tornado that moves just south of Douglas, Georgia, well, yeah, it had TDS. We all know this. We all knew it was a tornado. But anyways, if you guys have anything here on Twitter that has shown up to be like debris, any sort of pictures and stuff like that of the tornado, send that to me here on Twitter at me at Nate Snyder here, Nate_Snyder on Twitter, so that way I might be able to show you all. Reports of damage near Bear Creek Mobile Home Park. Yep, that is quite accurate. That is very much so accurate. This thing might be trying to reorganize itself, chat. It's looking like it's trying to, and so if this continues to move on forward, we might have another situation on our hands, and this is something that we're definitely not going to want to take lightly. But as of right now, just a tornado warning. If you're near Mershon, if you live near Patterson, if you live near Blackshear, you guys need to continue to stay in your safe space. Get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Here is Douglas. Here is Jessup. Down here is Brunswick. That's actually at my face. My face is covering it. So right near my face is Brunswick. So here's Brunswick. Here's the tornado warning. Here's actually Savannah up here. So some Very strong storms that could be tornadic is still moving on through, and we still need to monitor this storm with the utmost respect. And it still very well could be, still very well could produce a tornado later along the line. So let's try and get the word out here, guys. We gotta try and warn more people ahead of these storms. If you know anyone who lives in these areas, tell them to get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building. You know, Mershon, Blackshear, Patterson, they need to get into their safe space. Beach is out of the risk, almost out of the risk. Nichols is out of the risk for tornadoes. That is the good news here. Very good news here. This other storm that we said we were going to watch that was heading off towards Lakeland and Stockton has a tornado possible tag on it, so it might produce a tornado later along the line. But yeah, let's share this on social media as this continues to move on through. You know, like the video so that I can get onto more people's recommended pages, so that we may be able to get onto more people's recommended pages, and they can share this with more and more people. But tornado warning for the storm that has had a history of producing tornado, and it is really trying to get its act together again. You can see here the oranges and reds are winds moving away from the radar. The greens are the ones moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. If we turn on storm relative velocities, it'll actually help you a lot more. But you can see right in this area, right here, is exactly where we can expect some tornadic rotation. And I would not be surprised if it produced another tornado, which is the reason why there is a tornado warning for this cell. So get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building. This is in Bacon, Pierce, and Ware counties in Georgia. And you need to be in your safe space now, 100%. Definitely something that we're going to have to watch as this moves on through to Patterson, because this storm does seem to be moving on through into those general vicinities. I do not see a debris signature here, fortunately. So I do not think this is on the ground as of right now. But this does have some pretty good veering with this supercell. So really something we're going to have to watch for as this pushes on through. But it does look primed as a supercell. You can clearly see the hook characteristic with a little bit of an inflow spike right within here. And this is definitely a storm we're going to have to watch out for. I'm actually going to take a 3D of the cell, see what exactly is happening here. I'm going to look at the ISO surface, and there is indeed still an inflow notch with this storm. Still ingesting energy. For most of you all who are new to this channel, we take this is a 3D of the storm, and I'm looking at a specific amount of rain in the air. And so if we take a look at these areas, right within here, this is your inflow notch to where the storm is ingesting a lot of energy and is allowing it to sustain. So this is definitely a situation that people over here need to monitor for the most part. Here's a new tornado warning. I've been saying that we were going to watch this storm and it could turn tornadic, and now here it is. Here's another storm near Hahira. So this is a tornado warning right here for Cook, Berrien, Lanier, and Loudon County. That'll be in effect until 10:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. You also have the chance for some $half size hail with this storm as well. So this is definitely something that we're going to want to monitor. And even the velocities show there is indeed some rotation here that just passed near the town of Hahira. So this will be basically paralleling State Route 122 as long as it can, all the way up towards the Barrett's area, all the way over to the airport, near the Bemis area. So if you live along these areas, let's see if I can get some roads here. Near Valdell Road, near Franklinville Road, near Staten Road here in Georgia. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. It'll be eventually heading off towards the Skipper Bridge Road and the Staten Road areas, as well as the Cat Creek Road area. And then eventually they'll move off towards State Route 125. So if you live over there, you guys really need to monitor this these storms as this continues to move on through. As I said, very pronounced rotation here. Just by looking at the velocities, you can see the reds are the winds moving away from the storm. The greens are the winds moving towards, or the reds moving away from the radar. Greens are the ones moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. That is where your tornado would be, the counterclockwise motion into the atmosphere. And so areas near Hahira, Barretts, Bemis, you guys really need to monitor the storm as this continues to move on through. So a tornado warning, as I said, has been issued for Cook, Berrien, Lanier, and Loudon County here in Georgia, and that will be in effect until 10:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So multiple areas of tornadic potential here. A new severe thunderstorm warning just got issued out in front of this other tornado warning here. But still the potential for something is, there's still the potential for something to be here and to form a tornado. Still has that classic hook rotation here. I'm talking about the Mershon storm, the Patterson storm. So over here, you guys really need to monitor this as much as possible, because this is a very dangerous situation that was ongoing. And if most of you are new to the channel here, we had a tornado that was on the ground just a second ago near Douglas. So this is all the more reason why you guys need to take your proper precautions and get into your safe space, because this is a very concerning situation that is unfolding for us here. I do not see a debris signature on the storm near Ray City and Barretts, but then again, we need to continue to monitor this storm. Treat it as if it was on the ground, and as I said, get underground or get into the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. No, it's still the same. Underground or lowest, innermost part of your building. So Barretts, Bemis, Ray City, do not leave out of your safe space. I do not see a debris signature here. The velocities are actually showing some stronger amounts of wind here, so this is something that we're going to have to monitor, something potentially tornadic with the storm as it continues to move on through. So we're really going to have to watch the storm as things continue to progress. We're getting closer and closer to the radar here, so once we get too close, it won't exactly be all too good as much in regards to viewing the storm. So it's more or less one of those things where you're going to have to take our word for it. But as of right now, we clearly have some rotation as this moves on through towards Barretts. We still